The second rock spider had finally met its end. Using this short respite, Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Using both arms to support himself, he pushed his body off the ground and propped himself up against the cave wall. Soon, his health gradually started to recover. Pitifully, this spider hadn't dropped even a single item upon death. What's worse was that he had been forced to expend a combat bandage against a common mob like this rock spider. The cost of crafting a single bandage was such that the payout of this battle wasn't worth his efforts. After a few moments of rest, his health was at last fully restored. That was just too dangerous. If I'm going to lure out more rock spiders, then I should definitely avoid aggroing more than one of them at a time. Nie Yan picked himself up off the ground and walked over to the intersection. There was a lot more space to maneuver there now, as only 10 spiders remained. However, these 10 spiders were moving together in groups of 2 or 3, which made it incredibly difficult for Nie Yan to find an opportunity to strike. At least there's more room to move around now. I should be able to use stealth to make my way through here. At stealth's current level, I should be able to pass within a meter of these spiders without being detected. Gradually, Nie Yan's body became increasingly transparent until it completely blended in with the darkness of the cave. Shortly after, he began to slowly make his way forward. As he moved, Nie Yan spotted 3 spiders approaching him from behind. One was off to his left, about 3 meters away. The other 2 were off to his right, about 5 meters away. Nie Yan carefully observed the positions of each spider and determined their patrol routes as he continued moving ahead. Suddenly, 2 spiders crawled until they were just 2 meters away from his current position. Seeing this, Nie Yan quickly halted his footsteps. After a short period of time, the 2 spiders slowly moved on without having noticed his presence. While Nie Yan was moving forward, he suddenly happened to spot something over in the corner of the room. Nestled between several large rocks was a single chest that faintly glowed with a silver light. The rocks had obstructed his line of view, thus he was only able to see the edge of the silver chest. Son of a bitch. They really hid it well. Unexpectedly, it's a silver treasure chest. Nie Yan's heart rate involuntarily sped up. At the same time, 3 spiders abruptly halted their movements and looked around. These actions were akin to a bucket of cold water being dumped over his head, causing him to immediately calm down. Right now, it was still too soon to get excited. The duration of stealth was finite, and he couldn't afford the luxury of spending the time to open the chest. Thus, he was forced to give up on the chest and leave it for another time. Nie Yan maintained his breathing. Having not discovered anything, the 3 spiders resumed their patrols and crawled further and further away. Nie Yan carefully crept his way around the remaining spiders until finally making it out of danger. He breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of work definitely wasn't suited for an average person. After proceeding forward for a while longer, Nie Yan glanced at his coordinates. Finally, I'm here. Tang Yao, where are you? The next moment, a figure slowly emerged from the nearby shadows. Who knew what hole this guy had deeply burrowed himself into? By the time he finally crawled out, his body was completely covered in dirt. Haha, not bad. You hid yourself pretty well, Nie Yan said with a smile. Tang Yao patted the dirt off his body and gloomily replied, don't say any more. Anyways, there were so many rock spiders over there. How'd you manage to get through? Stealth, Nie Yan answered back. You can even do that. Tang Yao's mind went blank for a moment. That intersection was littered with rock spiders. How the hell could a thief stealth their way through that? It was an incredibly difficult task to pull off. Why wouldn't I be able to? Nie Yan chuckled as he sent Tang Yao a trade request. After the latter accepted, he placed the fire chaser set and a single return scroll inside the trade window. Why you're giving all of this to me? Tang Yao stared out with a blank face. He never thought the fire chaser set would have such high property bonuses. I got these off of Dian Kang when they dropped from his corpse. There was a staff among those items as well, but it's not suited for you. Anyways, take this fire chaser set with you. As for the return scroll, don't use it just yet. I want you to stay here with me for a bit, Nie Yan replied. He and Tang Yao were brothers who had known each other since childhood. To put it simply, compared to their friendship, this fire chaser set didn't amount to much. Alright, I guess I can't refuse. A hint of anticipation flashed through Tang Yao's eyes. After donning the fire chaser set, Tang Yao's outer appearance improved significantly. If he were to go out now, he would undoubtedly attract many women. What's your magic damage at now? Nie Yan asked. 50. To Tang Yao, this amount was something he couldn't even imagine reaching in the past. Not bad, you should be able to run some of the harder dungeons and quests with that much. Though it seems your current weapon is still a bit lacking. You should try and find yourself a better one when you return to town, Nie Yan suggested. Tang Yao receiving this fire chaser set for free so suddenly was tantamount to Nie Yan helping him reach the heavens with a single step. The path he would need to walk in the future had become a lot shorter. Tang Yao kept gazing at the current equipment he was wearing, seemingly unable to stop himself from admiring it. Let's stay here and train for a bit. There's a silver treasure chest up ahead and I want you to tag along and help me retrieve it. Here, I'll make the party. With how high Tang Yao's damage was now, killing rock spiders in this cave would be a piece of cake. There was a treasure chest just waiting to be opened. If he didn't retrieve whatever was inside today, then he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Silver chest, where? Tang Yao began burning with excitement. Up until now, he had only ever managed to find and open a single chest, not to mention, it was only a common white one. He had never even seen a silver chest before, let alone seen one. Let's clear out those rock spiders back at that intersection first, Nie Yan replied. Now, with Tang Yao's assistance, there would be a lot less pressure on him when dealing with 2 rock spiders. Even 3 rock spiders might not even pose a challenge. After arriving at the intersection, Nie Yan took out his crossbow and loaded it. Then he took aim at a nearby spider and fired, sending 3 bolts flying out of the crossbow in quick succession. Ha, 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 he ended up aggroing 2 rock spiders with his attack, the one that was hitting its companion in tow. Nie Yan positioned himself in the front while Tang Yao brandished his staff and released an arcane fireball and arcane blaze from the rear. Every spell he launched would deal over 30 or so damage. Occasionally, he would even score a critical hit, causing 2 50s to appear. They're 2 levels above me, yet I'm able to deal this kind of damage. Tang Yao exclaimed while seemingly in a daze. His own damage output had shocked him. Under the combined efforts of their attacks, the 2 spiders collapsed on the ground by the time Nie Yan's health had fallen to around 50%. Afterward, the 2 victors took the time to rest up. While Nie Yan sat down and recovered his health, Tang Yao took out some spring water and used it to replenish his mana. What's your experience at? Nie Yan asked as he stood up, his health having fully recovered. Level 3, 56%. How about you? Tang Yao replied. He had played for over a week to get to this level. Level 3, 9%. Leveling in conviction was extremely difficult. Each level required an insane amount of experience to level up. Considering that he had just started playing a few days ago, his leveling speed was fast enough to frighten someone. Not even 2 days had passed and he was already level 3. If word were to get out, it would definitely frighten many people. While they chatted, Nie Yan used his crossbow to lure out another 2 spiders and killed them. Repeating this tactic, the entire area was soon completely cleared of monsters. Nie Yan bent down and picked up an item that had dropped from the last rock spider. It was a charged skill book for warriors. The market price for a charged skill book should be around 20 some coppers right now. Indeed, the drop rate in a level 5 area is much higher compared to the low level ones. What did it drop? A charged skill book. Tang Yao waved his hands and said, I'm pretty satisfied with just this fire chaser set, so you can take all the drops. Besides, I won't need to start looking for new equipment until I reach level 5. To Nie Yan, however, a single skill book wasn't of much value either. In the end, he didn't even try to argue with Tang Yao and threw the charged skill book into his knapsack. Since the two of them were in a party, they had to share the experience gained through combat. Thanks to Tang Yao's high damage, however, their pace had sped up significantly. Therefore they were gaining experience at a much faster rate than when they were by themselves, which made up for the fact that it was being shared. With the spiders all cleared out, Nie Yan walked over to where he had spotted the chest earlier. As he neared its location, he discovered many strange engravings and patterns etched into the top of the chest. These designs were extremely elaborate. In addition, there was a lock on this chest that kept it firmly sealed. Damn, I haven't learned the lockpicking yet. Lockpicking was a skill that could only be learned after reaching level 5. Not to mention, the skill book that taught it was extremely expensive as well. And since this was a level 5 map, a locked chest appearing wouldn't be unexpected. Well, what are we going to do then? Tang Yao asked. This was the first time he had ever come across a silver chest, and it was going to end with this kind of outcome. Let's leave it for now and try to get to level 5 as quickly as possible. Who knows? By that time, that chest might still be here, Nie Yan helplessly replied. Just as Nie Yan and Tang Yao were preparing to leave and go back to training, a nearby boulder suddenly began trembling. What's that? Tang Yao asked after being startled. The trembling boulder was quite large, roughly twice the size of an ordinary rock spider, and had a hard and coarse surface. Had it not been trembling, it would have perfectly blended in with the numerous other boulders that were strewn about the area. Abruptly, 8 legs extended out of this boulder as it stood up. Once it was fully upright, it gradually opened its eyes, revealing 8 mossy green lights. Scritch, scritch, it let out a shrill cry. The boulder was actually a rock spider. It's a leader-class rock spider. Nie Yan's heart tightened. He immediately entered stealth and made his way around it, positioning himself behind its back. Elite rock spider, level 5. Leader-class monster. Health, 180/180ths. The spider glanced at its surrounds and quickly locked its gaze onto Tang Yao's position. Tang Yao looked back at the spider and saw his own image being reflected in its eyes. This, combined with the spider's sinister appearance, was especially terrifying to him. He immediately turned back and began to retreat. What are we gonna do? This is a level 5 leader class rock spider. Tang Yao nervously exclaimed. The strongest mob he'd ever encountered up until now was a measly level 3 leader class. Not to mention, this was his first time entering a level 5 area and unexpectedly, he had already come across such a powerful opponent. Kill it. Blast it with magic. Nie Yan answered back. It was far more dangerous to try and run instead of fighting it. They would most definitely die while trying to escape. In addition, there was also the possibility of aggroing other spiders while on the run. As for escaping with a return scroll, it required 20 seconds to activate and would cancel upon being hit, which meant that it was out of the question as well. Under these circumstances, they were better off fighting it. Would the two of them even be able to kill a level 5 leader class monster? Tang Yao was skeptical. Make sure you get far away from it, at least 20 meters. Then find a narrow tunnel and bunker down inside. Don't run too far in, though, otherwise you might aggro some more spiders. Nie Yan warned. Tang Yao was still a novice and entrusting him with such a dangerous task would be difficult. In this situation, Nie Yan was perfectly safe and could escape at any time. As for Tang Yao, however, Nie Yan couldn't guarantee his survival if he were to fight. Thus, they could only resign themselves to fate. Scritch, scritch, the rock spider furiously cried out as it charged towards Tang Yao. Oh, for fuck's sake, Tang Yao hurriedly sped up his pace. While running, he followed Nie Yan's advice and fired an arcane fireball at it. Bang, the fireball exploded when it crashed into the spider's body and dealt 18 damage, causing a damage value to float above its head. Its defense was absurd. Fire magic was supposed to deal bonus damage to rock spiders, but even so, the damage was still just too low. However, this was to be expected. It was a leader-class monster after all, so the damage was still alright. There's my chance. Nie Yan's eyes lit up as he struck the back of the rock spider with a smothering strike. The spider trembled and stopped in place. It's only going to be stunned 3 seconds. Normally, smothering strike would daze an enemy for 6 seconds, but this rock spider was a leader-class monster. It had a certain resistance to crowd control effects. Thus, Nie Yan's control skills were only half as effective against it. Regardless, these 3 seconds were still more than enough. Hit it. Don't just stand there and watch. Nie Yan shouted. Upon hearing Nie Yan, Tang Yao immediately cast Arcane Blaze. Boom. The fiery blaze exploded when it hit the spider's body. When the spider woke from its dazed state, Nie Yan took the initiative and struck out with Assassinate. After using his dagger to stab into its fleshy abdomen, he followed through with Lacerate and slashed outward. His attack opened up a gaping hole on the spider's underside where a thick green liquid began oozing out. Even though Nie Yan had begun attacking, the spider was still aggroed onto Tang Yao. After coming out of its dazed state, it continued its pursuit. Seeing this, Tang Yao rapidly retreated into a narrow passage. Bam! The spider's immense body rammed itself into the opening of the passage but couldn't make it in. The surrounding walls trembled from this, causing several rocks to break from the ceiling and come crashing down to the ground. Scritch, scritch. The spider cried out furiously as it tried to squeeze its massive body into the passage. Come and see how this elder will take care of you. After realizing the spider couldn't enter, Tang Yao suddenly became much more courageous. He brandished his staff and fired off an arcane missile, then followed up with an arcane fireball. Damn it. Arcane missile is only dealing half as much damage as an arcane fireball. The cooldown for arcane missile was very short because it was a regular spell. The casting time was quite short as well, requiring only a single second. Meanwhile, arcane fireball had a 10-second cooldown and required 3 seconds to cast. So it was impossible for him to continuously cast arcane fireball. As Tang Yao fired off spells, the rock spider continued to unceasingly ram itself into the entrance of the passageway, causing the walls on both sides to shake. Soon cracks began emerging in the walls, and the ceiling of the passageway gradually began to show signs of a possible collapse. Not only was Tang Yao the first one to attack the leader-class rock spider, but he was also the one putting out the most damage. It was because of this that the spider's aggro had been firmly placed on him. Meanwhile, the spider had completely ignored Nie Yan, who was attacking it with a combination of skills, leaving the latter behind as it continued pursuing Tang Yao. Nie Yan took advantage of the current situation and, while the spider was still distracted by Tang Yao, fished out the vial of poison within his knapsack and used it to coat his dagger. 5 seconds later, he finished applying the poison. He approached the spider from the rear and stabbed his dagger into its abdomen while using Vital Strike. Minus 10% defense. Minus 52. The rock spider became poisoned and a status debuff was applied. Additionally, Nie Yan's Vital Strike was a critical hit and dealt quite a bit of damage. Scritch, scritch. The spider shrieked out in pain. It switched its focus to Nie Yan and pounced towards him. The spider's sudden change in targets caught Nie Yan off guard, forcing him to hastily fall back. Minus 78. Despite his attempts to flee, however, the rock spider's attack still managed to connect, draining the larger half of his health. Seeing his health bar quickly deplete, Nie Yan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately fished out a basic health potion and downed it, then rolled away and began retreating. The spider followed in pursuit. With the spider's attention elsewhere, Tang Yao was free to fire off a salvo of spells. He sent off Arcane Missile, Arcane Blaze and Arcane Fireball in quick succession. I'm going to be out of mana soon. Tang Yao glanced at his health and mana bars and found that he had roughly a quarter of his mana remaining. His mana expenditure was too ferocious, there was simply no chance his natural regeneration could keep up. Do you have any mana potions? Nie Yan asked. I have a basic mana potion. Then hurry up and drink it. We'll deal with it later, Nie Yan instructed. When he turned back to face the rock spider, he found that it had already neared his position. In response, he brandished his dagger and struck out with concussive strike, forcing the charging spider to abruptly halt its movements. Nie Yan took advantage of this and put some more space between himself and the spider. Even though the spider had been struck by concussive strike, it still managed to land an attack during the exchange. Nie Yan glanced at his health bar and found that roughly an eighth remained. Seeing this, he hurriedly used a combat bandage on himself. Plus 20, plus 20, plus 20. During all this, Tang Yao had fished out a bottle filled with a blue liquid from his knapsack and drank it. Drinking the potion actually gave him a slight heartache, not because of the potion itself, but because that single bottle of blue liquid was worth 10 coppers. To him, it was a life-saving treasure, one that he wouldn't use even in dire circumstances. Tang Yao's mana was instantly restored to 90%. With his mana now replenished, he unleashed several spells in succession. Each and every one of them exploded on contact, dealing a high amount of damage. Before 2 seconds had even passed, the rock spider woke from its dazed state. Upon waking, it immediately abandoned its attempt to pursue Nie Yan and instead rushed towards Tang Yao. Its aggro had shifted once again. Keep it, it's almost dead, Nie Yan shouted. Once his health was fully restored from the combat bandages, he rushed to the spider's side once again. The damage he and Tang Yao were dealing was by no means low. Even though their opponent was a level 5 leader class monster, it was still unable to withstand this kind of assault. By now, it only had a little over 10% of its health remaining. Scritch, scritch. The spider cried out manically as its entire body suddenly turned a shade of crimson red. Not good. This son of a bitch became enraged. Keep your distance and be careful of its attacks, Nie Yan nervously shouted. Even though Tang Yao still didn't understand what was going on, he followed Nie Yan's instructions regardless and began hastily retreating while continuing to cast spells. During his retreat, a spike jutted out from the ground below and pierced towards him. Fortunately, Tang Yao was still moving when this rock spike emerged, and as such, it only managed to barely graze him. However, this slight scratch still dealt 32 damage to his health. If this rock spike had hit Tang Yao directly, Nie Yan estimated that he would have lost at least 2/3 of his health. The attack nearly frightened Tang Yao to death, but the fact that he survived made him rejoice inside. Keep running and don't stop. Oh, and make sure to avoid stepping on any areas where you see the ground trembling or cracking. Nie Yan shouted. If Tang Yao paused for even a moment, then he would meet his end. Sure enough, as soon as Nie Yan finished talking, more rock spikes began jutting out from the ground. Tang Yao listened to Nie Yan's advice and paid close attention to the earth beneath his feet, occasionally dodging from side to side. Even so, aside from the first rock spike, not a single one managed to hit him. Tang Yao couldn't help but wonder how Nie Yan discovered this method for dodging the rock spikes. Could it be that he had slain a leader-class rock spider in the past? In the end, he put this thought in the back of his head and concentrated solely on evading the rock spikes erupting beneath his feet. He would occasionally see an opportunity to attack with a spell or two, but he never had the time to act. The spider seemed to become even more enraged as it watched attack after attack miss. It began to unceasingly ram itself into the tunnel walls in anger. Suddenly, crash, the walls finally crumbled and collapsed. The spider climbed over the pile of rubble and rushed inside the tunnel, pouncing towards Tang Yao. Run quickly, Nie Yan shouted. I can't, there's another rock spider behind me. If I run any further I'll end up aggroing it. Tang Yao nervously called out as he looked back at the spider's immense body which was fast approaching. Nie Yan looked at the spider's health bar. 5%. It only had a sliver of life left. It's fine. Keep running, Nie Yan shouted as he checked his skill bar. By now, several of his skills had come off cooldown. He chased after the spider and arrived near its rear. Assassinate. Lacerate. -2, -3. It still has 2% remaining. Vital Strike. Nie Yan lunged forward and pierced his dagger into the spider's abdomen. Scritch, scritch. The spider let out a miserable shriek as it fell to the ground with a heavy crash. The impact made the entire cave tremble and shake. We finally killed it. Nie Yan finally relaxed as he breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over to the rock spider's corpse and picked up the loot. Hey, over here. I've still got one chasing me. Tang Yao ran over to Nie Yan with a smaller rock spider in tow him. When he was evading the leader-class rock spider just a moment ago, he was unable to avoid alerting one of the spiders in the area. Thankfully it was only a common monster. Tang Yao ran behind Nie Yan and let the latter hold back the spider while he cast spells from the back. The two made short work of the spider, and it soon collapsed on the floor. My god, I'm going to die of exhaustion. Tang panted as he propped himself up against a nearby wall and began to slowly recover his health and mana. How they ever managed to kill this leader-class rock spider, which was 2 levels above them, was beyond him. Nonetheless, it was most likely his greatest achievement since starting the game, you know. I think I've just realized how awesome I actually am. Nie Yan took out the 2 items that the leader class rock spider had dropped, a single skill book and a silver white key. Skill book, meteor. Skill description, beckon forth meteors to smite your enemies. Required, 1 syllable, 3 gestures, and 1 talisman. Skill attribute, beginner, summon 5 meteors. Each meteor deals 5 bonus damage, 10 points of burn damage in a 5 by 5 meter area. Skill cooldown, 120 seconds. User restriction, elementalist, arcane mage, can only be learned by the righteous faction that protects the light. This was an uncommon arcane mage skill book and an extremely rare one at that. At the beginner level, it could summon blazing fireballs that would rain down from the sky like meteors. Each fireball could strike 5 targets within a designated area simultaneously. At later levels, it would become a powerful area-wide spell. Even something like this can drop. You lucky son of a bitch. Nie Yan was almost speechless. The meteor skill was exceedingly rare, as it could only be found in level 1 to 30 areas where rum spiders, rock spiders, and flame spiders spawned. Moreover, it would only drop from leader class or higher versions of said monsters. What's worse was that the drop rate for this skill wasn't more than 1 in 10,000. With the current level of the majority of the player base, this skill would be priceless in the marketplace. They really did meet with an unexpected success today. As for the rare drop, it was most likely due to killing a leader class monster that was 2 levels higher than them. What did it drop? Tang Yao asked in surprise. Looks like your luck isn't half bad today. It dropped a meteor skill book. At the beginner level, it serves as an unparalleled area of effect skill, dealing high damage in a small area. At the later levels, it becomes a pretty decent mobbing skill. Nie Yan felt a slight hint of envy as he summarized the skill to Tang Yao. An arcane mage acquiring meteor during the first 2 weeks of the game. This truly was too much of a blessing. Really? Tang Yao suddenly stood up in surprise. Let me see. It's not bad. You can use it, but compared to Templar magic, giant magic, or dragon magic, it's still somewhat lacking. Nie Yan threw the meteor skill book over to Tang Yao and then looked at the other item that had dropped. Silver key, used to open level 0 to 20 treasure chests that are silver or lower. Uses remaining, 3/3. What's Templar magic and dragon magic? You'll find out in the future. For now just take this meteor skill book, I'll be taking the key, Nie Yan replied. He and Tang Yao would both be getting the items most useful for themselves. Nevertheless, the key was still better in Nie Yan's hands, because only he would be able to get the most value out of it. Not to mention that, with this key, he could now finally open that locked silver treasure chest. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Tang Yao went ahead and learned meteor. Afterwards, when he read the skill's description, he felt extremely satisfied. He had been thoroughly depressed due to being pursued by the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild all day. Who would have guessed that Nie Yan's arrival would have completely reversed his dire situation, turning all of his sorrows into joy in the process. Nie Yan walked over to the silver treasure chest and began unlocking it with the silver key. System, opening treasure chest. Estimated completion, 20%. 50%. Click, the chest was unlocked. He glanced at the key which now had its durability reduced from 3 to 2. Not bad, I can still use this 2 more times. Nie Yan threw the key into his knapsack and then started to feel around the inside of the chest. Eventually, he grasped an item. It was small, round, and felt smooth inside his hand. It's a ring. Nie Yan's surprise echoed in his thoughts as he fished out the item from the chest. The band had an ashy gray color and he found it difficult to discern what material it was crafted from. Upon the setting attached to one side of the band sat an opaque white jewel adorned at the very center. Engraved on this opaque white jewel was the image of a spider. Despite its small size, the engraving was vivid and lifelike. It made it appear as though a jade white spider truly did exist within this jewel. Ring of woven silk. Properties, unidentified. It's a ring of woven silk. Nie Yan gasped in surprise. The ring of woven silk was a bronze tier accessory that could only be found in areas where spider-type monsters spawned. Moreover, it was a ring that retained its usefulness all the way up to level 60. This was due to the ring's unique properties. It could shoot out a tough resilient thread of spider silk that adhered to most surfaces and could extend up to 10 feet in length. In essence, it was the perfect treasure for scaling or jumping over obstacles such as rooftops, walls, ledges, or trees. What's a ring of woven silk? Tang Yao asked in bewilderment. Nie Yan faintly smiled and replied, just look at the craftsmanship. It should be at least a silver tier accessory. Although the properties of this ring were yet to be appraised, he was able to discern the grade of equipment like this just by glancing at the name. Oh, so it was a silver grade accessory. No wonder you were so excited. Tang Yao replied as he came to a sudden realization. From Nie Yan's perspective, this ring of woven silk was much more valuable than the meteor skill book. This was because this ring would make him significantly, therefore he would have plenty more options to consider when working towards a specific goal. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, now if only I can get a hold of that jewel from the Tree Ant King, then everything will be perfect. A friend of mine invited me to run the Tree Ant Forest with her tomorrow and there's still a few open spots. Do you want to join? Sure, but, would they even agree to have me? Tang Yao asked in a somewhat anxious tone. He and his friends had wanted to form a team and run a dungeon in the past, however, not a single team wanted them or agreed to let them join. No worries, you have me with you after all. Besides, your magic damage is 50 now. Such a high damage arcane mage. Even if they wanted to find one they wouldn't be able to. Have some confidence in yourself. You're my brother after all. Nie Yan smiled and patted Tang Yao on the shoulder. Understood. If you have any more advice to give, then please let me know now. Whatever you tell me, I'll practice it. I don't believe there's anything I can't learn. After listening to Nie Yan's words, Tang Yao was in high spirits after feeling touched by Nie Yan's words. Well, I've already told you all that you need to know in regards to improving your skills. The most crucial aspect now is whether you've practiced enough or not. As long as you practice, improve your reaction time, and put in the effort to avoid making any large mistakes, you'll have nothing to worry about. Try finding people to duel with early in the day to improve your skills. When you get to level 5, I'll find some people and we'll form a team to run the secret cavern. There I'll help you grab the Arcane Mage's Exile Disciple set. I'll have you so satisfied, you'll explode from happiness, Nie Yan said. With him here, it would be difficult for Tang Yao not to become an expert, even if he didn't want to. Really? Then it won't do if I don't make an effort. Tang Yao was now full of motivation. In the past, he felt it didn't matter how much he practiced his skills because in the end, he would never catch up to the people who were considered elites. However now, after listening to Nie Yan's words, he felt a bright future lay ahead of him. Afterward, Nie Yan gave Yao Yao a call through voice chat. What do you want? Yao Yao asked in an annoyed tone. In truth, she was no longer angry at Nie Yan. When she answered the call, however, she pretended to still be angry with him. Do you still have any extra spaces for tree and forest tomorrow? Nie Yan smiled helplessly. 2 more open spaces. I have a friend who I want to bring along. Are you guys willing to take him? What level is your friend? He's not joining just to leech experience, is he? Cause if he is, I'll have to ask my senior sister first. Also, what profession does this friend of yours play? Yao Yao answered in an abrasive tone. Arcane mage. Oh, what's his magic damage? Over 50. To be more accurate, it's 52. His damage is that high. Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise. Her magic damage as a holy mage was only at 37, a number which was considered to be quite high among others at the same level. She never expected that Nie Yan's friend would possess more magic damage than her, and by such a large margin at that. Hold on, I'll go ask my senior sister. She'll most likely agree to it. For an arcane mage to possess such high magic damage, they definitely must have cleared many dungeons in the past. These people were top experts. Even if you found one and begged them to join, they still might not necessarily agree to join you. And now one of these experts has been delivered right to their doorstep. Her senior sister would have absolutely no reason to refuse. Normally it would be quite the opposite, with Tang Yao being the one doing the refusing or accepting. Alright, go and ask. I'll be waiting for your reply. A few moments later, she sent a reply. I've asked big sister Yulan. She agreed to let your friend join, so bring him with you when you come tomorrow morning. Alright. Nie Yan nodded his head and hung up the call. Doot. Hello. Yao Yao still wanted to ask Nie Yan why his friend would even want to join them. From their perspective, this kind of expert wasn't easy to find, and they definitely weren't someone who would casually join up with a team like theirs. However, Nie Yan had already hung up on her. The only noise she heard from the call now was the busy signal that signified that the call had ended, which ended up infuriating her to no end as she madly stamped her feet on the ground. Hanging up on me so quickly. Now that you've got an expert by your side, you suddenly think you're too good for me, is that how it is? Humph. How infuriating. So, how'd it go? Are they willing to let me join? Tang Yao asked in an anxious tone as he fiddled with his hands. Up until now, Tang Yao had always been someone who would join pickup groups. Occasionally he would join a group and run some common instances with them. However, he had never formed a regular party or team. The teams that were able to run level 3 or higher instances also tended to be ones with a significant influence among the player base. Not to mention, these teams usually had fixed members. In almost all cases, there was simply no chance for an ordinary player to join. This was because if a team were to accept a weak player, that player would only hold the team back. This was why teams had harsh requirements and were particularly picky when recruiting new members. However, as long as a player met their requirements and joined their ranks, then they would easily become a part of the team. Such recruits would be called upon to join the ranks whenever the team was lacking in members. Hence why Tang Yao waited with heated expectation when Nie Yan had hung up the call. As a person who had also been unable to enter an elite team in the past, Nie Yan understood his feelings well. Tang Yao's eagerness and anticipation made Nie Yan reminisce about when he had first entered a team in the past. His feelings had been about the same back then as well. They agreed. All you need to do is tag along with me tomorrow and you'll be fine. Your stats alone would make any team eager to have you, so relax. After all, playing an arcane mage requires a significant amount of skill. That's great, Tang Yao excitedly exclaimed. Tomorrow was going to be his first time running a high-level instance like the tree and forest. This was an opportunity he had been yearning for even in his dreams. Are there any requirements to this instance? For this instance, there are no specific requirements for arcane mages. Just make sure not to draw any aggro and you'll be fine. By the way, tree ants have a fairly low resistance against fire magic, so who knows? Maybe you'll have done the most damage by the end of tomorrow. Nie Yan said while smiling. Meanwhile, Tang Yao was taking this matter seriously. When he recalled his first time running an instance, he didn't fare any better. Did you bring any talismans with you? I've got 5. Let's have a look at Meteor then. Cast the spell for me before we leave here in a bit. Where am I going to cast it? The surrounding area only had 1 or 2 rock spiders at most. Using the skill here would be too much of a waste. I'll gather them up, so just get ready. Nie Yan replied as he ran off deeper into the cave. Okay. Tang Yao fished out a talisman from his bag. He was filled with anticipation and was quite eager to find out just how powerful his new spell was. Nie Yan continued running deeper into the cave. Whenever he encountered a rock spider, he would attack it once and, instead of tangling with it any further, continue on his way. After these spiders were attacked, they would chase after him. The number of spiders chasing him steadily increased until they began slowing down due to the crowding. Nie Yan was quite nimble as he moved back and forth through the cave. The mass of 20+ rock spiders following behind him as they cried out made him resemble a train. Tang Yao was busy tidying up his knapsack when he heard the sound of activity coming from deeper within the cave. When he walked over to take a look, he discovered a deluge of 20+ spiders surging through the passage. They appeared as though they were going to swallow up everything in their path. Oh, my God, how did you manage to aggro so many of them? Tang Yao cried out in alarm as he turned around and began running for dear life. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and cast Meteor already. Nie Yan pestered through voice chat. Meteor takes 10 seconds to cast. By the time I finish casting, it'll already be too late. Tang Yao anxiously replied. He estimated he would be overrun by spiders before he could even finish casting the spell. I don't care, just start casting. Come on, hurry up. Tang Yao clenched his teeth and unraveled the talisman. After brandishing his staff, he began casting Meteor. Soon, large amounts of fire essence from the surrounding area began converging at his location. As the fire essence gathered, the sheer heat from the scorching blaze caused the temperature in the surrounding air to rise. Tang Yao watched as Nie Yan led the 20+ rock spiders through the passageway and into the cave intersection. As spiders surged into the intersection like a massive wave, Nie Yan ran into the narrow passage where Tang Yao had retreated. The passage was so narrow that only a single spider managed to squeeze itself through, but in doing so, it blocked off access to the passage for the rest of the spiders behind itself. Concussive strike. Nie Yan turned around and struck the leading spider in the head, causing it to enter a dazed state and stop the movements of the spiders behind itself. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. As time slowly ticked by, the fire essence which was steadily gathering around Tang Yao became increasingly intense. For the most part, the spells that required a set of syllables to cast were also the ones that had a relatively large area of effect. From Nie Yan's knowledge and experience, Meteor was the only area of effect spell that elementalists and arcane mages could learn at level 0, and it was quite efficient at killing many monsters. However, even if you were to gather up 1,000 elementalists and arcane mages, you still might not necessarily find one that possessed Meteor. After 3 seconds passed, the spider woke from its dazed state and immediately pounced towards Nie Yan. In reaction, Nie Yan raised his dagger and began skirmishing with the rock spider. He kept the spider firmly in place and prevented any of its attacks from reaching Tang Yao, so as to avoid interrupting the spell. 10 seconds, whether this moment was long or short depended on one's perspective. The truth of the matter, however, was that the moment would simply be over once you counted from 1 to 10. While in a trance-like state, Tang Yao raised his staff and chanted lines of strange syllables that even he didn't know the meaning of. When he finished casting, an enormous fireball fell from above. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed out as the fireball crashed into the group of spiders. The fireball resembled a heavenly maiden upon impact, scattering fiery blossoms in every direction. These blazing flowers didn't immediately extinguish upon landing on the ground. Instead, they continued to burn, dealing a fixed amount of damage every second to the spiders that were caught in the explosion. Scritch, scritch. The 20+ spiders caught in the explosion were in a state of upheaval as they cried out in agony. No matter what kind of state they were in, however, they were still unable to attack Nie Yan and Tang Yao. So, he had already calculated everything. No wonder he dared to aggro so many monsters at once. Nie Yan and Tang Yao were only able to kill monsters like this by taking advantage of the unique topography of this intersection. Attempting to use this tactic and unleash a fireball upon a large group of enemies would have been suicidal if they were out in an open field. Normally the destruction caused by meteor would be extremely limited in narrow spaces such as this. As it turned out, however, the intersection within the cave was quite suitable for casting the spell. Tang Yao couldn't help but admire Nie Yan even more. For him to be able to think of a tactic like this. A second later, another fireball rained down from above and exploded after hitting the ground. The brilliant flames expanded into the surroundings upon impact. 3 more enormous fireballs subsequently rained from the sky. Of the spiders that had been hit by meteor, 6 were directly crushed, 16 burned to the death from the continuous area of effect burn damage, and the remaining were all dying or near death. The destructive capabilities of meteor had been clearly displayed before their very eyes. Tang Yao gazed blankly at the pile of rock spider corpses that lay before him. He had single-handedly caused all this destruction, a realization which hard for him to conceive. Nie Yan, did I really do all this? Tang Yao asked foolishly. Only after looking at the enormous amount of experience, did he finally come to accept it. Just a moment ago, he really was the caster of that formidable meteor spell. What have you got that blank look for? Come on, let's take care of the remaining spiders, Nie Yan smiled and said. I'm out of mana. Tang Yao gazed at his mana bar that was almost completely bereft of any color. He still had enough to cast a few arcane missiles, but he wouldn't be able to cast anything like flame explosion. After hearing Tang Yao's words, Nie Yan recalled something. Meteor was a spell that voraciously consumed mana. That fact that Tang Yao was able to cast it was already quite impressive. Not to mention, he even had a little bit of mana left over to cast other spells. Besides the mana consumption, Meteor also required talismans which weren't cheap either. Therefore, if he was to continue casting this spell while grinding monsters, then Tang Yao would find his funds being quickly eaten away. Nie Yan pounced towards one of the remaining rock spiders and used Vital Strike to kill it. Following this, he and Tang Yao began quickly cleaning up the remaining spiders. Soon, every single of one of those 20+ spiders had met their end and collapsed on the floor. Nie Yan walked over to the corpses and gathered up the loot which amounted to a total of 3 coppers. In the end, not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar. It had risen by another 3% after killing so many rock spiders. We've cleared out all the monsters in this area. Let's head deeper in, Nie Yan suggested. Mob grinding in such a manner could only be experienced every once in a while, as the monsters wouldn't respawn fast enough to make it a viable tactic. What? Why are we going even further in? Tang Yao asked in a surprised manner. There's something I must do deeper in the cave. Besides, the scenery inside this cave is quite mystical, Nie Yan replied as he smiled mysteriously. Upon arriving inside this cave, Nie Yan had vaguely remembered something unique about it. There was a spring at the very end of the rock spider cave. Not only was the water in this spring quite deep, but it also contained many strong currents which weaved and intersected with one another underneath the surface. As for why these currents existed, it was because the spring connected to an underground lake. After passing through the lake, you would find yourself arriving at a secluded ravine where all kinds of exotic medicinal herbs grew in large abundance. However, there was something even more valuable inside this ravine. Something which countless players could only yearn for in their dreams, a torn page from the Book of Order. In the game's lore, the Book of Order and Book of Chaos were both divine objects which had been handed down since the era of shared governance 873 to 1235. Even after 500 or 600 years had passed, the legend of these two books continued to spread. Their emergence was a mystery, as well as the origins of their author. Order and Chaos represented the laws of the world. Each of the 2 books contained 6 volumes, 36 chapters total. These books represented 2 distinct and opposing powers which were scattered across the world. Legend has it that if one were to gather every page and complete the Book of Order, they would be able to revive the God of Order and gain immense power. Moreover, the owner of the Book of Order would become the supreme pontiff of the righteous faction and control all the holy shrines in the continent. On the opposite side of the spectrum, if one were to complete the Book of Chaos, they would gain immense destructive power and become the ruler of darkness, arch-nemesis of the owner of the Book of Order. The Book of Order and the Book of Chaos were both legendary existences. When the first 6-chapter volume emerged, a cinematic played showing the long history of the Viridian Empire and Satrine Empire. The 6 chapters from the Book of Order were as follows: the chapter of justice, the chapter of honesty, the chapter of courage, the chapter of wisdom, the chapter of equality, and the chapter of freedom. These 6 chapters fell in the hands of 6 people, each of whom were experts that possessed a seat as one of the top 100 members in the righteous faction. The owners of the chapter of justice, the chapter of courage, and the chapter of wisdom were respectively the 1st seat, the 3rd seat, and the 6th seat. As such, the correlation between the 2 caused these chapters from the Book of Order to be viewed as divine existences by the public. It was correct that each of these chapters from the Book of Order possessed a powerful strength, but the caveat was that they could not be stored in a player's personal storage. Thus, the player would be forced to carry them on person. When the owner of a chapter was killed by another player, the chapter would always drop, unless the player possessed all 6 chapters. Due to this, the fighting and killing instigated by the Book of Order was almost never ending. The chapter of justice, chapter of courage, and chapter of wisdom eventually fell into the hands of the leaders of 3 super guilds. The owners of the remaining chapters also gained formidable power, but they had to always keep a low profile whenever they set out. They would also try to avoid using their chapter's powers in the presence of other players. Even so, Nie Yan had still witnessed the powerful might of these chapters from the Book of Order in videos before. The holder of the chapter of justice was the president of Angel Corp, a demon hunter from the elf race, Anyi Tianchi. He once confronted and defeated over 100 hostile enemies by summoning 16 righteous knights. One person had defeated over 100 players. This event that later became a legend. The holder of the Chapter of Wisdom was Holy Judgment's guild leader, a holy mage, emperor killer. He had withstood the invasion of the undead, during which he used the forbidden magic Resplendent Brilliance and eliminated 300 liches, thus creating another legend. The holder of the Chapter of Courage was the guild leader of the Holy Empire Guild, a berserker, Sleepy Fox. During a guild war, he rushed deep into the enemy ranks all by himself, killing an enemy with every few steps and personally beheading over 200 of them. He had slaughtered everything before him. Nie Yan couldn't help but burn with excitement when he thought of this. The Book of Order truly was an item of immense temptation. And now, in his new life, Nie Yan had the chance to gather all 6 chapters of the first volume. There was only one problem: he didn't know if he could. Nie Yan knew the whereabouts of the 6 chapters in the first volume quite clearly. As for the other 30 chapters that were scattered across the world, he roughly knew most of their locations. The one he was currently searching for was the 3rd chapter of the Book of Order, the Chapter of Courage. What are we going to do when we get further in? Just follow me to the end of the cave. After that you can head back and continue training. The place I'm planning to go to is somewhere you're not capable of reaching, Nie Yan replied. His destination would be somewhat difficult to reach even for a thief like himself. Thus, there was no need to consider an arcane mage like Tang Yao. Is it dangerous? Tang Yao curiously asked. Yes, very. Nie Yan nodded and replied. If it's that dangerous, then why do you want to go there? Tang Yao asked while deep in confusion. There's a certain item there I want to retrieve. Nie Yan laughed as he responded. The game had just recently come out, and players like Tang Yao wouldn't know just how alluring a single chapter from the Book of Order was. I see. Tang Yao slowly nodded his head. He still didn't understand why Nie Yan wanted to go despite being aware of the danger. However, it seemed Nie Yan already had a plan, so he didn't inquire any further. After finishing their conversation, the two headed deeper into the cave. The passages were extremely narrow, which massively reduced Meteor's effectiveness. As a result, the two had to resort to using ordinary methods to clear the way as they slowly advanced. Rock spiders fell one after another. Under Nie Yan's guidance, Tang Yao felt his skills improve significantly. You're making rapid progress. Keep practicing like this and you'll find yourself becoming an expert in no time. Oh yeah, since we'll be heading to a dungeon tomorrow, let me give you a rundown on a few of the basics. The key aspects are aggro management and positioning. The dungeon we're running tomorrow is going to be a bit difficult, so it's best that you take caution, especially since we're dealing with the Tree Ant King, Nie Yan said while facing Tang Yao. He went on and passed down all his knowledge regarding arcane mages and dungeoneering to Tang Yao. From time to time, he would also explain a few of the key parts of the Tree Ant Forest. Tang Yao keenly listened to every word he said. Before meeting Nie Yan, he could have been considered an average player. Neither his skills nor his equipment would have been considered anything special. In the end, he could only continue lagging behind others in the lower levels. But right now he was wearing the Fire Chaser set, which meant that his equipment was among the very best. Not only did this great success make him feel self-conscious, but it also put an immense pressure on him. In order to live up to his own expectations, Tang Yao began to work as hard as an actual expert would. In truth, Tang Yao's aptitude was pretty decent. Though it couldn't be considered at the apex, he would still be considered quite skilled. After receiving Nie Yan's pointers, however, he completely transformed. Even if he wasn't regarded as an expert, in respect to his skills, it was evident that he knew how to improve. What else do I have to take note of? The most important stats for an arcane mage are intelligence, awareness, and focus. Among these 3, intelligence is the primary stat and undoubtedly the most important. Now this leaves the remaining 2, awareness and focus, which are auxiliary stats. Awareness improves your survivability when confronting enemies that are able to stealth, whereas focus makes it harder for your spells to be interrupted. Hence these 2 stats are extremely important as well. You can't improve auxiliary stats by leveling up, thus you must rely on passive skills to improve them. So if you want to keep up with others, make sure to possess the relevant passive skills. By the way, if you see any suitable skill books in the future and want to buy them but lack the money, let me know. I'll help you pay for them, Nie Yan said. Money isn't something I'm lacking, so you don't have to do that. I'll just need to hang around the auction house some more in the future, that's all, Tang Yao said as he shook his head. He took all of Nie Yan's advice to heart. As the pair neared the end of the cave, the faint sound of running water could be heard. Well, now that we've reached our destination you should head back. There are 3 leader class rock spiders up ahead, and I'm afraid you won't be able to make it past them, Nie Yan suggested. In his past life, he had seen a video online about how the Chapter of Courage was found. From this video, he had completely memorized the path to the chapter. I see. Well, you be careful then. Nie Yan nodded his head. I'll call you before heading over to the dungeon tomorrow, so go train and level for now. I'll be leaving then. Tang Yao took out the return scroll, unraveled it and read it out loud. After 20 seconds, he became a streak of white light and teleported away. Nie Yan watched as Tang Yao was spirited away, then headed further into the cave. Originally, he had planned to wait until his level was higher before retrieving any chapters from the Book of Order. At his current level, retrieving the Chapter of Courage would be quite troublesome. Since he was already here, however, he decided that he might as well try it out. After all, if he was successful in obtaining the Chapter of Courage, then it would certainly make it much easier for him to level in the future. Nie Yan traveled deeper into the cave, where the secret area was located, and hid among the shadows. After walking for 3 minutes, he found himself in an open space. Off in the distance, he could see 3 giant leader-class rock spiders patrolling the area. Even further back, beyond the rock spiders, he could see an area entirely composed of water, roughly around 200 square meters. The water circulated from a narrow channel which eventually led underground. This was the source of running water that he had heard from before. 3 leader-class rock spiders blocked his path to the pond. They frequently moved about in the open space, only stopping in place to scratch their heads with their legs every once in a while. Nie Yan carefully observed them. He estimated that roughly 10 meters lied between him and the water's edge. For non-thief professions, it was absolutely impossible to pass through this area without alerting the leader-class rock spiders. Other professions would have to resort to killing them if they wanted to make it through the area. I guess there's no choice but to go in regardless. Nie Yan understood the risky nature of such a tactic, but he had overcome situations that were several times more dangerous than this one before. The most alluring characteristic of the thief profession was the sheer excitement it provided. Thieves did what no other professions dared to do, and in doing so, they experienced the feeling of dancing between life and death. Perhaps his own nature was one that welcomed risks and dangers. What mattered most was that Nie Yan enjoyed this feeling. He strived to achieve the impossible and overcome dangerous situations one after another because it was proof of his own ability. After some quick calculations, he estimated that 2.5 meters was the closest he could get to one of the spiders without alerting it. As long as I'm not within 2.5 meters, I should be safe. Nie Yan entered stealth and began making his way forward. The 3-leader class rock spiders continued to move about the area, their large eyes constantly reflecting images of their surroundings. Within the area, not a single thing was overlooked under their vigilant watch. In his past life, a player once calculated the statistics of the various types of monsters. They discovered that among animal-type monsters, spider types were ranked number 7 when it came to awareness. To put this into perspective, the number of animal-type monsters in the game amounted to approximately 6,000. This alone proved just how high the awareness of spiders was. Nie Yan carefully maintained the distance between himself and the leader class rock spiders. He gradually moved towards the water's edge while simultaneously controlling his breathing. Using clock position, the locations of all 3 spiders were respectively 3.5 meters at 9 o'clock, 5 meters at 12 o'clock, and 6 meters at 11 o'clock. His body resembled a gecko as he stuck himself to the cave wall and gradually shuffled his way forward. Every action was made with meticulous care. From the loose stones near the cave wall to the scattered gravel underneath his feet, they were all variables that he had to take into consideration. Caution was a ship that sailed for 10,000 years. Nie Yan felt he could never be too careful. The 6 years of experience he had gained in his past life granted him a deep understanding of this kind of reasoning. It was something he truly learned only after experiencing countless bitter lessons. In total, he had died over 300 outside of instances. Needless to say, the times he died while in them was even more. An expert who had never experienced death was never an expert to begin with. If one wanted to be looked upon as an expert, then it was absolutely essential to take risks and gain experience in PvP. It was because experience could only be gained in such dangerous situations that death was unavoidable. In the eyes of an expert, players who had never experienced death or only grinding monsters to reach level 100 were still considered beginners. It was truly only because of his numerous experiences with death that Nie Yan became a somewhat well-known great thief and held the title of Shadow Dancer. The difference between Shadow Dancer and an average thief was only a single title. At that time, however, only 6 other people within the entire Atlantic continent held the title of Shadow Dancer. As Nie Yan moved forward, he gradually came within roughly 3 meters of one of the nearby leader-class rock spiders. The spider suddenly trembled and turned its gaze towards Nie Yan's location. Fortunately, Nie Yan was completely immersed within the darkness of the cave. The shadows here provided him an excellent environment to conceal himself. Even so, the rock spider's gaze was so intense that it actually appeared to be capable of piercing through the darkness. The tenseness in his heart reached an extreme as he held his breath and stuck as close to the cave wall as possible. The spider trembled as it saw a distinct silhouette gradually came into view. Scritch, scritch. It let out a cry and rushed towards its newfound opponent. Damn it, I've been discovered. Nie Yan's heart sank as he activated a speed scroll and sped towards the spring as fast he could. In that same moment, the 2 other spiders also took action and attempted to flank Nie Yan. They blocked off his path while the previous spider attempted to ram him. Nie Yan bent his knees to their limit and then leapt out of the way of the attacking spider. His character's weight load was currently light, thus he had a maximum jumping distance of 3 meters and jump height of half a meter. In a flash, he leapt out of the rock spider's attack range. Boom! The spider's immense body rammed into the wall. The impact fractured the wall, sending rubble falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 spiders simultaneously pounced at him from the front and left flank. However, Nie Yan's senses were sharp. He quickly went into a roll after landing, avoiding the oncoming charge of both spiders. Bang! The 2 spiders collided with each other, and as a result, they flipped over and sprawled out on their backs. The 3-leader class rock spiders had nearly blocked off all paths of escape with their massive bodies alone. Nie Yan successfully escaped their encirclement by passing through a small gap between the 3 spiders, after which he continued running forward. Upon reaching the 5-meter mark, he increased his pace even more as he bolted towards the spring. One of the spiders managed to recover faster than the others and pounced towards Nie Yan. Seeing this, Nie Yan leapt into the air, and with a splash, dove headfirst into the spring. The 3 rock spiders hovered around when they arrived at the water's edge. However, in the end, none of them dared to enter. It was yet another narrow escape. As Nie Yan dove deeper, he activated the water aversion pearl's ability. There was even less light underwater, which meant that his view distance was extremely limited. Meanwhile, the underlying currents posed a huge challenge as they pushed him every which way, making it more difficult to swim. At times they would even forcefully push or pull him away from his destination. Nie Yan stabilized himself and carefully observed his surroundings. After reclaiming his bearings, he swam forth once more. There shouldn't be any monsters here, Nie Yan thought to himself. He swam for another 10 minutes before seeing gentle pillars of light shine down through the waters above him. I remember this place. There's a treasure chest near this location, Nie Yan thought as he swam through the dark waters at the bottom of the lake. In his previous life, every inch of this area had been thoroughly searched by others. Even the hidden nooks and crannies weren't exempt from this search. It was because of this that Nie Yan knew there was someone who had found a treasure chest in this location before. Aside from the water far above, the surrounding region was pitch black. Therefore, Nie Yan could only rely on his sense of touch as he navigated through the area. He felt a slight pain as his feet hit the ground and he came into contact with several protruding rocks. He had reached a lakebed. Ignoring the pain, Nie Yan continued to fumble his way through the rocks on the lakebed. He reached his hands into the soft, delicate sand below and searched around. His hands soon came into contact with an object seemingly hidden underneath the lakebed. Immediately he began digging his way through layers upon layers of sand until a faint golden shimmer entered his eyes, causing his pupils to sharply contract. I struck it rich. It's a gold treasure chest. The golden treasure chest emitted a brilliant luster within the darkness of the lakebed. Every inch of its surface was covered with delicate carvings. Although these engravings seemed somewhat worn and aged, it didn't affect the overall aesthetic of the chest. On the contrary, it gave off the appeal of an artifact with historical value. What was even more remarkable was a certain symbol on the chest that caught Nie Yan's eye, a delicate engraving of a wolf. The engraving was roughly the size of an adult's fist. When Nie Yan looked closely, he could even make out each individual hair on this extremely detailed engraving. Both equipment and objects within the Atlantic continent were filled with a strong historical value from all eras. Each and every sculpture, painting, handiwork, and weapon carried the historical characteristics of their respective era. Therefore, no matter what decade, century, or era, there would always be relevant research on that certain time period. With 10 full years of experience with this game, Nie Yan had a meticulous understanding of the history behind these engravings, paintings, and so on. This particular engraving was the symbol of an infamous pirate group that roamed the Sinth Sea region during the era of shared governance 873 to 1235. They were an endless headache for the Republic until their legislative body finally decided to act. The Republic dispatched their most elite naval forces to exterminate the pirates. The allied navy formed by the coalition of humans, giants, elves, and beastmen forced these pirates to flee for their lives. In the end, these pirates were eventually defeated. However, rumors have it that, before the war between the pirates and the Republic broke out, the pirates hid their treasures and scattered them in various locations throughout the continent. In response, the Republic decreed that ownership of the lost treasures would go to whomever finds them. As a result, countless treasure hunting groups were formed in hopes of finding lost treasure. Indeed, many of these lost treasures ended up being found during this time period. However, many remained hidden, lost within the Atlantic continent for centuries. This golden chest was one such relic left behind from the era of shared governance. The historical value of this ancient chest alone would make historians lose their minds. Nie Yan only knew that someone from his past life had found a chest in this area. He thought that the treasure chest would just be an ordinary one. Never did he expect that it was actually a golden treasure chest left behind from the era of shared governance. Whoever found the chest must have meticulously and deliberately hid the chest's rank because of this. Nie Yan opened the chest and reached inside. After feeling around for a bit, he grabbed onto what appeared to be a dagger. When he felt the dagger in his palm, Nie Yan couldn't suppress the fierce excitement within his heart. He hastily took the dagger out from the chest and gazed at its properties. Assassin's Decree Dagger. Properties, unidentified. As the dagger needed to be appraised, he couldn't tell what its properties were yet. However, despite having been worn down after sitting here for centuries, the cold glint reflecting off the blade's edge showed that it was still sharp. This dagger had a unique design, vastly different from a common dagger. The handle was embroidered with various multicolored jewels, which made it look extremely beautiful. There was also a blood groove on the flat side of the blade, which made the dagger look streamlined and sleek. The tip was not unlike a barb with the blade curving inwards. This dagger looked like it could easily cut through flesh. Assassin's Decree. Nie Yan tried to search his mind for any information related to this dagger, but nothing surfaced. He had never come across this dagger before, and thus he was unable to guess its properties. Despite this, he was still able to discern from the design of that dagger alone that it was at least a gold tier piece of equipment. Nie Yan understood just how significant owning a gold tier piece of equipment this early in the game's existence would be. He would have many opportunities in the future which wouldn't have presented themselves had he not obtained this dagger. Knowing this, Nie Yan was filled with endless excitement as he stored the dagger into his knapsack. Even if he failed to retrieve the chapter of courage this time, this dagger alone would have made the trip worthwhile. According to how the game was designed, it was highly unlikely that two chests of the same quality would appear in the same area. The chances for such a situation to occur were slim to none. Thus Nie Yan didn't bother searching the lakebed anymore and instead began swimming up towards the surface where rays of light gently shone down into the water. As he neared the surface, the light became increasingly intense. Splash! When Nie Yan's head broke through the surface of the water, he found himself in an extremely small spring. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered a beautiful valley. The clear spring he found himself in flowed down the valley gulch and into a flourishing forest below. An abundance of grass grew freely in the rest of the valley, resembling a thick green carpet which covered everything aside from the forest itself. Various kinds of wild flowers were littered across the area. These flowers gave off a delicate fragrance which wafted throughout the region. Surrounding the valley were steep green mountains that acted as a natural barrier from the outside world. These mountains were home to a diverse range of vegetation, which meant this area was most likely sealed off from the rest of the world. A short while later, Nie Yan was now walking through the deeper parts of the forest below. The dense foliage blocked off most of the sunlight from above, however, some light still managed to pass through the tender green leaves and shine down upon the earth below. It was because of this, the forest was not dark, but instead tinted a shade of viridian which gave off a mysterious yet warming sensation. As Nie Yan walked through the forest, the surroundings made it seem as though he had entered a completely different world. Nie Yan swept his gaze over every nook and cranny in the forest. When he spotted a certain shrub at the base of the mountain, he was incapable of looking away. This particular shrub reached up to his knees and had many branches. Its appearance was not unlike a jade sculpture, pure, translucent, and radiating with vibrant colors. Tucked away within the shrub's leaves was a single scarlet red fruit that resembled a cherry, tender and glistening. This is a red berry. I didn't think a plant like this could appear in such a low-level area. Nie Yan's memories were still quite clear. During the latter years of his past life, the selling price of a single red berry reached up to several hundred gold. Moreover, each and every red berry held different properties. Nie Yan walked towards the steep mountain wall and carefully harvested the red berry from the shrub. Fortunately, he had already learned the gatherer skill, otherwise he would have had no chance retrieving this fruit, an event which would have been truly unfortunate. Red berry, rare fruit. Description: the player who eats this fruit will gain +2 willpower permanently. Restriction: each player may only consume this fruit up to 3 times. Further consumption will not yield any additional benefits. Considering the red berry's inherent rarity, and the fact that it could also permanently increase a player's stats, it was no wonder this fruit could sell for upwards of several hundred gold. Nie Yan contemplated for a while before finally deciding to eat the fruit. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Besides, this fruit was meant to be eaten, only a fool would actually sell it. An additional 2 willpower was quite decent. Willpower was a stat that reduced the effectiveness of debuffs such as sickness, poison, curses, resistance debuffs, etc. on a player. It didn't matter if it was PvP or PvE, willpower was a stat that would always be useful. After all, the number of mobs and classes that could cast debuffs on a player were more than just a few. Nie Yan put the fruit into his mouth. It melted almost instantaneously and became warm current that flowed directly to his stomach. He took a quick glance at his willpower stat. It had gone from 0 to 2. Having 2 willpower at such a low level was rather useful. After eating the red berry, he didn't dally any further and headed deeper into the forest. After walking down a path hidden in the grass for roughly 5 minutes, he finally entered the deeper part of the forest. Here the trees were more lush and exuberant, but the lighting was much dimmer due to the light having to penetrate through much more vegetation to reach the ground below. The forest floor was covered in a layer of dead leaves that stretched as far as the eye could see. Within the dark forest, a single bright ray of light could be seen shining through the dense foliage. The absence of any other lights only served to make it all the more prominent and clear. At the center of the ray of light was a meter-high cylindrical column that seemed to have been carved out of stone. Placed atop this column was a thick book which seemed to have been eroded by the elements. Its worn state seemed to be a testament to the book's long and distant history. This book was, according to Nie Yan's memories, aptly named, Annal of the Era of Shared Governance. Its contents detailed all of the historical events that occurred during the era of shared governance. It was within this thick history book that the chapter of courage was hidden. Nie Yan walked up to the column and extended his right hand towards the cover of the book. The moment his fingers made contact, the book opened up by itself and began rapidly flipping through its pages. Suddenly, a narration began playing. Within this secret forest, you've discovered a thick book that chronicles the history of an ancient era. Upon placing your hand on the book, you suddenly feel a mysterious force enter your body. What's this? You inquire to yourself while brimming with curiosity. Shortly after, the pages in the book begin turning by themselves, revealing mysterious silver-leafed characters. From these characters, you learn this: Annals of the Era of Shared Governance was written by a combination of 3 languages: the Kasat Giant Language, Ancient Universal Language, and Draconic Language. You record this newfound knowledge in your head. System, you've learned the language of the Kasat Giants. System, you've learned the language of the dragons. System, you've learned the ancient language of the common people. System, you've received the Annals of the Era of Shared Governance. The Atlantic continent contained over 300 languages. Before, Nie Yan had only learned the current common language, which was the language of the humans. Yet suddenly, he had learned 3 new languages. He quickly glanced over his information page and realized it had a new section titled Annals of the Era of Shared Governance. Within this section was a description of every notable event that had occurred during that era. This sort of data was invaluable. In the future, it could help Nie Yan accomplish many tasks and identify various items. This, Annals of the Era of Shared Governance, will save me a lot of time and trouble when completing quests related to that era, Nie Yan couldn't help but think to himself. Looking closely at the book, you are surprised to discover a separate piece of paper tucked away between the pages of the book. Numerous rows of mysterious, dark golden characters dotted this page. As you look over the lines of gibberish, you slowly realize that these characters belong to the language of the Kasat Giants and spell out, Chapter of Courage. I finally found it, Nie Yan pleasantly thought to himself as he glanced at the chapter's properties. Chapter of Courage, the 3rd chapter of the 1st volume of the Book of Order, an incomplete piece of the legendary book. Description: whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties: receive 2 additional stat points and 1 skill point every 5 levels. Focus plus 15, willpower plus 15, resilience plus 16, jump plus 15, reflex plus 15, speed plus 16. Transcendent insight, gain the ability to see through your enemies. Allows you to view enemy character information. Also grants the ability to appraise items. Passive, awareness plus 10. Adjudicator of God, when activated, become immune to all magic, gain 500 health, and summon an advanced life-saving shield that absorbs 60% of all incoming damage for 5 minutes. This skill cannot be used in instances. Cooldown, 10 days 1/10. User restriction, can only be bound by a member of the righteous faction who protects the light. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's inventory. Nie Yan stared out blankly as his hands began to tremble lightly. He had seen the properties of this chapter on the internet in his past life before, but now, as he held the chapter in his hands, he experienced an entirely different feeling. He reckoned this Adjudicator of God was the very skill the guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, had used to slaughter his way through 200 players in his past life. Not to mention the skill even made the player immune to every single type of magic for 5 minutes. What kind of overpowered ability was this? What was even more disgusting was the fact that Sleepy Fox already had top-tier equipment in the first place. If you added immunity to all magic, 500 health, and a shield that absorbed 60% of all damage, then his strength would undoubtedly become excessive beyond reason. To meet him on the battlefield would simply be meeting a god of death. However, the cooldown period of the skill was still quite high. After all, it would take 10 days before the skill could be activated again, which was why most players wouldn't rashly use the skill unless they were at a critical juncture. And that was just the Adjudicator of God skill. The chapter's other properties were quite powerful as well, especially the one that allowed a player to gain an additional 2 stat points and 1 skill point every 5 levels. Nie Yan was practically bursting with happiness. From his knowledge, the only professions that had a bonus that came close to this were shamans, paladins, and dark knights, who also gained 2 additional stat points every 5 levels. Due to their professions' characteristics, however, they had to evenly distribute their stats between strength and intellect, because those professions would practically be useless if only focused on a single stat. However, a thief was different. On top of the 5 stat points and 1 skill point he would gain every 5 levels from level 0 to 30, he would now also gain 2 additional stat points and 1 skill point every 5 levels thanks to the Chapter of Courage. Nie Yan understood what this meant. If you included the other stat bonuses and properties of the chapter, Nie Yan had effectively leapt up to become one of the top experts, if not the strongest player in the game. This chapter from the Book of Order clearly lived up to its name as a legendary existence. After placing the Chapter of Courage into his knapsack, Nie Yan glanced at his stat page and found that several of his stats had risen by a large amount. When Adjudicator of God came off cooldown, he would become unequaled in terms of combat strength. However, from now on, he would have to take extra caution whenever he was killing mobs or fighting players. This was because the Chapter of Courage would immediately drop from his body if he died. The only way to prevent this was to find the other 5 chapters and complete the first volume of the Book of Order. Despite having finally retrieved the Chapter of Courage, Nie Yan didn't relax or loosen his guard at all. After storing the chapter in his knapsack, he took out a return scroll and began channeling it. System, unable to activate return scroll from this location. Alarms rang out in Nie Yan's mind. He understood well what this announcement signified. He was currently in a sealed region. How could the game allow him to get the Chapter of Courage so easily? It was reasonable to assume that the chapter would have a guardian protecting it, which was a boss known as the Guardian of Order. However, up until now, why had it still not made an appearance? In the past, Nie Yan had merely skimmed through the video regarding the chapter. There was one thing, however, that remained deeply engraved in his mind, the imposing figure of the Guardian of Order. As Nie Yan thought about this, the ground beneath his feet began to violently tremble and crack. It was as though something below was attempting to force its way up. Nie Yan glanced at the path he took to get here, but found it had been obstructed by falling boulders. Shit, I have to make a run for it. He looked around but there wasn't even a single exit anywhere in sight. With no other options left, he began heading towards the mountain. Upon arrival, he found a slope that didn't seem too steep and began nimbly climbing his way up. Many trees grew atop the mountain slope, giving him plenty of handholds. While climbing, Nie Yan suddenly recalled something. Oh right, the ring of woven silk. Up until now, he still hadn't found an opportunity to appraise the ring. However now, with transcendent insight, appraising it would be a cinch. He took the ring out from his knapsack and appraised it. Ring of woven silk bronze, unique accessory. Level requirement, level 0. Properties, release a thread of silk that can adhere to certain surfaces. The thread can extend up to 5 meters in length and has a tensile strength of 200 pounds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Weight, 1 pound. User restriction, can be equipped by all factions. After equipping the Ring of Woven Silk, he wanted to appraise Assassin's Decree as well. At that very moment, however, a powerful gust of heat was expelled from the valley below as the ground shattered into countless pieces. Like a volcanic eruption, countless boulders and rock fragments were sent flying into the air. Many of the trees in the valley had been uprooted and were strewn across the area, while others had spontaneously combusted, a scene of utter and absolute destruction. At the very center of the valley, a horrifying crater of lava emerged and swallowed up everything within its reach. A dormant giant, awoken from its slumber, pulled itself up from deep beneath the ground. It was the servant of God and possessed the power to bestow divine judgment. I don't have much time. The suddenness of it all prevented Nie Yan from appraising the dagger, as he had to divert his attention back to scaling the mountain. The burst of heat had caught him off guard and he nearly slipped and fell back down to the valley below. Standing atop one of the many trees growing horizontally on the mountainside, Nie Yan glanced upwards, looking for the next handhold. After spotting one about 2 meters away, he leapt high up into the air and grabbed onto a protruding rock, then clambered up. With this, he had made some more progress scaling the mountain. Meanwhile, back at the valley, a giant head emerged from the cracks in the earth, followed by immense arms, a torso, and legs. From head to toe, the giant was roughly 60 meters in height. 2 wings covered in pitch black feathers sprouted from its back. In its hand was a 30-meter-long crystal scepter. When it emerged from the earth, its entire body ignited with a blazing red aura, causing a whirlwind of scorching heat to rise and form at the center of the valley. 594,667. With transcendent insight, Nie Yan could see the giant's stats. Guardian of Order, low-level intelligence, level 100. Health, 200,000. The giant spoke with a bellowing voice that stretched far into the valley. Though whatever he was saying sounded like gibberish, it was actually the languages of the dragons. His words roughly translated to, light and darkness alternate in cycles. I am the protector of God's will and guard his order. If there is a sinful person who desires to purloin the chapter from the Book of Order, then they shall receive divine judgment. Legends say that the guardians were birthed from the merging of giant and dragon. Viewed as freaks of nature, they were banished into the deep wilderness where they eventually received God's baptism. Entrusted with a task from God, they protect the various chapters scattered across the world. The guardian's gaze swept across its surroundings, finally coming to rest on a figure that had almost climbed to the mountain's peak. With a single beat of its massive wings, the giant's immense body rapidly rose up into the air. The giant bellowed, black flame tempest. As if answering the giant's call, a scorching black cloud of flame emerged out of thin air and began rapidly congealing into a sphere. Afterwards, the ball of black flame shot towards Nie Yan. Boom! The black flame tempest exploded on the mountainside, scattering pitch black fireballs in every direction and setting the entire area ablaze. Not far from Levin Hills, in a small forest town by the name of Link, the earth violently shook and trembled. Players who had gathered at the town were left frightened and anxious due to the sudden commotion. What's going on? Look over there, where the mountains are. The entirety of the mountain's peak had been engulfed in a cloud of black flame. And within those black flames emerged the immense silhouette of a figure hovering in the air. It was as though an apostle of destruction had arrived from the gates of hell itself. Soon, a disaster warning was issued in Link. Warning, a monster of the dragon race has emerged south of Link. We advise all nearby players to depart the area immediately. After a few brief moments, a flash of brilliant light was emitted from the transport point in Link. A group of fully armed NPC soldiers wearing bright silver armor had arrived in town. On the chest of each of these soldiers was a medal engraved with the insignia of the Holy Crusaders. The soldiers rapidly assembled in the public square, their numbers reaching in excess of several hundred. Within the Viridian Empire, there existed 2 elite armies which were considered to be the Empire's most powerful fighting forces. The first belonged to the Imperial Church and were known as the Holy Crusaders. This army was composed of over 500,000 troops and their commander-in-chief was the Holy Mage, Jebbia the Great. They were tasked with the duty of protecting the entire empire. The second army was the Guardian Legion of the Temple of Light, known as the Temple Guards. They numbered less, at around 50,000 strong. Unlike the Holy Crusaders, however, their sole duty was to safeguard the Temple of Light and uphold the religion of the entire empire. These several hundred soldiers who had arrived to guard the town belonged to the Holy Crusaders. No wonder, it was a monster from the dragon race. The players vigorously chatted amongst themselves while gazing at the Guardian of Order who was hovering in the sky. The dragon race, an existence that was both powerful and distant to mankind. During the Dark Era, -2678 to 230 dragons had reigned supreme and established a mighty empire on the continent, which enslaved all other races. Eventually, their rule was toppled by the combined alliance of giants, humans, dwarves, elves, and beastmen. To prevent facing retaliation from the dragons in the future, the alliance enacted a mass genocide of all dragons throughout the continent. Thus, the former glory of the dragon race was no more. However, they didn't simply fade from existence. There were still many dragons scattered across the continent, hidden away in their secluded abodes. The Viridian Empire had classified the Guardian of Order as a member of the dragon race. Although they were technically wrong, at least in regards to exterior appearances, there were only minute differences between the two. With the appearance of the NPCs, the minds of players began working. A monster of the dragon race had emerged, along with a large number of NPC soldiers. In such a scenario, the two parties were most certainly going to clash, which left the players wondering what sort of profits they could fish out from this spectacle. Soon the information became widespread, and with it, guilds began appearing one after another through the transport point at Link. The 3 most prominent guilds were Splendid Temple, Dark Massacre, and Holy Empire. Each of which had sent anywhere from 1,000 to over several thousand players. The equipment the dragon might drop truly represented an irresistible enticement for these guilds. In just a short period of time, Link had suddenly become armed to the teeth. Even the ballistae in the guard towers were being loaded and prepped. A few moments earlier, Nie Yan lifted his head and gazed the immense figure hovering in the sky. The pair of wings on its back were large enough to blot out the entire sun. When the Guardian displayed its might by casting black flame tempest, clouds of black flame emerged and covered the sky, before congealing into a dense fireball. As if it were a meteor, the dense ball of black flame crashed towards Nie Yan, engulfing everything in its path. The large black fireball exploded upon colliding with the mountain, sending several smaller fireballs scattered across the surroundings. On impact, they smashed boulders to rubble, created deep craters everywhere, and charred the earth black. Even when faced with such a situation, Nie Yan still didn't panic. Instead, by relying on his experience, eyesight, and judgment, he remained cool-headed and found a safe place to hide after calculating the fireball's trajectory. Fortunately, the fireballs weren't concentrated in a single area, but the explosive power of each individual fireball was still quite a terrifying sight to behold. Shit, he's coming down. Nie Yan tilted his head and gazed upward. He saw the Guardian of Order's immense body descending towards his general location like a hawk swooping down to catch its prey. This creature, which looked like it had come from the deepest layers of hell, definitely wasn't something he was currently capable of contending with. Compared to the Guardian, Nie Yan was such a frail existence that even so much as a slight touch from the Guardian of Order could end his life. Nie Yan didn't spare a single second as he began rapidly descending the mountain. He made it about halfway before stopping at a steep cliff. As he peered downwards, he noticed it was roughly an 80 to 90 meter drop. Taking a quick glance behind, he saw the Guardian fast approaching his location. Without a second thought, he made a leap of faith and jumped off the cliff. Boom! The Guardian of Order descended onto the cliff where Nie Yan had just been standing moments ago. The impact of his landing shattered the surrounding rocks and boulders. As Nie Yan fell from the mountain, his speed rapidly increased. He could feel the vegetation growing on the cliffside sweeping past his ear. Occasionally, one or two branches would briefly break his fall, only to immediately snap after bearing the full weight of his impact. -7, -9, -5. Each collision caused damage values to appear above his head one after another. Nie Yan rapidly approached the earth, his body soon to crash into the ground. With his left arm extended, he activated the ability from the ring of woven silk. A web line shot out and adhered to the cliff face between the vegetation, slowly decelerating his descent. The line was tough and resilient and resembled a rubber band as it gradually stretched itself to the limit. The tension on the web line continuously increased. The force of Nie Yan's fall surpassed the silk line's tensile strength and the line gave out with a snap, taking many of the branches and rubble from the cliff face along with it. Despite snapping, the web line still managed to significantly slow down his falling speed. -56. Thud. Nie Yan fell onto the ground. Fortunately, the fall damage wasn't too high and was within the limits of what his health could handle. In normal circumstances, if a player didn't have an item such as the ring of woven silk to cushion the fall, they would most certainly die. Having climbed and fallen over the other side of the mountain, the distance from his current location to Link wasn't too far off. With safety being his #1 priority, Nie Yan entered stealth and activated a basic haste scroll. From a half-withered bush at the base of the mountain, he made a sprint towards Link. The large crowds in the town should offer a little protection. Having failed its attack, the Guardian of Order beat its wings and hovered in the air. Nie Yan had already escaped the valley by entering stealth and disappeared without a trace. After the fall, Nie Yan and the Guardian were more than 100 meters apart. Even if the level disparity between them was high, it still couldn't make up for the distance. Hence, even if the Guardian had a clear view of Nie Yan, it would still be unable to see through his stealth. With regards to how stealth detection range was calculated, it depended on level disparity, the awareness stat, and observation ability. With some rough estimations, Nie Yan was ensured as long as he stood at least 100 meters from the Guardian, he would be safe from its detection. Even if it was a level 100 elite class, its level, awareness, and observational abilities couldn't make up for such a large gap in distance. Nie Yan turned his head to look back. At this point, the Guardian of Order still hadn't left the area. Rather, it was heading over in his direction to investigate. Without delay, Nie Yan held his breath and hid behind a large boulder. The Guardian beat its wings and flew over. As it hovered in the sky, it investigated the area below it for any signs of movements but didn't manage to discover Nie Yan. The hunter and the hunted, the Guardian of Order was like the eagle in the sky, while Nie Yan was like the prey on the ground. There was still roughly a kilometer between him and Link. Under the attentive gaze of the Guardian, there was no way for him to safely travel such a large distance. There's still another method. I can use the return scroll. It was possible to use the return scroll in this location, however, it would take a full 20 seconds to activate. Moreover, when channeling, the scroll would emit a bright light which would definitely attract the Guardian of Order's attention. With its flying speed, the Guardian wouldn't need more than 10 seconds to fly over to Nie Yan and kill him after discovering his location. As the Guardian gradually descended from the air, the distance between it and Nie Yan became increasingly near. This'll be troublesome, Nie Yan anxiously thought. If the Guardian were to enter a range of less than 100 meters, it was possible for his hiding location to be detected. With every step, danger was slowly approaching. Since I can't hide and avoid it, I might as well try fleeing for my life. Only, I'm not sure if I can make the half-mile run. Just as the Guardian prepared to descend onto the ground, whoosh, 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 3 arrows swiftly came flying over, all shot from afar. Each arrow separately aimed for its head, throat, and heart. The Guardian avoided them by flying to the side, causing all 3 arrows to miss their target. In the distance, atop a large withered old tree, a tall NPC archer wearing silver-plated armor drew his bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows were fired into the air. The Guardian of Order let out a hiss. Seemingly resentful of the provocation of these low-level beings, it pounced towards the NPC. Several soldiers approached the archer in the tree. Commander Nisod, the defensive perimeter has been built. We're awaiting further instructions, reported the several fully equipped soldiers. It's approaching. Withdraw to Link. This foolish dragon will experience the divine judgment of the Holy Crusaders. Commander Nisod shot a glance at the Guardian of Order speeding towards them in the air. Afterwards, he returned the bow to his back, leapt from the tree, and gracefully landed on the ground. Under Commander Nicole's provocations, the Guardian of Order flew over Nie Yan's head and headed straight for Link. System, Level 1 Disaster Warning. Invasion of a dragon. The Guardian bellowed in the dragon language, blazing meteor. The Guardian brandished its scepter. An enormous meteor formed out of blazing flames fell from the sky and streaked towards Link. Flames were set ablaze in the sky. The meteor, 50 to 60 meters in size, would most likely engulf the surrounding 2,500 square meters. Activate the basic defensive formation. Commander Nisod climbed up to the tallest tower in Link and issued the order to those below him. Afterwards, a blue barrier began forming and protected the entire town within it. Boom! The meteor exploded over the barrier while fire blossoms scattered in all directions. The barrier trembled violently due to the impact. Even all the players within the town could feel the barrier trembling as the remnant heat and fire elements assaulted their senses. Attack! Commander Nisod issued out another order from the command tower. Immediately, every ballista within the town aimed at the Guardian of Order and fired. Whoosh! 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 Countless bolts flew through the air in a densely packed salvo. Simultaneously, several thousand archer and mage players also fired a volley of attacks. Meanwhile, the Guardian of Order unceasingly fired off its own magic attacks. Under its barrage of attacks, the barrier began showing signs of breaking as cracks appeared everywhere. Bang! A loud explosion echoed throughout the town as the barrier was shattered into pieces. With the barrier shattered, the Guardian rushed into the town and descended into the town. With a single step, the Guardian crushed a nearby building, sending smashed tiles, bricks, and other building materials flying everywhere. The appearance of the Guardian wreaked havoc among the players in the town. Holy shit. It's a level 100 elite monster. Fighters, don't rush forward. Mages. Where are the fucking mages? All of you, fire your spells. Fuck, damn it. All of our attacks are misses. The level gap is too high. Panic and confusion spread through the players and the town was in a state of chaos and upheaval. Over 10 heavily armored holy crusaders rushed forward to engage the Guardian. Surrounding the Guardian, the soldiers began their assault, but their countless attacks fell short and were the equivalent of raindrops as they landed on the Guardian's body. The Guardian was glowing red as a flaming aura surged from its scales. It was a terrifying existence which brought about destruction. With every swing of its scepter, a holy crusader would be smashed and sent flying. Buildings were crushed or knocked down, and the ground was scorched and charred, leaving a path of ruin wherever it passed. By the glory of the holy crusaders, my name is Commander Nisod and I will pass divine judgment upon this sinister dragon. Tyrant impaling arrow. With these 3 words spoken, Commander Nisod placed his hand on the bowstring. He grunted heavily as he pulled back until it reached its maximum draw weight. Boom. He released the bowstring. The arrow fiercely spiraled forward and carried a biting cold rotating energy along with it. Bang. The arrow briefly encountered some resistance when it met with the Guardian's scales only to immediately pierce into and bore its way through the Guardian's body. -87829. An unfeasibly high damage value had appeared above the Guardian's head. The acute damage made the Guardian of Order release an indignant roar containing its wrath and fury. It raised the immense scepter in its grasp high into the air. The surrounding fire elements along with the smoldering remnants of its previous spells began to gather around and took the shape of an immense rotating pillar of flame. The fighting in Link became increasingly intense. As for the origin of such this disaster, Nie Yan, he was inwardly rejoicing in his mind. Fortunately, the soldiers from Link led the Guardian of Order away, otherwise, I would have undoubtedly met my end. Nie Yan was lingering around the outer skirts of the town. Under the numerous attacks of the town's soldiers, the Guardian of Order would soon be unable to resist any longer. He was curious what sort of equipment such a high-level monster like the Guardian would drop. As he thought of this, Nie Yan's mind was full of anticipation. He drew slightly closer to the Guardian at roughly 60 meters away and hid under the cover of a ruined building. Since there was still a bit of time, Nie Yan took out Assassin's Decree from his knapsack and decided to appraise it with transcendent insight. Assassin's Decree Gold Secondary Weapon. Level Requirement 5. Properties, Attack 26 to 29, Strength plus 16, Accuracy plus 12. Attack Speed, 2.5. Weight, 3 pounds. User Restriction, can be equipped by all factions. It was a secondary weapon and was truly worthy of being gold tier, level 5 with an attack of nearly 30. He would be able to equip it once he learned dual wielding and reached level 5. His attack would then rise tremendously when he possessed such a powerful weapon. After glancing at its properties, Nie Yan put Assassin's Decree back into his knapsack. As for whether the Guardian of Order would drop any equipment, Nie Yan didn't have high hopes. After all, the Guardian of Order was merely a protector and its existence was simply to safeguard the chapters from the Book of Order. These types of beings frequently dropped no equipment. However, there were naturally always exceptions to these cases. The chapters from the Book of Order weren't going to be left in incompetent hands, thus existences such as the Guardians of Order emerged. The game designers put in such a powerful creature to guard the chapter, yet only gave it low-level intelligence. Therefore, the Guardian of Order only acted by instinct and its aggro system was the same as any other ordinary monster. Therefore, Commander Nisod's arrival had saved Nie Yan's life at the most critical juncture. There's actually quite a few people here. Nie Yan swept his gaze over the surrounding environment and noticed many other players eyeing the current battle like tigers watching their prey. The moment the Guardian of Order died, these 100 or so players would all simultaneously take action in an attempt to pilfer whatever equipment that dropped. There are so many people here. Even if the equipment does drop, I definitely won't be able to snatch it. I already got the chapter of courage. I should be satisfied with what I have, Nie Yan inwardly contemplated. He was an easily satisfied person. Thus he never held high hopes when situations occurred where it was certain he would not obtain anything. Nie Yan focused his gaze after peering past several obstacles and caught sight of a few acquaintances. Xingzi Weiwang, Splendid Star, a 20-something-year-old man with a squarish jawline. He was the guild leader of Splendid Temple. Even though he couldn't be regarded as handsome, he was still passable in terms of looks. His clean-shaven face gave off a bright and refreshing kind of look. In Nie Yan's past life, he had friendly interactions with Nie Yan. Having helped Nie Yan on several occasions, he had a reckless personality but valued loyalty and friendship. In turn, Nie Yan had also accompanied him and his friends during several guild expeditions. Lima Hengdao, Swift Slash, a sloppy-looking man and the 36-year-old guild leader of Dark Massacre. According to rumors, he was part of the criminal underworld and had quite a few underlings under his command. His personality was nothing great and on rare occasions would butt heads with Xingzi Weiwang. As such, Nie Yan himself didn't have too great of an impression on this person. Sleepy Fox, a player who was roughly 30 years old. Nie Yan wasn't too familiar with him nor did they have any sort of relationship. However, as the guild leader of Holy Empire, he was a somewhat well-known name. It was rumored his prestige within the guild was fairly high. He was capable of leading Holy Empire into becoming one of the top 10 largest guilds. This achievement alone was proof of his strength. He was also the holder of the chapter of courage in Nie Yan's previous life. Xingzi Weiwang and his group were lying in wait among the ruined buildings in the west. Lima Hengdao and his group were located in the southwest. Both sides were watching like tigers awaiting their prey, ready to act any moment. On the other hand, Sleepy Fox was located in the east. The corner of his mouth curved into a ridiculing smile as he gazed at the two sides ready to duke it out. He planned to swoop in when both sides were exhausted. As he watched such a scene unfold, Nie Yan couldn't help thinking. What if Sleepy Fox were to know he had taken the chapter of courage which was supposed to belong to him? What kind of reaction would Sleepy Fox have? Would he grab all his men and unrelentingly chase him down? Lima Hengdao, with our splendid temple members here, your Dark Massacre guild should just step off to the side. Don't be so unwilling to accept it. I was the first to reach level 5 before you. I was also the first to clear the Tree Ant Forest and Black Flame Forest before you. No matter in real life, or in the game, I've always been ahead of you. Xingzi Weiwang bluntly proclaimed as he stared at Lima Hengdao in an unyielding manner. Lima Hengdao's face turned ashen. Xingzi Weiwang's words had infuriated him quite a bit. He sneered, so what if your splendid temple guild cleared the Black Flame Forest? Your clear rate was only 68%, it's nothing to brag about. Your guild's honor is only higher than ours by 200 points. Given some time, we'd easily catch up. We're 200 points ahead of you right now, but who knows? Maybe by tomorrow, we'll be ahead by 1,000, then the day after, 2,000. Trying to overtake us. Try again your next life. Guild reputation was a representation of a guild's strength, otherwise, why else would they care about such a tiny gap in honor points? Bastard, you're looking to die. What's so terrific about Shinji Weiwang and his guild? Come on, let's kill them. A member of Dark Massacre passionately shouted from within the group. Brat, if you have the guts, then come up here. Over at Splendid Temple's side, their members were itching to go as well. However, neither side made a move and only continued cursing at each other. The main goal of their trip was still to secure the equipment the Guardian of Order might drop. This equipment was the target of all three guild leaders. Meanwhile, the Holy Crusaders vehemently resisted the Guardian of Order, not yielding by even a single inch. The archers at the rear continued to fire a rain of arrows with every single one concentrated solely on the Guardian's body. The Guardian of Order thundered furiously and cast its magic. The deep and archaic dragon language echoed above Link with spells one after another pouring down like a torrent of raindrops. The Guardian of Order doesn't have much health left. Quick, snatch the equipment. No one knew which person shouted those words, but immediately, a deluge of players pounced towards the Guardian of Order. After Commander Nisode let out an explosive shout, a single arrow shot out from his bow and pierced the Guardian of Order's shoulder, causing blood to gush out everywhere. The Guardian issued a mournful cry before transforming into white light and vanishing in the air. A single gold piece of armor fell from where it had been. It's the equipment. Get it. Xingzi Weiwang coldly shouted. Kill whoever manages to snatch the equipment. The guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, also ordered from the guild chat. 300 to 400 players pounced from all directions and charged towards the armor that had fallen from the Guardian of Order. Every guild within the game could be seen included in the crowd, an especially chaotic scene to behold. He never expected the Guardian of Order would actually drop a piece of equipment. Moreover, it appeared the equipment dropped was gold tier as well. Seeing this, Nie Yan also charged into the fray. He was already here, so why not give it a try anyway? A berserker from Holy Empire had taken the lead by activating charge, which increased his speed by a significant amount. Soon, it appeared as if he were about to snatch the equipment at any moment. However, 10 spells immediately came flying over, bombarding his body simultaneously. After being hit by so many spells at once, his body transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Fuck. Sleepy Fox, seeing the piece of equipment just within his grasp fly away once more, cursed loudly. Keep fighting. The three major guilds still didn't near the dropped equipment. Instead, they began fighting and fired barrages of spells at one another. 7 or so players approached the dropped equipment and were immediately met with an explosion of spells that turned them into ashes. Nie Yan was roughly 20 meters from the dropped equipment with a member from Dark Massacre, a fighter, obstructing the path ahead. The fighter noticed Nie Yan and came forward to intercept him. With his body lowered, Nie Yan evaded and weaved his body past the fighter's attack. The fighter's body shot into empty space. He stared out blankly before turning his head. By that time, Nie Yan had already run far away. Charge. As a berserker, Sleepy Fox took the lead and rushed forward. Immediately, a dozen spells came bombarding towards him. As he was about to be hit, Sleepy Fox dodge rolled at the last moment. Of the dozen spells, only 3 managed to land on his body. The equipment belongs to me. Sleepy Fox felt ecstatic as he bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground. Don't be so quick to get happy. Lima Hengdao coldly shouted. Ensnare. Lima Hengdao brandished his staff, chanted several syllables, and cast ensnare. Sleepy Fox's body immediately became rigid as he was rooted in place. While Lima Hengdao was a shadow priest, ensnare was still a rarely seen spell that could cause a player's body to become rigid. At beginner level, it could root a player in place for 3 seconds. Damn it. Sleepy Fox cursed in his mind. He was unable to move any part of his body. At the same moment, Lima Hengdao and Xingzi Weiwang both simultaneously pounced towards the armor and drew increasingly near. 5 meters, 3 meters. In terms of speed, Lima Hengdao would definitely be able to snatch the armor before Xingzi Weiwang. Nie Yan had entered stealth and followed Lima Hengdao and Xingzi Weiwang closely from behind. However, the two were still faster than him by a pace which meant he definitely wouldn't be able to snatch it away. Since he couldn't get the equipment himself, why not send it to a friend? Nie Yan swept his left leg out. Tripping was a basic movement in conviction. In melee combat, a player could trip their opponent and cause them to stumble. The success rate depended on the person's strength stat and the opponent's body weight. Fortunately, Nie Yan's left leg managed to stop right in front of Lima Hengdao's foot, causing him to immediately lose his balance and fall once his leg was hooked. Thud. Lima Hengdao fell onto the ground while Xingzi Weiwang extended his right hand and grabbed the armor before stuffing it into his bag. Only then did they realize there had been a thief following them closely from behind. After retrieving the equipment, Xingzi Weiwang gave Nie Yan a grateful glance and said, "Thank you." He discovered he didn't recognize this thief's face at all. He wasn't a part of their guild and Xingzi Weiwang had never met him before. However, regardless, this thief had still helped him at this moment. With the gold tier armor possessing an owner, Xingzi Weiwang, Splendid Star, hastily returned to his guild ranks. Sleepy Fox felt extremely vexed. If Lima Hengdao hadn't abruptly rooted him in place, that gold tier armor would have belonged to him. Some felt elated and others felt upset, but no one could surpass the joy Xingzi Weiwang currently felt because he had become the biggest winner this time around. He glanced over and observed Nie Yan. Earlier, the timing of this thief's trip, albeit a basic movement, was simply perfect. No matter the timing or position, he was not even a single iota off. The perfection of his timing and positioning definitely wasn't by coincidence, it was intentional. Moreover, Nie Yan was closer to him at that time. Reasonably enough, if Nie Yan had attempted to trip him instead, he'd have no way to evade. However, Nie Yan still purposefully chose Lima Hengdao. If it weren't for this, the gold tier armor would have never fallen into his hands. Ah, I didn't manage to get anything. Nie Yan shrugged his shoulders and spoke in an indifferent manner, then turned around to leave. You want to leave after all that? Don't think you're going to be let off that easily. Lima Hengdao coldly snorted. If it weren't for Nie Yan, the equipment would have definitely belonged to him. In the same moment he spoke, several dozen Dark Massacre members in the area coldly shouted and began converging around Nie Yan, blocking his exit in a semicircle. What? You people want to detain me here? Nie Yan's replied with an unperturbed smile. However, his mind was still deeply scheming. It would be somewhat difficult if he wanted to break out of Lima Hengdao's encirclement with his power alone. Moreover, if Lima Hengdao wanted to come to blows, Nie Yan felt he wasn't a good person to provoke either. He's my friend. Lima Hengdao, if you want to cause him problems, first ask yourself if our splendid temple members will approve or not. Xingzi Weiwang interrupted, seemingly determined to oppose Lima Hengdao as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Nie Yan. While behind him, the splendid temple members, after hearing their leader voice out his opinion, stepped up as well. It was only because of him that Nie Yan ended up provoking Lima Hengdao. So naturally, he wouldn't stay himself from the matter at hand. Xingzi Weiwang, are you certain you want to contend against me? Lima Hengdao coldly threatened. Correct, our splendid temple isn't afraid of your Dark Massacre Guild. Brothers, tell me if I'm correct. Xingzi Weiwang turned back and asked his guild members. Correct, the people from Splendid Temple roared in unison. If you Dark Massacre people have the guts, then come up and fight. This old man will happily accompany you. You ball-less sons of bitches. Don't tell me you're suddenly afraid. The people from Splendid Temple began shouting obscenities with both sides entering a shouting match afterwards. With swords drawn and bows bent, either side began forming their respective ranks. The atmosphere smelled of fresh gunpowder. A fight was going to break out at any moment. Splendid Temple had over 700 players remaining while Dark Massacre had nearly 1,000. From the look of things, each side had taken heavy losses from the Guardian of Order. Thus, in terms of numbers, Splendid Temple was at a disadvantage. Nie Yan glanced at Xingzi Weiwang by his side. This guy was the exact same in Nie Yan's past life, he valued loyalty quite a bit. It appeared Nie Yan didn't make a mistake in helping Xingzi Weiwang today. However, if they were going to face off against Dark Massacre, Nie Yan had to bear the brunt. It seemed the upcoming battle was going to be considerably dangerous and fierce. If he died, the loss in level and experience were of lesser importance. What was most important was the chapter of courage, an item he absolutely didn't want being dropped. It appears I have no business being here. Sleepy Fox laughed, bringing his companions off to the side. If a large spectacle were about to begin, then why not have it play out a little quicker? Either way, the matter was unrelated to him, so he could not get involved with it. As for the gold tier armor, there was nothing he could do since he wasn't able to get his hands on it. Among the Holy Empire members, a certain paladin wearing bright silver armor walked to the front and leaned over beside Sleepy Fox's ear. Boss, that thief is the expert I mentioned before. The paladin said as he pointed his finger towards Nie Yan. Astonishingly, he was the paladin Nie Yan had crossed paths with before, Flying Stone. Sleepy Fox exclaimed in surprise. He then observed Nie Yan from the distance. It appeared this Nie Yan was still quite young, however, his skills were fairly good. From his actions earlier, he resembled a leopard as he went to trip Lima Hengdao. He's only level 3. Don't tell me his team was so strong they were able to clear the fallen shaman camp at only this level. Boss, what are we gonna do? Stone asked. After all, they were still somewhat acquainted with Nie Yan. Moreover, at this moment, he sincerely believed that they should help Nie Yan. Let me think it over. Sleepy Fox pondered for a long time. For Nie Yan, was it worth it to make an enemy out of Dark Massacre solely for his sake? After a brief moment, he had his answer. Since the beginning, Sleepy Fox had never attached importance to a small fry guild such as Dark Massacre. Hey, brother Nie Yan. In a few days, our Holy Empire Guild is planning to run the Agmo to Muddy Wetlands. I wonder if you're interested in joining. Sleepy Fox loudly called out. Sleepy Fox's abrupt interruption immediately caught everyone's attention. Even Lima Hengdao and Xingzi Weiwang simultaneously cast their gaze over in Sleepy Fox's direction. Splendid Temple and Dark Massacre were currently in a deadlock. Thus, the intentions of the Holy Empire Guild were especially important to take note of, because whoever Holy Empire decided to help would directly influence the outcome of the battle. How does Sleepy Fox recognize me? Nie Yan shot a glance at Sleepy Fox and saw Stone standing by his side. Ah, so, it was like this. The Agmodo Muddy Swamplands, huh? Sure, I can think it over. However, if you want me to clear a dungeon with you, I have a few conditions first. I get the first pick on all thief equipment and any item I have a use for, Nie Yan replied. At this moment every player, be they Dark Massacre, Splendid Temple, or even Holy Empire, focused their gaze on Nie Yan. They discovered he was no more than an average player who hadn't even joined a guild yet. However, why would the guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, invite him on a dungeon run? Even more outrageous was the fact Nie Yan didn't immediately accept. He even made excessive demands. Getting first priority on all thief equipment, who the hell does he think he is? Holy Empire was a famous guild among the player base. With 56,000 honor points, it was an existence which far overshadowed the likes of Splendid Temple and Dark Massacre. In the eyes of players, guild prestige was the index for whether a guild was strong and powerful. Every cleared instance as well as completing quests for the first time guaranteed some honor points. Naturally, the honor points received increased with instance difficulty. Therefore, the higher the guild prestige, the more likely it was to find strong experts within the top rankings of the guild. Another benefit was the ability to attract elite players to the guild. At any rate, the guild leader of Holy Empire, Sleepy Fox, could be regarded as a celebrity. Moreover, this celebrity surprisingly invited an obscure no-name player like Nie Yan to run a dungeon with him. This was truly a strange and unforeseen turn of events. Many players looked at Nie Yan with differing expressions. However, what they all shared in common was the extreme jealousy and envy in their heart. After all, most players would be extremely honored and elated to have been personally invited to a dungeon run by the guild leader of Holy Empire himself. A lone Tempest thief moved closer to Sleepy Fox's side and berated, "Leader, that guy's way too outrageous." The moment he opened his mouth he requested first pick on all thief drops. Who the hell does he think he is? He then shot a cold glance at Nie Yan. If Nie Yan were to enter their team, wouldn't that mean all the thief equipment would go to him? What would there be left remaining for himself then? Like I said before, Nie Yan is an expert. Trying to invite him definitely won't be easy, Stone instantly refuted back. After hearing Nie Yan's demands, Sleepy Fox laughed. He's truly got quite an ego. Previously, I still didn't believe he was an expert. However, this time around, I could be considered more or less convinced. Since he dared to be so arrogant with his requests, it must mean he has a little skill. Stone nodded his head and took a glance at the Tempest thief to his side. Since the guild leader voiced his opinion, that thief could only turn his head off to the side dejectedly. Brother Nie Yan, if you're willing to agree, then naturally all thief drops will go to you first, Sleepy Fox straightforwardly replied. Sleepy Fox unexpectedly agreed to Nie Yan's excessive demands. Everyone present stared with widened eyes. This was too unbelievable. The expression of all the surrounding players turned strange as they gazed at Nie Yan. Just who was this person if he was capable of making Sleepy Fox concede so much just in order to befriend him? Since Sleepy Fox was capable of leading the Holy Empire to a position of reverence, it meant he had little boldness in him. Nie Yan pondered for a brief moment. If he wanted to be fully equipped with top-tier gear, it wouldn't be possible unless he ran dungeons. The equipment that could be bought in stores and the auction house were mostly second-rate gear because most guilds were unlikely to sell the equipment if it was a rare drop. The only method for obtaining the best gear was by running dungeons with a team. Although Holy Empire's elite team wasn't as strong as the one in his previous life, they were still a decent alternative. If that's the case, send me a message when you're ready to run the dungeon, Nie Yan replied. Lima Hengdao Swift Slash was also listening to the conversation going on between Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox. At this moment, Dark Massacre had been put in an awkward situation. If he wanted to deal with Nie Yan, not only would he have to go up against Splendid Glory, he'd have to face Holy Empire as well. How could his own forces possibly stand up against two entire guilds? Lima Hengdao, spare me some face. Let's forget about the matters that occurred today, alright. Brother Nie Yan is a friend of mine, Sleepy Fox said with a smile. His smiling expression contained a trace of danger. If Lima Hengdao wasn't willing to look past his grievances, Sleepy Fox Holy Empire certainly wouldn't be as easy to deal with as Splendid Temple. Since guild leader Sleepy Fox has spoken, I'll let this matter pass. Lima Hengdao swept his gaze at Nie Yan and Xingzi Weiwang, Splendid Star, and coldly snorted. He then turned to face his party. We're leaving. Lima Hengdao brought the rest of Dark Massacre with him and departed. After his departure, Sleepy Fox began walking over to Nie Yan's side. Seeing Sleepy Fox walking over, Xingzi Weiwang looked beside him and said, wow, I never thought you were friends with the guild leader of Holy Empire. As for today's matters, thank you. Xingzi Weiwang made conjectures but no definite conclusions regarding Nie Yan's identity. However, since Sleepy Fox was treating him so courteously, he must have some kind of background. We just happened to meet by chance, nothing too close, Nie Yan replied with a faint smile. Is that so? Xingzi Weiwang examined Nie Yan's facial expression and determined it was unlikely he was lying. However, if that were the truth, the manner in which Sleepy Fox treated Nie Yan really was worth thinking over. Brother Xingzi Weiwang, your harvests today were rather decent, Sleepy Fox interrupted. An amiable smile lay on his face and his tone was serene. He did not mention the conflict that had occurred moments ago, as if what they were fighting for was merely a single piece of equipment. This was expected of the leader of Holy Empire. Sleepy Fox did indeed have a fairly broad heart. Brother Fox, please don't bring that up. If you want this gold tier armor, there's no harm in giving it to you as a gift, Xingzi Weiwang replied dejectedly. Why is that? Don't tell me the equipment's properties are bad. It's not that. The properties aren't bad. You'll understand when you see it for yourself. Afterwards, Xingzi Weiwang shared the properties of the gold tier armor he had just recently obtained. Unyielding armor of courage gold. Level requirement, 100. Properties, defense 585 to 621, thorns aura +5, strength blessing +12, counter +15. Weight, 38 pounds. User restriction, warrior, can be equipped by all factions. Sleepy Fox sucked in a breath of air. It is a gold tier armor. What a pity, Sleepy Fox sighed after exclaiming in admiration. This armor was strong but it was currently useless as it could only be equipped at level 100. Who the hell knew how long that would take to reach? Indeed, it's a pity. Moreover, the properties on it are rather decent too. I went through such hardships to get this armor only to discover I have to wait until level 100 to equip it. Even if I threw it up in my shop, I doubt many people would want it. Xingzi Weiwang sighed. It was no wonder Xingzi Weiwang felt so dejected. No matter, just chuck it in your storage and treat it as a treasure, Sleepy Fox comforted with a smile. Haha, indeed, it is a treasure. Xingzi Weiwang laughed loudly. He then stored the armor back into his bag. Expert, we meet again. Next time, we'll able to run a dungeon together. The paladin Flying Stone walked over and greeted with an excited laugh. Nie Yan replied with a slight nod. When everyone from Holy Empire suddenly began referring to Nie Yan as expert, Xingzi Weiwang stared at him with an astonished expression. Just how high was his degree of skill? I still have business to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I won't be troubling you two guild leaders any longer. Nie Yan excused himself and said his farewells. He still had many matters left unattended. The current highest leveled player within the game was already level 6. Moreover, the experts of top guilds like Sleepy Fox and his group were all level 5. Although Nie Yan did indeed obtain quite a few good pieces of equipment, this time around, the fact remained that he still had to slowly catch up bit by bit. Hence, he didn't want too much of his time being squandered. Brother Nie Yan, don't forget your promise. Sleepy Fox, seeing Nie Yan wanted to depart, quickly called out and reminded him of their promise. I'll be fine as long as you give me 3 hours prior notice, Nie Yan replied. I'll add you as a friend then, Sleepy Fox suggested and sent Nie Yan a friend request. Me as well, Xingzi Weiwang interrupted and sent Nie Yan a friend request at the same time. He also sent Sleepy Fox one as well. Holy Empire was much stronger than Splendid Empire. Thus, adding Sleepy Fox as a friend undoubtedly gained him a powerful ally as well. System, you've added Sleepy Fox as a friend. System, you've added Xingzi Weiwang as a friend. In his previous life, Nie Yan and Xingzi Weiwang had only been mere acquaintances. He had sold many pieces of equipment to Xingzi Weiwang with methods such as real-life credit exchanges. However, whenever Nie Yan sold to Xingzi Weiwang, he would always buy them 10% above the market price, which aided Nie Yan out of several desperate situations. Thus, their relationship in Nie Yan's past life carrying over in this one could also be considered a type of fate. After leaving Sleepy Fox and Xingzi Weiwang, Nie Yan headed in the direction of Link's transport point. Due to the devastation and havoc caused by the Guardian of Order running amok, Link had become a ruin of its former self, barely any buildings remained standing. I can finally finish Physician Blevins' quest. However, it's still best if I purchase more bat teeth first, Nie Yan pondered. Quite a bit of time had already passed, so the players should have picked up quite a few bat teeth by now. As for Physician Blevins, since he had already issued the quest, he wouldn't leave before the deadline ended. Nie Yan arrived at Mordor and hung up his sign, 1 copper for 1 stack of bat teeth. Immediately, the area bustled with activity and a large crowd of players gathered around his shop. From Nie Yan's perspective, these players were akin to an oncoming wave of money. Brother, you're here to purchase bat teeth again. I have a stack here with me. I have a stack as well. The business was even livelier than it had been earlier in the morning. Nie Yan's storage began rapidly accumulating with bat teeth. Only after an hour did business slow down. However, by that time, his personal storage had no less than 3,000 stacks of bat teeth piled up. He also made trips to 2 other towns and purchased 2,000 more stacks. Afterwards, he exchanged all 5,000 stacks of bat teeth with Blacksmith Cade for a net profit of 50 silvers. In addition to his remaining capital, he had a total of 61 silvers in inventory. The average beginner player regarded this amount as an unimaginably large sum of money. I've purchased quite a few bat teeth today. I'll wait until tomorrow and continue buying more, Nie Yan thought. He glanced at the time, June 7th. It appeared the day after tomorrow would be the announcement for the opening of a new dungeon, Social Valley. When the time came, he guessed many large guilds would be lining up to explore the area. Suddenly, Nie Yan recalled a certain something and smacked his head. How did I manage to forget this too? The final boss in the level 3 dungeon, Social Valley, named Buso the roaming werewolf, was quite difficult to deal with. Moreover, the claws of the werewolves in the dungeon were all coated with a highly toxic poison. Perhaps, not few would horrendously fall victim to this dungeon. For example, in his previous life, he and his friends had been met with such a fate when they first made their attempts. Before the dungeon had opened, one of the known cures for the poison, black phenol, only sold for 2 coppers each, and the formula to create it only sold for 60 coppers each. However, once the dungeon opened, on that day alone the price of black phenol shot up by 500% and the formula's price shot up by 1,000. One of his friends joked around about the matter, saying if he could go back in time, he would have stocked up on black phenol and black phenol recipes with the intent of striking it rich once the dungeon opened. At that time the matter had only been a joke, but who could have known Nie Yan would actually go back in time? This joke had ended up becoming a reality. Nie Yan's train of thought suddenly diverged. It wasn't only Social Valley. Similar situations had occurred during the future openings of other dungeons. For example, with the opening of Golden City, the prices of equipment with Dark Resistance +5 or higher increased by 10-fold. When Spectre Gorge opened, the prices of equipment with Focus +7 or higher increased by 20-fold. This sort of situation occurred frequently with the opening of a new dungeon, so by no means was a case like Social Valley isolated. After going back in time there were opportunities to strike it rich everywhere, yet he had still worried about not making enough money. Nie Yan arrived at the auction house and opened their catalog page. Within their alchemy section, he found a large amount of black phenol. Altogether there were a little over 180 bottles for sale, with each bottle selling for around 2 coppers. The current amount of uses this black phenol had were quite limited, which made them hard to sell and was the reason their price could not rise any higher. Nie Yan bought all 180 bottles without the slightest hesitation. He then checked the subsection for alchemy formulas, 56 black phenol formulas in total, each selling for 20 or so coppers. He bought all of these in one go as well. At this point in time, black phenol was classified as a useless material. However, very soon, players would quickly learn of its value. The moment Social Valley opened, they would return to purchase black phenol only discover its price had already sharply increased to a nearly unimaginable level. From then on, the market price of black phenol would stabilize at no less than 10 coppers per bottle. Moreover, it could be frequently sold for higher. When he finished purchasing what he needed from the auction house, Nie Yan began walking over to the personal storage. He planned to leave these items there until the day Social Valley opened. After all, it was too much trouble keeping them on his body. 5 alchemist players, each wearing a silver moon-shaped badge, strolled past Nie Yan. They paid him no heed as they passed by, seemingly enveloped in their own banter. How strange. I wanted to buy a black phenol alchemy formula to level up my alchemy, but who would have? They were sold out. I had no choice but to buy a silver phenol formula instead. How is that possible? How many people, if any, ever buy that kind of item? When I checked in the morning, there were still 50 or 60 formulas for sale in the auction house. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. Not only the formula, even the item itself was all sold out. Indeed, that's strange. When Nie Yan listened to the conversation of these alchemists, the corner of his mouth couldn't help curving into a slight smile as these several players walked by. When he arrived, Nie Yan deposited all of the black phenol formulas and bottles of black phenol inside his storage. Afterward, he purchased a few more consumables, haste scrolls, strength scrolls, underwater breathing pills, etc. He then arrived at Telic Town through the transport point and ran in the direction of Lake Rondo. There was still half an hour to the servers shutting down, so if possible, he'd like to hand in the quest before going offline. Nie Yan used a basic haste scroll and increased his speed by 20%. After 30 seconds the buff would fade away. However, he would immediately use another one to maintain his high travel speed after the basic haste scroll's cooldown disappeared. If word of Nie Yan's actions were to spread, he would certainly receive a flurry of angry complaints from other players. The average player, even when encountering danger, wouldn't be willing to rashly use a luxury item such as the basic haste scroll. However, Nie Yan was simply using this scroll for no other reason than to slightly increase his speed so he could save a bit of time. The fisherman village appeared at the edge of Nie Yan's vision. However, as he neared, he discovered the village had been turned into ruins. There were the corpses of fishermen littered everywhere and would only respawn after the servers went offline. This was the work of Victorious Return. However, all of their members had already departed. Under the glow of the sunset, the broken down huts of the fishermen village appeared especially bleak. After clearing the fishermen village, at the very least, Victorious Return received 10 pieces of silver tier equipment. If their luck was good, they may have even obtained 1 or 2 pieces of gold tier equipment. Additional, they also obtained a large quantity of fish scale leather was used to craft equipment. Turns out the members from Victorious Return moved pretty quickly. Nie Yan thought. He felt a slight sense of crisis developing in his heart. Though his enemies were great in number, the most important point was that even if he was developing on his own, their growth wouldn't halt either. After passing the fishermen village, Nie Yan dived headfirst into Lake Rondo and quickly swam towards Physician Blevins' little island. Around 10 minutes later, Center Island was finally within his vision. When he gazed at the island, he could make out the lonesome figure of an elderly man off in the distance. He appeared to be fishing from the shoreline underneath the waning light of the setting sun. I wonder what sort of reward I'll obtain this time around. When Nie Yan thought of this, he couldn't help but increase his pace. Youngster, you've returned. How are you doing with the task I entrusted you? Physician Blevins asked, after seeing Nie Yan come ashore. Senior, I've gathered all of the materials you requested. These are the 90 fine silks Senior tasked to me to retrieve. I hope they are enough to aid in Senior's task. Nie Yan then handed the fine silks to Physician Blevins. At last, I've collected enough fine silk. It seems I can return to the Hilton stronghold by the next day. The brave warriors at the stronghold will remember your kindness. Generous and benevolent adventurer, may the holy radiance bless you. The darkness will finally disappear and light will spread throughout the continent, Physician Blevins replied in a hopeful tone as he stored the fine silks into his satchel. System, your influence in Hilton stronghold has increased by 11. Nie Yan glanced at the system announcement that had just appeared. In certain regions, the higher a player's influence, the easier it would become for that player to receive specific quests. Moreover, the player would also receive preferable treatment and discounts when purchasing items. When can I head to the Hilton stronghold for a visit? I can't let these 11 influence points go to waste. Nie Yan couldn't help but think. May God bless the brave warriors stationed at the stronghold. Nie Yan acted in a sincere manner and replied with a prayer as well. This type of tone and speech when speaking to an NPC absolutely made a difference. These things can be regarded as a token of my heartfelt appreciation. Generous and benevolent adventurer, I wish you a pleasant journey. System, you have received 16,523 experience points. System, you have received Boots of Swiftness Gold. Nie Yan thought he would receive 3 pieces of equipment as a reward for the quest, one for every 20%. He never expected in reality, he would only receive one. Maybe this was one of those quests that gave a better reward the more you handed in at once. Unexpectedly, the reward, this time, was a pair of gold tier boots. He examined the properties for this pair of boots. Boots of Swiftness Gold. Level requirement, 5. Properties, defense 19 to 21, resilience plus 11, movement speed plus 12. Weight 2 pounds. User restriction, thief, can be equipped by all factions. It adds 11 points of resilience and 12 points in movement speed. What a good item. Every point of resilience increased health by 2 and slightly increased defense. 11 resilience was an increase in 22 health and 11 defense. Moreover, the boots also had the property of movement speed plus 12. It was simply one of the best pieces of equipment you could get at the early levels. I finally have a good pair of boots to use at level 5. Nie Yan stored the boots of swiftness into his bag. Afterward, he expressed his gratitude to Physician Blevins. When he checked his experience bar, it was already at 97%. He would level up very soon. There were still 10 minutes or so before the servers shut down. He swam over to the nearby water spiders in the area and began killing. After 10 minutes of non-stop training and 10 spiders later, he had only risen to 98%. It looks like I won't be able to level up today. I'll randomly kill a few mobs first thing tomorrow and I should be able to level up by then. Ah, whatever, I'll just get off now, Nie Yan thought. Since there was less than a minute remaining, it wasn't enough time for him to kill another monster. Thus, he logged off and lifted the gaming helmet off his head. When Nie Yan exited the game, he immediately began an intense and rhythmic exercise regimen consisting of resistance training, squats, boxing, martial arts, and reflex training. He completed each set of exercises 10 times, only stopping once every 5 minutes to rest and replenish his stamina with nutritional supplements. Besides punching force, strong kicking power was also an important requirement in martial arts as well. Nie Yan was prepared to do weighted squats. His 2 legs immediately felt strained when he attached 30 kilograms of weight to his body. He placed both hands behind his head and began lowering his body from a standing position. He stopped when his knees bent at a near 90-degree angle, and then he began returning to his original position. 1 repetition, 2 repetitions. After 3 repetitions, not much time had passed, yet his back had already began to sweat. When he completed 20 repetitions, he felt his entire body was on the verge of collapse. However, after drinking some nutrition tonic and resting for 2 minutes, he continued onward with his second set of squats. Within his moment of rest, his stamina progressively recovered while his exhaustion was swept away. After going back in time, my current body's recovery ability is rather decent. With such a good aptitude, I definitely can't let it go to waste, Nie Yan couldn't help but think. When his body began gradually adapting to the additional weights, he added another 5 kilograms. He then picked up his machine dynamics textbook and began studying while doing squats. His body was pushed to its physical limits, yet he clenched his teeth and continued to persevere. The combined application of the lever arm and torque inside the machine. The calculation of current strength. The problems I had so much trouble with in the past were actually this easy. Nie Yan began writing and drawing on his notebook. His writing speed was fairly quick. In but a brief moment, he had solved a highly difficult problem regarding current strength. His body was exhausted at this moment. However, his mind was exceptionally active. Even if he returned to the past, he had still experienced a lifetime's worth of bitterness and solitude. Therefore, Nie Yan knew it was not easy to come by his current happy life. He wanted everyone in his life to be happy. He wanted himself to become stronger. No matter if it was in game or real life, economical ability or personal fighting accomplishments, he had to be strong in all those areas. Only then could he have the power to protect all that he held dear. Cao Shu, if you're unwilling to let my family go in this life as well, I'll definitely kill you. Nie Yan's expression flickered with murderous intent. He then added another 5 kilogram weight and quickened his pace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sound of his heavy breathing echoed out of the room. The affection for his loved ones and the hatred for his enemies, these were 2 emotions were at extremes. However, either one of them could cause a person to burst with endless potential and ability. And, at this moment, both were propelling him to move forward. 97, 98, 99, Nie Yan had reached his limit long ago. He was persevering solely through willpower alone. The weights were pushing down on his body, he was unable to breathe. However, at that moment, he explosively roared, 100. Nie Yan put every single muscle fiber within his being to use. Bearing the 40 kilogram weights which weighed down on his body, he shakily pushed himself upright. In the instant he straightened out his body, he felt he had drained every last ounce of strength he had. An intense fatigue rushed forth as he collapsed on the floor. Ha! I reached my limit. Nie Yan lay on his back while repeatedly gasping for breath, every muscle aching with pain. Even under this extreme fatigue, he could still feel the exhaustion gradually lightening in the same way as before. Nie Yan crawled back up after resting on the floor for 5 minutes. He felt his fatigue had significantly lessened as he stretched his 4 limbs. Perhaps, I should go out and test my strength, Nie Yan thought. This was an era where everyone engaged in some form of physical tempering. Nearly every citizen practiced taekwondo, kickboxing, or some other form of martial arts. There were martial arts facilities littered everywhere along any street. Usually, these martial arts facilities had several experts hired as instructors to teach patrons. Fitness equipments and exercise machines were incorporated into these facilities much like a regular gym. These facilities charged a fixed fee every hour for patrons who wished to use the equipment and machines. The working hours for the average person were quite brief, so most people liked to spend their spare time exercising at these facilities. People who didn't exercise were looked down upon by the rest of society. Even when it came to picking up girls, men who knew martial arts would have a much easier time. Furthermore, there were frequent appearances of beautiful women with fantastic figures at these martial arts facilities. Nie Yan had been through it all in his past life. He had gone mad from grief, insane from hopelessness, and debaucherous as well. He became even more of a silk pants when his father gained success. He had loitered around at all types of locations, and he especially never forgot or neglected those facilities where all the beautiful women frequented. Occasionally, he would even play around all through the night. At that time, he truly had the type of disgusting personality people could not bear. Xie Yao was the only thing that acted as a restraint in his mind and prevented him from crossing the line. Only when his father had suffered under Cao Shu's attacks did he finally return to being studious and well-behaved. However, by then it was already too late. When he was well off in his previous life, he had never gone to the martial arts facilities to actually train, but to chase girls instead. This time around, his mentality and experiences were widely different. Nie Yan walked over to the nearest martial arts facility in his area, Lin Family Martial Arts Facility. It was a facility run by the father of one of his classmates. However, this classmate wasn't someone he could particularly stand, so he hoped he wouldn't encounter her when he entered the facility. The Lin Family Martial Arts Facility couldn't be counted as particularly large, but it was still of a decent size. The interior decorations weren't bad either, and the various kinds of equipment and exercise machines were all available. In other words, within the local area, it could still be considered well-known. Nie Yan stepped into the facility. As he lowered his head and looked at the reception counter, a familiar figure entered his eyes. Damn it, why is she at the desk today? The one receiving customers at the desk was Lin Jia. Truthfully, he and Lin Jia could be said to have a slight connection. They both lived near each other and were classmates in elementary school, middle school and high school. Her looks weren't bad either, she was one of the prettiest girls in middle school. Though, when they reached high school, her looks became sorely outclassed compared to the other girls he met. In Nie Yan's eyes, there was no need for comparison when it came to her and Xie Yao. It was debatable if you tried to pass the one off as good-looking, while the other was undoubtedly a beauty that moved many hearts. Despite this, during middle school, he did indeed have a crush on this girl. He had even written her a love letter, which was promptly rejected when it was received. Some time after the event, she began proclaiming publicly that Nie Yan was secretly in love with her, which left him with basically no face. This event left him with a shadow in his heart that he wasn't able to break free from until he transferred schools to the city. As he gradually grew older, he came to understand that Lin Jia was a very vain type of person. How could someone like her ever be together with an impoverished person like him? Later on, after Nie Yan turned from a poor boy into his silk pants, she and Nie Yan crossed paths again during a gathering at his place one night. That night Nie Yan threw $300,000 worth of banknotes at her. During the whole ordeal she remained surprisingly tactful. After taking the money, she left and never tried to tangle with or get close to Nie Yan again. As he recalled this annoying memory, Nie Yan became unwilling to think of it any further. Nie Yan turned to leave. However, after pausing for a moment, he had a change of heart. Mentally, he was already a 20-something-year-old man. There was no need for him to be bothered because of this little girl. In any case, he was going to transfer schools in the future. By then, he would have no relation to her at all, why would he have to hide? Boss, give me a card for 2 hours. Nie Yan placed $50 on the desk counter. The voice could still be regarded as somewhat familiar to her. She lifted her head to look at the person who spoke and discovered it was Nie Yan. Waving him away, she revealed a disdainful expression and said, "You came here to find me, right? Well, I don't have any free time, so leave." In her heart, there was no difference between Nie Yan and a loudly buzzing housefly. Lin Jia was indeed a little pretty. She wore a silk dress with neckline that exposed a large area of white skin. Her cheeks were smooth and clean. Her eyebrows were drawn in a curve with eyeliner. Paired with her bright eyes, it did indeed make her seem somewhat coquettish. However, before Nie Yan's current gaze, Lin Jia was nothing more than a little girl who knew how to dress up slightly, that's all. During middle school, his eyes must have truly been covered with shit to have been infatuated with a girl like her. Later on, during several student gatherings, he had found girls more beautiful than her everywhere. At that time he realized, she was only considered more beautiful because she was slightly better than her peers at dressing up and putting on makeup. This was the sole reason she was able to stay popular during their time together in middle school and high school. I want a 2-hour card to use the gym. Nie Yan indifferently glanced at Lin Jia. Nie Yan, I already told you. Stop coming around to pester me. With a scrawny matchstick appearance like yours, you still want to come here and exercise. Lin Jia replied with a sneer on her face. She then waved her hand and threw a card at Nie Yan. This girl has been watching too many television dramas. Nie Yan was too lazy to bother with this girl. He picked up the exercise card and headed farther into the facility. Lin Jia still wanted to say a few more words, but Nie Yan had already turned around. Thus, what was left facing her was only his back. The few words she had left to say were swallowed back down her throat. However, she then followed with a sneer and said, "Your family owes $500,000 in debt, making you a penniless bum. Your group of relatives drop by every day demanding repayment, and your parents are nowhere to be found. You still have the whim to come here and exercise." When her harsh words reached Nie Yan's ears, his heart rose with a slight anger. If this were the previous him, perhaps he would have already rushed up in a rage. However now, as 28-year-old man, it just wasn't worth his time arguing with a snobbish brat who had barely reached adulthood. Lin Jia gazed at the receding figure of Nie Yan's back. She stared absent-mindedly as if she were looking at an illusion. From when she last recalled, Nie Yan didn't seem this muscular or robust. Hey, how is that possible? This guy is a famous matchstick known for always being frail and sickly. Even if he didn't move, he'd get sick and ask for a leave of absence. The tone of her voice contained a trace of mockery. Lin Jia, who was that person just now? Asked a young man who went over to Lin Jia's side. His hair was dyed blonde and he appeared to be in his early 20s. That was one of my classmates. One of our honor students who ranked 3rd in literature. Lin Jia replied. Her expression immediately revealed a charming smile when she saw this young man coming over. Tisk, so what if he's an honor student? In my eyes, he's no more than fart. With a tiny body like that, I bet I could send him flying with a single punch. Hey, babe, what say you and I head over to the hotel tonight and have some fun? The young man named Bao Wei groped Lin Jia's perky buttocks with his perverted hand. A moment later, the hand began reaching deeper under her skirt. Hee, you know this is my father's place, right? If he catches you, he might even beat you to death. Lin Jia rejected his advances and pushed his hand aside. Nevertheless, her actions and tone were quite gentle as she giggled while reprimanding him. Nie Yan inwardly sneered when he caught a glance of what was occurring back at the desk counter. Turning his back, he proceeded to the machines to test his strength. The first machine was to test his pulling strength. Nie Yan sat back and placed both hands on the grips of the machine. NHGH, he heavily grunted and pulled down on the machine handles. Under the sudden change in force, the machine's display began rapidly flashing with numbers. 60 kilograms right pointing arrow 80 kilograms right pointing arrow 100 kilograms right pointing arrow 161 kilograms right pointing arrow 162 kilograms. Nie Yan released his grip on the handles when he couldn't hold on any longer. Ha, he gasped heavily for breath. The value was too lacking when compared to his previous self. However, relatively speaking, it could already be regarded as pretty good with his current physique. The following machine tested how much weight he could squat. Nie Yan walked up to it and began bearing its increasing weight on his back. 80 kilograms right pointing arrow 90 kilograms right pointing arrow. The number displayed on the machine steadily increased. It soon reached 90 kilograms, a weight which surpassed the limit of some amateur athlete fighters. Hey, what are you looking at? Bao Wei asked, nudging Lin Jia beside him. How is this possible? Lin Jia muttered to herself while gazing in a certain direction, her mind which was reeling back in extreme shock. What's not possible? Bao Wei turned his head to look in the same direction. He was left momentarily stunned as he stood there with his eyes widened and a blank expression on his face. It was quite evident Nie Yan's stature was on the somewhat small and thin side. Yet at this moment, his small body, which bore several times its own weight, was gradually lowering as he squatted down. If one looked, the screen on the squat machine displayed a value of over 160 kilograms. Such a scene was simply terrifying. What kind of monster was he? In international competitions, there was no lack of athletes squatting well over 1,000 kilograms. However, these people were all unequaled strong men who've gone through specialized training. For the average fighter, it was already quite excellent if they could squat 200 or 300 kilograms. Within a small town like Ningjiang, the number of people who could squat over 160 kilograms could still be counted on two hands. Just how did Nie Yan possess such a terrifying amount of strength with such a small and thin physique? After getting 160 kilograms on the squat machine, Nie Yan arrived beside the machine that tested punching strength. After a moment of stretching, Nie Yan entered a basic fighting stance. He resembled a cheetah in the moment he struck his fist out. Boom! The sound of his fist hitting the machine reverberated. The screen on the machine displayed a punching force of 130 kilograms. Punch strength, a new record has been set. Since Ningjiang was a small town, it was even rarer for an expert to frequent a place like the Lin family martial arts facility. 130 kilograms was all it took to set a new record in a facility. Others in less remote regions would have felt this was some sort of joke. My body's foundation isn't bad, Nie Yan thought, before walking over to the machine that tested reaction time. Leg strength, arm strength, core strength, etc. were the basic foundations of a fighter. Therefore, even if Nie Yan hadn't learned any fighting techniques, he could still become a city-level athlete fighter. He could easily enter the finals of a city-level competition solely by relying on his physical prowess. Reaction speed, a new record has been set. Kick strength, a new record has been set. Running speed, a new record has been set. Lin Jia was stunned as she watched Nie Yan set new records one after another in the facility. The world must have gone crazy. Was the person she looked at truly Nie Yan? As she recalled, Nie Yan had always been a feeble boy who would fall over from the slightest breeze. Who would have ever thought his inner aptitude was so surprisingly strong to an extent like this? All of the previous records in these machines were set by her father. However, 6 of them were now broken by Nie Yan. As for the others, Nie Yan's numbers were about the same as her father's. Since this was the case, wouldn't that mean Nie Yan was even stronger? Who is that guy? He's a monster, Bao Wei asked as his voice slightly trembled. This guy is even stronger than the bodyguards back home. Thank God I didn't mess with him earlier. Otherwise, with his strength, a single kick would break several of my ribs. Lin Jia had a sour feeling in her heart. Nie Yan had never shown off in front of her in such a way before. If she had known he was this strong, she would have already tried getting in bed with him long ago. From her perspective, a woman needed to be conquered by a man. The stronger the man was, the more sense of security she would feel. If only she had known he was this strong earlier. So what if he was poor as hell? With his strength, if he applied to enter the #1 military academy after graduation, she had no doubts he would easily be accepted. Entering the #1 military academy was equivalent to possessing a bright future. She only now understood how blind and foolish she was in the past. She had mistaken a precious jade for a useless pebble. My reaction speed still isn't fast enough, Nie Yan inwardly criticized. Reaction speed directly influenced the outcome of a fight. Moreover, reaction and thinking speed were both very important factors when playing conviction as well. A large crowd was gathered in a circle around the facility's arena. They were there to spectate the two fighters who were in the middle of a spar. At this moment, however, everyone's attention was drawn solely onto Nie Yan. The crowd couldn't help but wonder, who is this terrifying brat? A quiet sense of fear radiated throughout the facility. Nie Yan raised his head and discovered everyone was staring at him. He glanced at the arena and saw two heavily built men standing there. They were both around 180 centimeters tall and their bodies were covered in robust muscles. With a single look, anyone could tell they'd been training for a long time. At that moment, Nie Yan was slightly itching to test out his skill. He stared at those two men and asked without a second thought, "Hey, you two over there. Are you guys interested in having a spar?" And no, there's no need. The taller man in blue gym shorts hurriedly declined as he felt his legs go somewhat soft. No thanks, I'm fine as well. The other man in red gym shorts quickly declined as well. This was some sort of joke. Who in their right mind would fight someone who had a punching strength of 130 kilograms and kicking of 260 kilograms? Let alone them, this kind of monster would even sweep all of his competition in city-level tournaments. A single punch from him, and they'd most likely be hospitalized for 3 months. Nie Yan felt slightly disappointed after hearing their responses. It seems he wouldn't get the opportunity to experience the pleasure of a fight today. He looked at the time and noticed his 2 hours were almost up. He then turned back and headed for the reception desk. When Bao Wei, who was standing beside the desk, saw Nie Yan arriving, he revealed a flattering smile and made way for Nie Yan by retreating off to the side. Lin Jia tidied up her hair and revealed what she considered a charming smile. Nie Yan, however, felt it was quite nauseating. I'm returning this. Nie Yan threw the card on the counter. Brother Nie, there's no need to pay the fee for the 2 hours here. Consider it as me treating you. Furthermore, here's the reward for setting new records in the facility. Altogether, it's 26,000. Lin Jia took out a bank card and handed it over to Nie Yan. All training facilities gave out established rewards. If a patron came in and set a new record on one of the machines, they would receive some reward money. This was a sort of business. The records for the various machines were connected throughout the entire country. If a record was set, and the higher the test results, it could raise the influence of a facility. Thus, in order to attract more experts to their place, establishments used methods such as giving out rewards. 26,000 was roughly the amount of profit a large training facility made in a day. Thanks. Nie Yan put the bank card in his pocket. Although he was disgusted by a person like Lin Jia, he wasn't one to make life difficult for someone who was handing him money. After receiving this money, he could use it to buy better nutritional supplements. Brother Nie, I have some free time later tonight. Are you interested in having a drink with me at the evening trance tonight? It's my treat, Lin Jia asked, revealing an expression she considered to be seductive. The evening trance was a well-known drinking establishment in Ningjiang. It was also rather high class with many sectioned-off private rooms installed inside the establishment. Many of which were used to commit unsavory actions. Needless to say, Lin Jia's invitation was undoubtedly a dubious one. A man and a woman entering together in a private room, who wouldn't know what was going to happen. Although Lin Jia was somewhat good-looking, Nie Yan had met numerous beautiful women in his past life. Furthermore, how could Lin Jia ever compare to Xie Yao? I'm sorry, I'll have to decline, Nie Yan disinterestedly replied. He turned around and walked towards the exit. Lin Jia originally believed by relying on her beauty she could seduce Nie Yan. She never expected that she would immediately have the door slammed right in front of her face. She stood there momentarily puzzled. Wasn't Nie Yan always secretly in love with her? Wasn't she returning the feelings he had written for her in that love letter? Nie Yan's cold and indifferent attitude left her somewhat angry and resentful. Before walking out of the door, Nie Yan turned around and said, when school starts, tell everyone in our class that I transferred schools and I'll visit them sometime in the future. You're transferring schools? Where? Lin Jia asked in surprise. That's none of your business, Nie Yan replied, walking out of the facility. Since that guy rejected you, I'm free tonight. How about we head to the evening trance together? Bao Wei happily laughed. He then walked up and pinched Lin Jia's soft bosom. Scram. Lin Jia was in a terrible mood and angrily slapped Bao Wei's hand away. Tisk. You're just a cheap slut who'd sleep with anyone. What's so great about you? Bao Wei sneered after being rejected by Lin Jia and turned to leave. Lin Jia gazed at Nie Yan's retreating back and spat out in disdain. Hey, aren't you just a poor brat, yet you're so high standard that even this lady here isn't good enough for you. However, Lin Jia understood the reality of the situation. Nie Yan's talents would most likely allow him to soar into the heavens. Thus, she could only stand there sourly and let out a few curses. Nie Yan had a better understanding of his own strength after using the testing machines today. Although he was quite lacking compared to those expert fighters, he should still be able to handle himself if he came across unexpected circumstances. With $28,000 in reward money, Nie Yan headed to the department store to purchase 10 or so tubes of nutritional supplements, which were enough to last him for the rest of the month. Nie Yan continued exercising when he returned home. During the past few days, aside from gaming, he spent the rest of his time exercising and studying. As for other matters, he'd have to put them aside until his parents returned. Just like this, half a day quickly passed by. It was near 5 in the evening and the game servers would be opening soon. Nie Yan reclined on the bed with the gaming helmet on his head. As soon as he entered the game, he began to diligently train by grinding the surrounding water spiders. As several spiders met their deaths one after another by his hands, his experience bar gradually rose. He would level up shortly after 10 or so mobs. Nie Yan, where are you right now? Yao Yao asked Nie Yan through voice chat. I'm still at Lake Rondo killing water spiders. Come to the Telek Town transport point in 5 minutes. We're about to set off very soon. Bring that friend of yours over as well. Alright, Nie Yan replied. If that's all, I guess we'll meet in 5 minutes then. After disconnecting from the voice chat with Yao Yao, Nie Yan contacted Tang Yao. Telek Town transport point. Our team is about to head out soon. Quickly get over there. This early, Tang Yao replied in surprise. His tone contained eagerness and pleasant surprise. Generally, people run dungeons as early in the day as possible rather than later. Besides, it's better to set off in the morning compared to the afternoon or evening. Gotcha, I'll head there right now, Tang Yao replied and hurriedly prepared himself to leave. Nie Yan checked his experience bar, level 3, 99%. Filling up the remaining 1% would still require 10 minutes of grinding at the very least. Since it appeared he didn't have enough time, he took out a return scroll and began unraveling it. After 20 seconds and a brilliant flash of light, the scenery before his eyes shifted. He had returned to town. Where are you? Coordinates. Nie Yan asked Tang Yao through voice chat. Hey, I can see you. I'll come over, so stay where you are. Tang Yao came walking over from the plaza in the distance. He was garbed from head to toe in a fiery red mage robe. It appeared especially conspicuous within the crowd and attracted the envious gazes of the surrounding players. Tang Yao had even unconsciously straightened his back and puffed out his chest. The equipment he wore was a symbol of high honor because it represented the presence of an expert. So, how'd your practice at home go? Nie Yan asked. Tang Yao appeared to be full of energy when Nie Yan gazed at him. He no longer looked like the depressed and dispirited player he remembered in his past life. Not bad. You'll know in just a bit. I didn't improve by just a small amount either. Hey, listen to this. When I logged off, that brat Wei Kai actually called me up. That guy surprisingly wanted to curry some favor with us. He even asked for your phone number. Anyway, I made him my training partner and had several dozen matches with him. That guy didn't even win a single match. You sure he didn't just let you win? Nie Yan asked with a smile. In his mind, he knew this was exactly Wei Kai's style of handling affairs. You're underestimating me too much. I'm actually quite skillful now, you know. Hey, when Wei Kai called me up in the afternoon, he said you went to the Lin family martial arts facility. You didn't go there looking for Lin Jia, did you? I really couldn't believe it. How could you possibly like that woman? I heard she's already slept with many guys already. That was back in middle school when I was still naive and young. Now, I don't have any interest in her. I only went to the facility to test out my strength. When I thought it over, I believed this was the most likely case as well. How could you possibly be attracted to Lin Jia? If you're looking for a girl, this brother here can help introduce you to one. Tang Yao laughed while he pat on Nie Yan's shoulder. With the type of girls you're acquainted with, it's better if you keep them to yourself. Nie Yan rolled his eyes at Tang Yao's antics. A sweet fragrance entered Nie Yan's nose. The scent belonged to a lily perfume sold in NPC stores. It was simple, elegant, and pleasant to the nose. He knew exactly who had arrived the moment this scent entered his nose. All you think about is things like picking up girls all day. I knew you weren't a good person. Yao Yao muttered to herself. Nie Yan knowingly smiled when he heard this voice. He turned his head and saw Yao Yao's charming figure standing right behind him. She was dressed in a pure white mage gown. It was like mercury falling, complementing her perfect body. Her hair hung down, and the pink kerchief she had tied over her head made her appear all the more lovely. It was as if she walked out from the canvas of a beautiful painting. Tang Yao stared at the beautiful Yao Yao standing by Nie Yan's side with saliva almost dripping from his mouth. He stood there with a blank expression for what seemed like half a day before elbowing Nie Yan in the side. So beautiful. A first-rate beauty. Oh my god. Nie Yan, is this your girlfriend? What are you saying? Who are you saying is his girlfriend? Yao Yao's eyes widened into a furious glare. She was absolutely fuming. Before her eyes, this vulgar fellow surprisingly said she was Nie Yan's girlfriend. Humph. Indeed, birds of a feather do flock together. Exactly, birds of a feather do flock together. Otherwise, you also wouldn't have come here looking for us. Nie Yan laughed while teasing Yao Yao. Why you? Humph. This magnanimous lady is going to ignore you. Senior sister Yu Lan Blue Feather and the rest of them are already at the transport point. Let's go and meet up with them. Since she couldn't outwit Nie Yan, Yao Yao quickly changed the subject. Tang Yao suddenly realized something as he watched the Nie Yan and Yao Yao bickering. What was it called again? He seemed to have forgotten. Oh, that's right, it's definitely this. It was a lover's quarrel. He had seen many couples that enjoyed bickering like this before. Although Tang Yao himself was a person who was usually lecherous and full of hormones, he still held some principles. He might take away another person's woman, but when it came to his own brothers, he definitely wouldn't interfere. Tang Yao mentally gave Nie Yan's a thumbs up and secretly whispered, "You do have some skill after all." Tang Yao's mentality immediately diverged. From then on, he viewed Yao Yao as nothing more than a potential friend. Seeing this, Nie Yan couldn't help smiling, however, he was too lazy to explain. Besides, when it come to these matters, explaining them would only make things messier. The three began walking in the direction of the transport point. Nie Yan, is this your friend? That guy has a vulgar appearance, but it looks like his equipment is pretty good. What kind of equipment is he wearing? Yao Yao curiously asked. Tang Yao's cheeks were streaming with tears. Why was this beautiful woman right beside him, when describing his appearance, not using words like confident, dashing, or crushingly handsome, but instead using words like vulgar? Fire chaser set, Nie Yan replied. He noticed Yao Yao's hair beneath her kerchief was folded into several layers. The irregular arrangement was quite charming and revealed it was done with the utmost care. The fire chaser set dropped from Black Flame Forest. Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise. She knew Black Flame Forest was a much more difficult dungeon compared to Tree Ant Forest. Only the elite teams from large guilds would enter these dungeons. After realizing this, Yao Yao couldn't help but look at Tang Yao in a new light. Those who were able to run Black Flame Forest were definitely experts. I never expected this wretched fatty was actually a powerful expert. Tang Yao had advanced from a vulgar person into a wretched fatty. However, after Yao Yao added that he was a powerful expert, Tang Yao felt slightly better, even somewhat proud of himself. He also had somewhat of a guilty conscience. This title of expert was merely a forgery. When compared to genuine experts, he was still lacking by a whole grade. Nie Yan, my kerchief is pretty, isn't it? It was a drop I got from farming in the Radiant Ruins. It's holy damage +3. Yao Yao did a little spin. Her fluttering mage gown resembled a snow lotus in bloom as her kerchief danced in the air. To an onlooker, it was especially moving. It seemed she still held the slight temperament of a child. If she had something nice, she couldn't help but show it off. Moreover, the displeasure she held towards Nie Yan from their prior conversation appeared to have been completely forgotten. It does look very pretty, Nie Yan replied with a nod of his head. Yao Yao had this magical characteristic about her. She was able to let any person completely forget about their worries. Brother, not bad. You should make your move at the first opportunity. Otherwise, she'll get taken away by another person and it would be too late to regret by then. The three soon arrived at the transport point plaza. There a group of 10 or so players was waiting together, grouped up like how the stars cup themselves around the moon. At the center of their attention was a curvaceous beauty in azure armor. Senior sister Yulan, Blue Feather, they're here. Yao Yao walked to Yulan's side. The two gorgeous beauties standing side by side was an especially stunning sight to behold. What luck. We're encountering beauties as soon as we set out. So beautiful, so gorgeous, Tang Yao softly whispered. This little scoundrel was a lecherous pervert who wouldn't change even if you beat him to death. He enjoyed looking at beautiful women, but he knew very well that most of these beauties would never put him in their eyes. Therefore, he did nothing more than ogle. Pleasure to meet you, Yulan said, facing Nie Yan and Tang Yao. She carefully observed Nie Yan. Although his appearance seemed somewhat juvenile, his calm and unhurried bearing made him look quite composed. The most noticeable trait was the air of confidence and decisiveness that surrounded him. Since she could still be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable, she could discern he possessed some of the special characteristics of an expert. He did indeed possess some of the special qualities of an expert. As for the fatty standing by his side, she didn't know what to make of him. Likewise, Nie Yan slightly nodded in reply. Yulan's complete set of azure armor perfectly revealed the curves of her model-like figure. A glimpse of her deep cleavage could be seen in the opening near her chest. From head to toe, she radiated a fatal, wild attractiveness. She undoubtedly possessed the best figure out of all the women he had met before. Moreover, she had a beautiful face as well. This devastating combination was practically capable of seducing men to their deaths. In spite of this, Nie Yan held no interest or desires towards her. Tang Yao, however, had a little trouble shifting his gaze. When comparing Yao Yao and Yulan, the latter evidently suited his tastes much more. Take care, this beauty is someone even I don't dare to provoke, Nie Yan secretly informed Tang Yao. Hello, Tang Yao stumbled as he greeted her in an overly reserved manner. Nie Yan's eyes widened in surprise. This little scoundrel often couldn't restrain himself when in front of beautiful women due to his perverted nature and natural tendencies as a chatterbox. However, today, Nie Yan was witnessing an unprecedented event. This chatterbox was acting quite shy and reserved. Am I dreaming? Did the sun rise from the west this morning? Alright, let's get ready to set off for the dungeon. If you have something to say, we'll talk on the road there. Yulan consistently paid attention to efficiency, thus she didn't want to waste any more time standing around. Remember our prior agreement. I'll be acting as team captain during the run, so I want everyone listening to my arrangements, Nie Yan promptly reminded Yulan. His gaze was sharp and resolute. Alright. Yulan nodded in reply. She turned around and addressed the rest of her team. I'm disbanding the team. In a moment, accept Nie Yan's invite to form a team. He'll be temporarily acting as team captain, so listen to his arrangements. The rest of the members began heavily discussing. They were unfamiliar with Nie Yan. Therefore, in their hearts, they were somewhat unwilling to take commands from this stranger. Yulan, why do we have to take orders from this guy? If by any chance he doesn't know anything and ends up getting our team wiped, what do we do then? The one who spoke was Chen Bo. Nie Yan and Yao Yao's seemingly intimate relationship had caused a sense of crisis to arise. As a result, he regarded Nie Yan with an intense hostility. Nie Yan wasn't unfamiliar with this Chen Bo. He was a classmate of Yulan and they were quite familiar with each other. In the past, he had always been pursuing Yulan, but after meeting Yao Yao, his mind went into a state of chaos. He liked all beauties. So, he didn't know which one he should pursue. Therefore, he decided to make both his property and became unwilling to let any others come near the two. However, to his misfortune, both girls greatly disliked him and as a result, he ended up getting neither. Simply put, he was merely a useless brat with some wealth who got smitten with any beauty he laid eyes on. In Nie Yan's past life, this scoundrel was a walking tragedy. In this life, after encountering Nie Yan, it appeared he was still destined to become a walking tragedy. You are. I'm called Chen Bo. Shayan Bo Chen Bo. Morning Wood. Oh tilde I see. So it was elder brother Morning Wood. Nie Yan's tone dripped with sarcasm. He feigned surprise and acted as if Chen Bo's input held great importance. I said my name is Chen Bo. Shayan. The same Chen as in the surname. Bo Bo da Bo da. The Bo in enormous. Chen Bo replied in an irritated tone. I did say morning wood. I didn't speak incorrectly, did I? Nie Yan innocently gazed at Tang Yao by his side. Tang Yao clearly understood what was going on. Nie Yan was simply messing with Chen Bo and mispronouncing his name on purpose. Tang Yao was practically dying as he held back a belly full of laughter. He restrained himself and said with a smiling expression, right, you didn't speak incorrectly. You did say morning wood. Tang Yao even purposefully enunciated the two words in a serious tone. However, from the smiling expressions on their faces, it was clear they weren't pronouncing Chen Bo's name correctly and pronouncing it as morning wood instead. Granted, even if the person were an idiot, they would clearly understand what was going on. Yao Yao flashed a beautiful smile as two dimples emerged on her face. She shot a glance at Nie Yan, feigning displeasure. This guy is too awful. You can't just humiliate people like this. The majority of people she and Yulan met were quite reserved while in front of them. That being said, Nie Yan's frank and forthright manner of speaking didn't arouse her disgust. On the contrary, she felt Nie Yan was different from people like Chen Bo who often hid their true intentions and acted in an extremely hypocritical manner. Yulan also slightly showed signs of being unable to hold back her laughter. Seeing Chen Bo on the brink of lividness, she hurriedly took on the role of peacemaker and said, forget it, he was just joking around. Nie Yan, go create the team. Nie Yan sent everyone in Yulan's group an invite, Chen Bo included. Chen Bo had the faint urge of lashing out. Nie Yan fixed his expression and announced in a stern and severe tone, if you've accepted me as team captain, you will unconditionally obey my commands as long as you're within my team. If you have any misgivings or objections, you can come looking for me after the run and settle it then. Anyone unwilling is free to leave the team right now. We can still find others to fill your spot. If you attempt to cause mischief or join with malicious intent, even if the team is completely wiped during the run, the ones suffering losses, in the end, are still yourselves. 20% of your experience bar. I think it'll still take quite some time to fill back up, right? As Nie Yan spoke, he simultaneously swept his gaze over everyone present. His imposing stature was reminiscent of a true leader. Not a single person dared to look him straight in the eye. The crowd slowly discussed amongst themselves. After a short while, the people in the group began subsequently accepting the invitation. System, Yulan has joined your team. System, Yao Yao has joined your team. System, Bottled Water has joined your team. Nie Yan was quite imposing. Yulan's eyes flashed with praise after evaluating his performance. Perhaps he really could carry them through the tree ant forest. Yulan followed in a stern tone as well, regard Nie Yan's orders as team captain as if they were given by me. Anyone who fails to comply might as well quit the team, because in the future, our team will no longer have such a person. The crowd immediately quieted down. As her own team members, they knew this type of order was extremely severe. After being in a team with each other for so long, they were quite familiar with one another and had established amicable friendships with their surrounding teammates. If they were forced to leave the team, where would they go? Even if they found another team, one that was capable of running a 20-player dungeon like Tree Ant Forest was extremely difficult to find. Chen Bo held a resentful expression and was prepared to speak out. However, Yulan's severe gaze suddenly focused on him. Chen Bo, who was on the verge of speaking his mind, immediately swallowed his words back down his throat. System, Chen Bo has joined your team. Since all of you have already entered my team, don't blame me if I immediately kick you for disobeying orders. Our objective here is the same. We're here for the sake of getting some equipment and nothing else. If things go smoothly, we may even be able to pick up even more equipment. If no issues arise, everyone here can gain at least 20% experience. If there's anyone who wants to secretly sabotage the run, the damages inflicted on the entire team will be solely placed on them. The people next to you are all your fellow companions. Don't think it's necessary to make things difficult for your own people. If it appears I'm unsuitable to lead and cause mistakes to arise, I'll hand over 10 silvers to your captain, which can be considered compensation for you team. Nie Yan said. He swept his gaze over everyone present and stopped on Chen Bo. If it weren't for the fact this expert-level dungeon dropped a certain jewel, he wouldn't have even bothered coming here. Many players within the group were quite dissatisfied with Nie Yan. However, they had no choice but to concede. Nie Yan's words were quite reasonable. If they absolutely wanted to make things difficult for him, it would be the same as making things difficult for themselves. Harming others without benefiting yourself. It wasn't worth the trouble. They could only oblige themselves to listen to Nie Yan for the time being. He even gave his word and said he'd compensate the team with 10 silvers if huge mistakes occurred because he was unsuitable as team captain. This could already be regarded as extremely benevolent. We've already been wiped in this dungeon twice. It wouldn't be a strange matter if we ended up getting wiped once again. Besides, those elite teams from the large guilds frequently get wiped all the time too. We're going to the Tree Ant Forest simply to feel things out. As for those 10 silvers, how could we possibly be so shameless as to ask brother Nie Yan for it? The one who spoke within the team was a fighter called by Kayasui Plain Boiled Water. He could be regarded as one of those players who were fair and just. One by one, the surrounding members also began agreeing with his reasoning, and their impression of Nie Yan somewhat changed as well. Since that's the case, I'll start handing out orders now. If anyone's dissatisfied with me, they can forward their own suggestions. As long as it's within reason, I'll be happy to oblige, Nie Yan said. Since his previous speech was effective, and Yulan's leadership could still be considered competent, he shouldn't have any problems leading this group of players through the dungeon. I'd like everyone to announce their names and character information, starting from the fighter over there, Nie Yan announced. If the most basic stat requirements weren't met, even if the team possessed a strong expert, it would be incredibly difficult for them to clear the dungeon. In other words, even if he knew how to pass through the dungeon, he'd first need each member of his team to meet the basic stat requirements to even attempt it. By Kayasui Plain Boiled Water Fighter, 61 defense, 230 health, and 27 attack, by Kayasui replied. He was the one who had spoken up for Nie Yan earlier. He had the appearance of a slightly rugged man in his late 20s and a robust body that resembled an ox. He was the team's main tank. With a single glance, you knew he was made to be a warrior. Steamed Dumpling Feishui Zhujiaozi calling me Dumpling is fine. I'm a fighter, 51 defense, 160 health, and 28 attack. Blaze, Elementalist, 32 magic damage. By Kayasui, I want you to go and buy a basic haste scroll. Pumpkin Nangua, I want you to go and buy a basic strength scroll. Nie Yan issued orders after they were all accounted for. Many of the players within the team looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Among the average player, they were considered relatively strong experts with deep pockets, but in reality, the total wealth they had on hand absolutely didn't exceed 1 silver. Items like basic haste scrolls, basic strength scrolls, basic intellect scrolls, etc., easily cost upwards of 20 copper. Wasn't this kind of expenditure rather extreme? Even if they cleared the tree ant forest, they were still unsure of the profit they'd receive. Humph, buying so many scrolls. If I was the leader and had so many scrolls, we'd be able to clear the dungeon too, Chen Bo muttered to himself. Chen Bo was repeatedly making things difficult for Nie Yan. Tang Yao, who had witnessed all of this on the side, was put in quite a foul mood. Could it be that you can't afford it? If you don't have the money to buy something as cheap as a scroll, I can always lend you a bit first, Tang Yao provoked, staring at Chen Bo with a disdainful gaze. 20 coppers is nothing. It's not like this young master here can't afford it. However, this guy here clearly has selfish motives. Why isn't he making you buy basic intellect scrolls, and instead making us spend all the money? Chen Bo retorted without holding back any accusations. Chen Bo's accusations gave rise to doubts among the crowd as they stared suspiciously at Nie Yan. They were all in a team together. However, if Nie Yan clearly favored his own people and deliberately made their side spend more money, then that would simply be an extremely callous and deceptive behavior, one that they could not tolerate. During the whole ordeal, Tang Yao wasn't able to give the reason why. The corner of Chen Bo's mouth curved into a sneer and he said, "What? You don't have anything to say now?" The surrounding crowd waited for Nie Yan's reply. If he didn't give them a suitable explanation, the crowd most likely wouldn't let him off so easily. You figured something out. You haven't figured out piss. My brother is wearing the full fire chaser set. His magic damage is already over 50. Does he need to buy basic intellect scrolls then? He already has a hard enough time controlling his damage as it is. Does he need a basic intellect scroll to increase his magic damage further? Do you want the boss to switch aggro and split him in half? Nie Yan ruthlessly rebuked. Nie Yan's words held another implication. With the equipment Tang Yao possessed, the elite teams from large guilds would be more than happy to have him if he wanted to run a dungeon with them. Accompanying Yu Lan's team into the dungeon was the same as using a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. It was simply a waste of his talents. It was already a show of respect by showing up here, yet they still wanted to make more demands and even threw out accusations. Many of the team members after hearing Nie Yan's words held faces full of shame. Their expressions greatly changed as they gazed the equipment on Tang Yao's body. This was, in fact, the fire chaser set. It was a symbol of honor. It was a sign that a player had conquered Black Flame Forest. If Tang Yao had already cleared Black Flame Forest, it meant he had long since gotten everything he needed from a lower level dungeon like Tree Ant Forest. Yet, he had still come back here to run this dungeon with them. This alone meant he was giving their team a tremendous amount of face. Seeing the changed expressions of the surrounding crowd, Tang Yao subconsciously straightened his back. Being adored and respected by the crowd made him feel rather satisfied. Thus, Tang Yao inwardly confirmed his resolve. If I'm going to wear this kind of equipment, I shouldn't lose any face. At the very least, I've got to show the bearing of an expert. Chen Bo was momentarily left speechless. Nie Yan had ruthlessly suppressed him, and he simply had no means to retort. Yu Lan glanced at Tang Yao and carefully examined the equipment on his body. Even I couldn't recognize it at first. This wretched fatty is actually an expert. I want everyone who was called out to go and buy their respective scrolls, Yu Lan ordered. However, she was left wondering. Even if they cleared the Tree Ant Forest, would they still be able to gain a positive return after buying so many scrolls? The members whose names were mentioned left to purchase scrolls. They had already bought all the consumables they needed beforehand, so making a return trip to the stores wouldn't waste too much time. Nie Yan, do we really need so many scrolls to clear Tree Ant Forest? Yao Yao asked while her elegant eyes stared fixedly at Nie Yan. From her memory, the larger teams she knew didn't use this many scrolls when they cleared Tree Ant Forest. You'll know when the time comes. I am absolutely not wasting money by making them buy these scrolls, Nie Yan replied. Even if it were the elite teams from the large guilds, he reckoned they only cleared the normal difficulty Tree Ant Forest. However, the difficulty he was aiming for was the hardest one, Specialist. It was impossible for them to clear the run without these scrolls. Yao Yao blinked and nodded her head. Despite only knowing Nie Yan for several days, she was certain of one little thing: he was definitely someone who was capable and in no way would do something for no reason. After a short while, the people who were called out returned with their scrolls purchased. Nie Yan did roll call. All 19 people, including him, were present and accounted for. Is there anyone here who can invite a strong mage to join us? I'd be more reassured if there was another high damage mage with us, Nie Yan asked Yu Lan and her team. That's going to be a little hard to do, Yu Lan replied in a somewhat awkward tone. For the most part, mages who had high damage were already in fixed teams, so where could they go looking for one? I can find one. I have a classmate who belongs in Radiant Sacred Flame Guild's elite team. Their team has recently been preparing for Black Flame Forest, but by chance, my classmate has some free time today, Yao Yao interjected. Male or female? How's their skill? Yu Lan asked. He's a male and really strong too, Yao Yao replied. Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. Forget it then, Nie Yan shook his head and said. Why? Yao Yao inquisitively asked. I've already killed several of their guild members. Right now, they have a hit order on me, Nie Yan straightforwardly replied without holding anything back. Even if the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild knew he was here, what could they do about it? Last time, everyone in my party except for me was wiped out by the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild. My brother here single-handedly killed 7 or 8 of them to save me. Tang Yao proudly flaunted Nie Yan's accomplishments. He couldn't help but show off to everyone present that he and Nie Yan were brothers. They were a weak group. All their players were full of beginners. Nie Yan didn't feel it was anything significant. I say, you only killed off a few noobs and you think you're so terrific. I've killed entire teams before. Chen Bo suddenly interrupted. A sneer was on his face, and his expression was full of ridicule. Chen Bo's words infuriated Tang Yao by no small amount. The players Nie Yan killed were by no means beginners. Among them, there was even a player with the full fire chaser set. He was just about to retort, but Nie Yan held him back. Thus he could only suppress his anger in silence. Yu Lan crossed her arms across her chest and examined Nie Yan. Since he wasn't a brash person who liked to flaunt his accomplishments, it appeared Tang Yao's words were most likely true. After all, those who were able to corner an expert-level figure like Tang Yao definitely couldn't be simple. It seemed Nie Yan wasn't only skillful in dungeons, but in player-versus-player situations as well. Who are we going to find then? Yao Yao asked. She believed even if her classmate was part of the Radiant Sacred Flame Guild, it wasn't as if he and Nie Yan were ever in direct conflict. Therefore, it didn't necessarily mean their tensions couldn't be eased. Perhaps in the future, she could even introduce them to one another and have them get to know each other. However, she chose to put this idea off until another time. After giving it some thought, Bai Kaya Sweet Plain Bottled Water interjected with his own suggestion. I know a person. They're an arcane mage from Holy Empire. His name is Dusk Huang Hun and his magic damage is 52. Though, I don't know if he'd be interested in running this dungeon with us. He and his team have already cleared Black Flame Forest and are preparing for the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands, so I don't know if he'd be willing to come back to Tree Ant Forest again. I'll give him a call anyway. A brief moment later, Yu Lan asked, by Kayasui, how did it go? Is he willing? He agreed. By Kayasui replied in excitement. This truly was unexpected. They had only met several times in the past when they partied up to grind mobs. Dusk had given by Kayasui quite a bit of face by agreeing to come. Great. We now have exactly 20 players. We'll set out the moment he arrives, Nie Yan said, nodding his head. Surprisingly, it was someone from Holy Empire. A great opportunity was presenting itself to him. Ah, brother by Kayasui does indeed possess a lot of face. He's even able to invite someone from Holy Empire. Chen Bo praised. He shot a glance at Nie Yan and Tang Yao. If this dungeon run were to go without a hitch, he couldn't say for sure they wouldn't be frequent additions to their team activities. He had to find some way of driving these two uninvited guests out of the team and maybe even rope in a few others to help him. How can that be? He's the one who's giving me face. By Kayasui was practically glowing with joy. He also felt quite proud of his accomplishment. That kind of person is a true expert. His team is already preparing to run the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands. He's definitely cleared Tree Ant Forest, so I think it's best if we make that person the team captain instead. Chen Bo shot a glance at Nie Yan and Tang Yao. This bastard Chen Bo infuriated Tang Yao by no small measure. If it weren't for Nie Yan who held him back, he would have lashed out long ago. True, if he's cleared Tree Ant Forest before, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him be team captain, Nie Yan replied in a dull tone. Oh, so you realized your own incompetence. If you had realized it earlier, then there wouldn't have been a need for you to foolishly show off. Since Chen Bo was given an inch, he attempted to take a mile. He was a person with no sense of propriety. Chen Bo, Yu Lan knitted her brows and called out in a displeased tone. She was rather annoyed with his behavior. Met with Yu Lan's reaction, Chen Bo muttered a few words to himself but no longer said anything more. After a short while, the surrounding area flashed with a brilliant light and a figure emerged from the Telek Town transport point. It was an arcane mage who wore a black-colored mage robe. The man had the appearance of a person in their late 20s. His black mage robes were inscribed with various strange magical runes and he exuded a mysterious and dignified aura. Nie Yan gave him a quick glance. He could tell this person was wearing the Arcane Mage's Dark Winter set. Presently, it was a top-notch equipment set for Arcane Mages. This set and Tang Yao's Fire Chaser set were both on the same level. However, the Fire Chaser set suited Elementalists more while the Dark Winter set suited Arcane Mages. Therefore, for an Arcane Mage, the Dark Winter set was much more preferable than the Fire Chaser set. Hey, Brother Dusk. Long time no see. Bai Kayasui walked forward to welcome him. Long time no see. Dusk also walked up and exchanged greetings with Bai Kayasui. He gave the crowd a quick glance and said, hello everyone. These words were spoken with a slight arrogance. He was a member of Holy Empire's elite team. His elite team and Yu Lan's small team were on a completely different level. He decided to come because Bai Kayasui's personality was decent and he had a slight friendship with him. Moreover, he had some free time because his team was making preparations for the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands. If it weren't for these two factors, he wouldn't have even bothered paying this small team any attention. This is our team captain, Yu Lan. Bai Kayasui introduced Yu Lan to his friend. Dusk nodded at Yu Lan and smiled. I didn't expect your team captain was actually such a beauty. Pleased to meet your acquaintance, Dusk greeted Yu Lan. This was their first meeting, and he didn't reveal the slightest bit of impoliteness when met with a beauty such as Yu Lan. He appeared refined and courteous without lacking the slightest bit of elegance. Yu Lan replied with a slight nod of her head. Pleased to meet you. This Dusk did indeed possess the bearing of an expert. Chen Bo shuffled to Bai Kayasui's side. He hoped Bai Kayasui would lend him a helping hand in introducing him to the expert. However, when Dusk noticed Nie Yan standing at the back of the crowd, his eyes widened in surprise and he walked over to greet Nie Yan. I never thought brother Nie Yan would be in a place like this. Dusk exclaimed in a pleasantly surprised tone. You are. Nie Yan mumbled as if trying to recall who this person was. He remembered now. Back at Link Town, there was such a person standing by Sleepy Fox's side. You don't recognize me, but I recognize you. Previously when our guild leader invited you to run the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands, I was standing right behind him. Brother Nie Yan truly is skilled. You managed to trip Swift/Lima Hengdao and cause him to fall at the most crucial moment. Dusk was in high spirits as he mentioned Nie Yan's accomplishments. When the surrounding crowd heard Dusk's words, they cast their curious gazes towards Nie Yan and wondered just what kind of background he had. He even knew Holy Empire's guild leader. As for Swift/, they seemed to recall he was the Dark Massacre's guild leader. Every person Nie Yan had come in contact with had a terrifying amount of influence. You know brother Nie Yan? Bai Kayasui asked with an astonished expression. Not only do I know him, brother Nie Yan is even currently a celebrity among our Holy Empire guild members. When our guild leader invited him to run the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands together, brother Nie Yan imposed the harsh demand of getting the first pick on all thief equipment. Not a single person in our guild would have dared to speak in such a way to our guild leader, but surprisingly our guild leader agreed to brother Nie Yan's conditions. Dusk replied. He was a straightforward person and he didn't attempt to conceal any of the admiration he held for Nie Yan. The crowd looked at each other in shock. Who was Sleepy Fox? He was the guild leader of Holy Empire, a legendary player among the player base. Nie Yan even set conditions when the guild leader of Holy Empire invited him to run the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands together. Didn't this clearly signify Sleepy Fox was the one currying favor with Nie Yan? As the guild leader of Holy Empire, how could Sleepy Fox's judgment possibly be lacking? Going by that logic, wouldn't this mean Nie Yan was a godlike figure who didn't heed the most elite teams even if they begged him to come? If that was the case, Nie Yan's conditions for running Tree Ant Forest with their own team were actually rather light. Dusk was a member of Holy Empire. It was unlikely his words were a lie. Yao Yao, it seems you actually invited an esteemed expert to help us, Yu Lan teased in a joking manner. Yao Yao's eyebrow curved into crescents. Her face was brimming with joy from the pride she felt. Chen Bo didn't anticipate Nie Yan to have such a powerful background. He finally became aware that he and Nie Yan weren't on the same standing. As if he were a shriveled eggplant, he stood foolishly to the side, seething in anger when a malicious thought came to mind. He definitely had to make Nie Yan pay a heavy price for crossing his path. When the crowd gazed at Nie Yan, their eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Each and every one of them was trying to guess what sort of background he had. Tang Yao was the happiest among all of them. He elbowed Nie Yan in the side and whispered, not bad. You really did conceal yourself well. When did you meet the guild leader of Holy Empire? Yesterday, Nie Yan calmly replied. The respect he gained wasn't given by others. Rather, it was acquired by himself. Truthfully speaking, if he didn't have any skill, it wouldn't have mattered how much faith Sleepy Fox gave him, it would all be useless. His present goal was still to clear the tree ant forest. He put other matters aside for now. He was attempting a difficulty even the most elite of teams didn't dare to rashly attempt, specialist. Since everyone's here, let's set off, Nie Yan ordered. He then began walking in the direction of the town exit. Brother Nie Yan, why are you still running tree ant forest? Dusk curiously asked. He reasonably believed Nie Yan had absolutely no reason to waste his time on this sort of low-level dungeon with his level of skill. I want the tree ant king's featherfall jewel. Also, this dungeon drops some of the better thief equipment. Perhaps one or two of them will drop during this run, Nie Yan replied. In any case, everyone would eventually find out what he was planning when they arrived at the dungeon, so it wasn't necessary for him to hide anything. Besides, his impression of Dusk was rather decent. Featherfall jewel. What kind of item is that? We've run this dungeon 5 or 6 times in the past and we've never once gotten any featherfall jewel, Dusk exclaimed in surprise. Dusk didn't know what the featherfall jewel was because it was only a drop on the specialist difficulty. Moreover, it had only dropped from the tree ant king. The dungeon's difficulty changed depending on the overall level of the team. If there were more high-level players in the team, the dungeon's difficulty would increase to compensate. If players wanted to clear the specialist tree ant forest, it definitely wouldn't be an easy task. Even the elite teams from large guilds would have quite a hard time in clearing the dungeon. With this fact in mind, the featherfall jewel's value became even more apparent. You'll know when the time comes, Nie Yan replied in a dull tone. Dusk felt slightly puzzled. However, after giving it some thought, he realized since Nie Yan wasn't telling him now, he'd eventually find out with the rest of the team later. This Tang Yao's equipment is a bit strange. He's clearly an arcane mage, but why is he wearing the fire chaser set? Dusk asked in a confused tone. Normally, with the way equipment distribution was managed in teams, the elementalists of the team would definitely have priority on drops such as the fire chaser set. So, it was quite strange for the set to be given to an arcane mage. Nie Yan replied with a faint smile but didn't bother explaining. Tang Yao slightly reddened in embarrassment upon hearing their conversation. He really did have somewhat of a guilty conscience when wearing this fire chaser set. However, this made him even more determined. He definitely needed to get a hold of a first-rate equipment set for his profession with his own power. Only then could he gain some confidence and have some self-respect for himself. Nie Yan, how did you meet the Holy Empire's guild leader? Yao Yao asked. Her bright and curious gaze made her appear especially cute. In reality, it isn't as amazing as you're all thinking it to be. Nie Yan then narrated yesterday's events to Yao Yao. However, he left out the matter regarding the chapter of courage. I still can't help but think you're quite amazing, Yao Yao earnestly said. However, if this matter wasn't related to Sleepy Fox, she also wouldn't have thought this highly of Nie Yan. I still feel the event was a little strange. Why would a dragon all of a sudden invade the town for no reason? Generally, elite and lord-class monsters don't leave their territories, Dusk curiously remarked. He still remained quite puzzled over the whole situation. Calling this sort of event rare was quite an understatement. Nie Yan glanced at the chapter of courage in his bag. He sincerely hoped no one connected the appearance of the Guardian of Order with him. What's so strange about that? The game developers probably had the monster siege the town as an event for the players. You know, to spice things up and add some excitement. Something like this isn't rare at all in these sort of games, Tang Yao said in a matter-of-fact tone. His comment had unintentionally aided Nie Yan by explaining the matter away. Ah, you're probably right. Dusk nodded in agreement. After the party of 20 players passed through a wide-open prairie, they were met with a lush and verdant forest at the base of a faraway mountainside. There an eerie mist lingered, appearing as if it would encircle the dense forest eternally. This area was a well-known 20-player dungeon, Tree Ant Forest. It took more than 10 minutes of travel time to reach this destination from Telek Town. Many players idled at the entrance of the forest. Most of them were other 20-player teams who were here to run the dungeon as well. It seems Tree Ant Forest is also pretty lively. There sure are many people here. The average players have leveled up. If they want better equipment, they have no choice but to run the dungeons. Tree Ant Forest was still relatively difficult for the average player. The equipment dropped were also much better than the ones dropped from common dungeons. Most teams were unable to clear the dungeon, but it was still worth the run for the experience and potential dropped items. After all, if a team was unable to advance any further, they could simply withdraw from the dungeon. Although the honor points they'd be missing out on wasn't few, the majority of teams running the dungeons weren't elites from the large guilds, so they didn't care much about gaining honor. Therefore, whether honor points were lost or not, it was fine as long the team wasn't wiped. Presently within Conviction, there were in total 36 level 5 or below 20-player dungeons scattered across the Viridian Empire's domain. Their difficulties differed, but out of the 36, 6 of these dungeons were particularly challenging. They even required teams to attain a certain amount of honor before being allowed to enter. The rest of the dungeons had no such requirements. I'm a 37 magic damage holy mage. Looking for a team to enter Tree Ant Forest with. I'm a 35 defense, 170 health, and 67 attack berserker. Looking for a team to enter Tree Ant Forest with. The entrance of the dungeon was bustling with activity. Many of the players gathered there were seeking teams. When they saw Nie Yan's group arriving, they ran towards him asking if there was any space. Boss, invite me to the team please. Brother, is your team lacking any members? Bai Kayasui plain boiled water walked forward to deal with the crowd. We're full. Everyone, go look somewhere else please. Upon hearing Bai Kayasui's words, the surrounding players had no choice but to leave in low spirits. You guys wait here. I'm going to apply to enter the dungeon, Nie Yan announced and began walking over to the glowing monolith near the dungeon's entrance. When he neared it, he extended his hand and touched it whereupon he felt a bizarre sensation enter his mind. Before entering this lush forest, you happen upon a strange block of stone. The stone block is engraved with various eccentric writing, which read as follows: Forest walkers tree ants they absorb dew under the light of the early morning sun. The sound of a caretaker's flute floats between the leaves. The tree spirits that have slumbered since the times of antiquity awaken. You were reminded, an official from the Viridian Empire told you there were signs of activity from dark elves in this area. You mutter to yourself, these damn dark elves. When will they stop? System, do you wish to enter Tree Ant Forest? Yes. Nie Yan hit confirm. System, please select a difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, expert, specialist. Specialist. System, are you sure? Yes. In the moment Nie Yan confirmed his selection, a brilliant light flashed through the eyes of each and every team member. When they regained their vision, they noticed they had emerged on a thick patch of grass within the forest. Although the sunlight was still able to penetrate through the foliage of the trees, the atmosphere surrounding the area still remained somewhat sinister and eerie. System, you have entered Tree Ant Forest. Difficulty, specialist. The other 19 members of the team also received the same notification. Each and every one of them looked on in horror upon reading it. Why is it specialist difficulty? Captain Nie Yan, did you pick the wrong difficulty? Why is it specialist? Yeah, how can we possibly clear specialist difficulty? The surrounding team members were anxious and worried. Yu Lan looked over at Nie Yan and noticed his expression was still unperturbed. From what she knew of his personality, how could he possibly make such a rudimentary mistake? Unless he intentionally chose this difficulty. If she recalled correctly, no one had ever cleared, or more so, even dared to attempt, Tree Ant Forest on specialist so far. Let alone Tree Ant Forest, even the lowest level dungeons would become unreasonably difficult on specialist difficulty. Since I brought you guys in, I naturally have a method to bring you out, Nie Yan calmly announced. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Up until now, there hasn't been a single team who's been able to clear Tree Ant Forest on specialist and you think we of all people can do it. Our team can't even clear this fucking dungeon on easy. Don't drag us into your mess just because you want to show off. Chen Bo ridiculed in an extremely irritated tone. Is this guy really your friend? Upon witnessing Chen Bo's rude outburst, Dusk, who was by Nie Yan's side, could no longer remain silent. No, he's not. Nie Yan shook his head. If a team member dared to speak so rudely to our captain in the team, he would have been kicked by the captain long ago. No one would allow such a person to speak so much rubbish in the first place. Dusk sneered. However, he didn't look at Chen Bo. He didn't even bother acknowledging the existence his words were referencing to. He turned to face Nie Yan, who was by his side, and said with a smile, I must say, Brother Nie is quite a tolerant person. From Dusk's perspective, Nie Yan chose the specialist difficulty because he had the confidence to clear it. This run actually held some meaning to it now. Initially, he only came here to grind mobs to kill time. Who would have expected he'd meet a rare opportunity instead? Chen Bo was infuriated, but what could he do? Dusk was invited to the run by Kayasui, so offending him was the same as offending Kayasui. If this were to occur, it would inevitably lead him to become ostracized on the team. Chen Bo, Nie Yan is a friend I personally invited to the run. If you have any complaints regarding my decision, be upfront about it and tell me instead. Yao Yao sharply rebuked and knitted her brows. It was most likely for her sake that Nie Yan didn't bother with Chen Bo, or lower himself to Chen Bo's level. After all, Nie Yan didn't want Yao Yao to be shunned for inviting a friend who made trouble within their team. If she didn't speak out for Nie Yan now, it would be too much of a disgrace. Yao Yao. It's not like that, Chen Bo hurriedly tried to explain when he saw Yao Yao was getting upset. However, Yao Yao coldly snorted and turned her head away. I'm only someone who was invited to their team. I'll be leaving after we clear this run. Everyone else is simply cooperating with me. After all, I'm not the captain of any team. The real team captain is this beauty over there, Nie Yan explained to Dusk and glanced at Yu Lan by his side. Truthfully, Nie Yan wasn't such a tolerant person. Chen Bo had already crossed the line and offended him long ago. Therefore Nie Yan would certainly teach him a proper lesson in the future. However, when handling a type of person like Chen Bo, Nie Yan would simply be degrading himself if he were to deal with him directly. You. Chen Bo, shut your mouth right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yu Lan scolded. She then apologized to Nie Yan. I'm really sorry. He just has this sort of unpleasant temper. I'd like to apologize to brother Nie Yan on his behalf. Yu Lan also felt quite humiliated because of Chen Bo's behavior. She and Chen Bo had been classmates for over 10 years. Their parents were on good terms with each other, so she couldn't afford to act too coldly towards Chen Bo. Chen Bo never thought even Yu Lan would speak up against him for the sake of these strangers. He stared daggers at Nie Yan and Dusk, then resentfully turned his head away. Dusk also felt bickering with Chen Bo would only be degrading himself, so he changed the topic. I assume brother Nie Yan has already made the necessary preparations. Otherwise, you wouldn't have selected specialist difficulty. Since he was one of the people under Sleepy Fox command, he also wanted to examine how much ability Nie Yan had. Specialist isn't actually that difficult. The mob health is only increased by 30%. It's quite easy to handle if we have tanks with enough defense and mages with high damage. However, the changes to the boss, Tree Ant King, are quite distinct. I'll let you guys know about them when the time comes, Nie Yan reassured the rest of the team. Nie Yan had spoken as if the whole matter was trivial, but Dusk understood the true significance of mobs gaining 30% extra health. What did it mean? It meant if the tank fell short by even 1% of health, or lacked even a single point of defense, their team would be wiped. It meant if the mages were lacking by even a single point of damage, their team would be wiped. Just where did Nie Yan's confidence come from? Nie Yan, are you really sure we can do it? Yao Yao said, gently nudging Nie Yan with her arm. The expression in her eyes was filled with worry. Rest assured, there won't be any problems. Yao Yao's actions couldn't be considered excessively intimate, however, Chen Bo thought otherwise. He believed Nie Yan was stepping out of line by being too overly close with Yao Yao. As a consequence, the resentment and hatred in his eyes only grew all the more extreme as he covertly gazed at the two. The team of 20 slowly advanced deeper into the forest. The warriors and paladins were on the front line, and the mages were in the back. Under Nie Yan's repeated warnings, no players were more than 2 meters apart from each other. Brother Chen, how about you come in front and scout the path ahead? Nie Yan suggested. The corner of his eyes flashed with a cold, peculiar light. Chen Bo had a hypocritical and petty personality. Therefore, he would firmly hold onto a grudge if even the slightest enmity occurred between the two of them. By making him lose face, Nie Yan had already thoroughly offended him. Despite this, Nie Yan wasn't the slightest bit fearful. Chen Bo, you're just a useless brat who's barely capable of the simplest tasks. Do you really think you can stir up any trouble with me leading the team? You're a thief too. Why the hell are you making me go? Chen Bo coldly replied. I'm the team captain, so I have to lead the team. Would you rather have me scout ahead and have you lead the entire team instead, brother Chen Bo? Nie Yan countered. Humph, no need. I want to see how exactly you plan to lead us through this dungeon on specialist difficulty. Chen Bo coldly snorted and walked to the front of the team. Utilizing his profession's nimbleness, he then began scouting the path ahead. From Chen Bo's movements, Nie Yan could tell he was barely decent for an average thief. If Chen Bo ever tried to compare with him, he would find that Nie Yan was of an entirely different caliber. A cold breeze from the depths of the forest occasionally blew past, leaving the team with a strange sensation, almost as if they were being watched by some other entity. Nie Yan's mind was on constant alert. With his keen sense, he caught glimpses of shadows hiding in the distance. They were dark elves, experts of camouflage and hiding in the darkness to mount ambushes. They were impossible to perceive unless the player had an awareness of above 10. Chen Bo moved forward and began scouting ahead for the rest of the team. On either side were thick branches with lush foliage which blocked his path. Beneath his feet were jungle vines and tree roots which resembled thick serpents as they lay strewn across the path ahead. They were tripping hazards and made advancing forward quite difficult. Ah, damn these things to hell. Chen Bo tried kicking away one of the vines lying on the path. However, it seemed to have a mind of its own. As if it were an actual snake, the vine coiled around his legs, whipped upwards, and left him dangling in midair with his head facing the ground. Save me! Chen Bo miserably shrieked. The towering tree beside him suddenly came alive, whereupon vines stretched as far as the eye could see. Chen Bo saw the tree grow a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Even the vines surrounding the trunk grew into what seemed like a beard. Chen Bo had been caught off guard by a tree ant. It's a tree ant. By Kaya sweet plain boiled water dumpling, attack from the right. Paladins, form a wall. Mages, start casting spells, Nie Yan calmly ordered. He had actually noticed the tree ant in disguise earlier when Chen Bo was scouting the area. However, he intentionally chose not to warn Chen Bo in order to give him a good lesson. You impolite brat, I'll have this tree ant teach you in my place. Dumpling rushed forward from the right side as he held a wooden shield in his hand. Shield bash, bang, a loud sound echoed out as the wooden shield collided with the tree ant. The crowd of frontliners firmly stood in place, surrounding the monster, while the mages in the back fired off volley after volley of spells. A shower of magic flew up into the air and went streaking towards the tree ant. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions rang out in quick succession as they bombarded their target. The tree ant issued a painful roar whereupon it transformed into a lump of wood debris that lay collapsed on the ground. The one they encountered was merely an ordinary mob. Therefore, it was impossible for the tree ant to withstand such a concentrated assault. The vine's grip on Chen Bo loosened and he was sent hurtling towards the ground. Thud, he fell flat on his face. Seeing his sorry figure, everyone on the team couldn't help but laugh. What did it drop? 3 coppers. Chen Bo felt embarrassed. He cast an angry gaze at Nie Yan and said, you did that intentionally, didn't you? He knew Nie Yan noticed the tree ant earlier but still chose not to warn him. Otherwise, how could Nie Yan have reacted so calmly in such a sudden and urgent situation? Brother Morning Wood, you'll have to speak a bit more clearly. I'm finding your reasoning a little strange. It was you who wasn't careful and ended up getting caught by the tree ant. What does that have to do with me? Nie Yan gave a barely discernible smile as he gazed at Chen Bo, his expression telling otherwise. I did notice the tree ant earlier, and I did intentionally not warn you. What can you do about it? You. Chen Bo, stop causing trouble, Yu Lan interrupted. She was also unclear about whether Nie Yan had noticed the tree ant earlier or not. Hey, I guess it's just my bad luck. Chen Bo spit out some of the dirt in his mouth. He turned around and continued moving forward. Brother Morning Wood, take care of what you step on. When Nie Yan spoke, he deliberately slowed down his speech as he watched Chen Bo accidentally step on a trap. The moment Chen Bo turned around to look at Nie Yan, a large wooden beam came swinging over and struck him in the stomach. Chen Bo was sent flying into the air. Thud, he once again fell flat on his face. Fortunately for him, thieves had higher reflex compared to other professions. Therefore, even if they stepped on a trap, they'd receive much less damage compared to other professions. Despite this, the trap had still taken more than half of Chen Bo's health away. To add insult to injury, Nie Yan continued to taunt him. I did tell you to be careful, yet unfortunately, you still didn't listen to me. You're playing the thief profession. Don't tell me you don't know how to avoid traps. I really don't know how you could act as the team's thief. A good thief can increase a team's survival rate by over 50%, but with a thief like you, never mind. Forget it. I won't say any more. I don't want to hurt your pride or anything. It was already bad enough that he had fallen for another trap. However, when Nie Yan deliberately taunted him in such a manner, Chen Bo looked as if he could spit fire as he stared daggers at Nie Yan. Nie Yan didn't care in the least how Chen Bo stared at him. He wasn't some sort of kind and benevolent person. As soon as he entered their team, Chen Bo had always been mocking and ridiculing him. If he still continued to tolerate such behavior without acting, his name wouldn't be Nie Yan. Why are you still trying to show off if you're so unskilled? You got yourself in such a sorry state, and you're still trying to blame others. Tang Yao added in a mocking and drawn-out tone. Your equipment's wasted on you. We'd probably find a better thief than you by randomly pulling one off the streets. Dusk also joined in while standing by Nie Yan's side. Chen Bo's current reputation within the team wasn't great. At the moment, no one was willing to speak out and help him. Nie Yan, you really didn't notice earlier. Yao Yao's beautiful face was full of doubt. Chen Bo stepping into another trap right after being caught by the tree ant did seem like more than just a coincidence. However, when she looked back on those incidents, it still seemed that it was his own fault for being inattentive. What does his carelessness have to do with me? Nie Yan innocently replied. You're just full of evil tricks, aren't you? No one can tell whether you purposefully baited him into those traps or not, Yao Yao teasingly whispered into Nie Yan's ear. The faint fragrance of her perfume paired with her soft and gentle voice left him feeling slightly refreshed. If I were Captain Yu Lan, I wouldn't be so lenient in keeping such an unskilled thief. I bet if I were to meet 100 thieves, 99 of them wouldn't be as weak as you. Do you want me to teach you how to play this profession? The provocative tone in Nie Yan's words was even clearer. If the opposite party was determined to make an enemy out of him, he'd make sure to give them a few more kicks when he had them beneath his feet. Such was Nie Yan's true character. Nie Yan played with his dagger. His fingers were nimble as it twirled around his hand. My teammate lacks ability. Please just see this incident is nothing more than a joke. Chen Bo stepping in those traps while scouting ahead was due to his own carelessness. As the team captain, Yu Lan also felt embarrassed when Chen Bo was ridiculed like so. Therefore she helped speak in his place. I guess it's up to me then. It seems this task is something Brother Morningwood is unable to accomplish, Nie Yan announced. Since Yu Lan had spoken, it wouldn't be quite appropriate for him to continue taunting Chen Bo. Besides, the only person he couldn't bear was Chen Bo. He could get along fine with everyone else in Yu Lan's team. I'll have to trouble Brother Nie then, Yu Lan replied. The change in topic eased the tension in the atmosphere. Nie Yan rapidly inspected for traps as he scouted the path ahead. His eyes swept through the entire forest and he was extremely attentive as he examined every area where traps could potentially be placed. He noticed a peculiarly placed branch lying across the path ahead and instantly knew what it was upon examining it. He extended his hand and lightly tapped the branch before quickly taking a few steps back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several dozen arrows were set flying across his previous position. Put. A short moment later, all of the arrows could be seen embedded in a nearby tree. He had long since ducked out of their path, so these arrows were unable to harm him in any way. Nie Yan disarmed trap after trap as they traveled deeper into the forest. Yu Lan, Yao Yao, and Dusk could only see his figure continuously traveling back and forth between the trees. They were inwardly frightened by his astonishing efficiency in discovering and disarming traps. During this whole time, their team had never once stepped into another trap. Disarming traps was a thief's responsibility because of the unique characteristics of the profession. Moreover, the profession also gained an additional bonus in the reflex stat, which allowed them to have a 50% higher survival rate compared to other professions. Since Chen Bo was a thief as well, he felt if he stayed idle with the rest of the team, he'd be losing too much face when compared to Nie Yan. With no other choice, he forced himself to look busy and traveled through the forest while pretending to look for traps. Only now did he realize the disparity between himself and Nie Yan. However, he was unwilling to admit it due to his pride. He inwardly sneered and muttered sourly, he's only good at playing a video game. What's so amazing about that? There were hidden dangers lurking everywhere within the forest, such as the traps regularly encountered along the pathway. Chen Bo himself had narrowly escaped death by barely avoiding a fall into a spike pit. Fortunately, he was attentive enough to notice the pit before stepping in. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself further by dying to such a simple trap. After that incident, he changed his mind. He no longer went searching for traps along unexplored paths. Instead, he switched to areas Nie Yan had already scoured through and made himself look preoccupied by pretending to search for any traps Nie Yan may have overlooked. Even after 10 minutes, no further mishaps occurred to Chen Bo, not because he was more attentive, but because every trap had already been disarmed in the areas he passed through. Chen Bo pretended to examine a nearby area while he made his way over to a small clearing just ahead since he had just seen Nie Yan walk through it. As he arrived at the center of the clearing, he noticed the ground beneath his feet was a little soft. However, he paid it no heed and negligently strode forward. Crash! The ground trembled and a giant hole opened up underneath him, whereupon he fell into a pit of sludge. Chen Bo's entire body was covered in filth. Moreover, since this filth was a mix of toxic sludge and mud, he was inflicted with the poison status which caused him to lose 2 health per second. With a disgruntled expression, he raised his head to gauge how far of a distance he had fallen. The dirt walls surrounding him were roughly 3 meters in height. Since this pitfall was so deep, climbing out would require him to expend quite a bit of effort. Having walked over to the pitfall, Nie Yan stuck his head over the hole and said, "Ah. Brother Chen Bo, how did you manage to fall into another trap? Didn't I warn you earlier? As a thief, you must always be wary of your surroundings. How could you just stride forward and step right into one again? You bastard. I clearly saw you walking past this area without any problems. You intentionally set me up." Chen Bo angrily cursed. He might be an idiot, but he still managed to figure out what had happened. "You stepped in there yourself. I never pushed you in, so how is it my fault? You were simply careless, that's all. I also have another piece of advice for you. Just because I passed through an area safely, it doesn't mean you will as well. Not all men are created equal." Nie Yan gazed at Chen Bo disdainfully before shaking his head. "You're too useless." Even before he reincarnated into the past, Nie Yan had long understood what type of personality Chen Bo possessed: petty, vindictive, and unable to tolerate any kind of offense. If he held a grudge towards someone, he would simply carry out that grudge to the bitter end. Since this was the case, whatever schemes he had planned in his head, Nie Yan was ready to receive them all. "Nie Yan, you son of a bitch, I'll remember this. Fuck your ancestors down to the 18th generation. I'll kick your ass if you've got the guts to fight me." Chen Bo was foaming at the mouth with anger. "You'd be useless in that aspect as well. Maybe you should bring a few people with you too, otherwise, it'd be too boring." Nie Yan was unfazed by Chen Bo's outburst. He turned around and called out to Dumpling and his group. "Come pull him up. We still need to continue the run." As dusk, Tang Yao and the others glanced over, they felt Nie Yan had tormented Chen Bo into quite a miserable state. System, player Chen Bo has withdrawn from the team. Chen Bo felt too embarrassed to stay any longer, so he gave himself an out by leaving the team. Good. Since that annoying fellow has left, let's continue with the run. We're better off without him anyway. Nie Yan felt Chen Bo acted rather tactful by leaving when he knew he was unwelcome. "Aren't you going a little too far?" Yu Lan said while knitting her brows. Although she somewhat loathed Chen Bo as well, he was still a member of her team. She felt rather displeased when Nie Yan drove him away. "You all saw what happened earlier as well. I wasn't the one who had him foolishly walk into a slumbering tree ant, nor was I the one who made him carelessly walk into traps. His actions were his own, and their consequences were due to his incompetence. I barely said more than a few sentences to him before he quit in a fit of anger. You really can't blame those things on me, can you?" Nie Yan turned to face Yao Yao and innocently asked, "Am I in the wrong here?" Seeing Nie Yan's appearance, Yao Yao was already on the verge of bursting into laughter. This guy had already got what he wanted, but he still wanted to act as if he was being wronged. Big sister, Chen Bo's attitude earlier was quite bad as well. Even if Nie Yan was a little excessive, all of the mishaps that occurred during this run really was due to Chen Bo's own carelessness. Besides, he shouldn't have been shirking off his own duties and pushing them onto Nie Yan. Yao Yao didn't have a favorable impression of Chen Bo either. Therefore, she spoke on Nie Yan's behalf as soon as she opened her mouth. "Ah, never mind. Let's focus on the dungeon run first. We'll discuss this after the run," Yu Lan said, shaking her head. "In any case, my cooperation with your team ends after this run. As long as Chen Bo remains on your team, even if you invite me to another run, I won't come. As they say, what the eye doesn't see, the heart won't grieve over. Since these circumstances will never occur again, you no longer have a reason to get further upset. It will have nothing to do with your team even if he comes to me looking for trouble in the future," Nie Yan added. Were it not for Yao Yao's invitation, he would have never considered running a dungeon with Yu Lan's team. Chen Bo was too much of an eyesore, so what if he drove him away? Even Buddha could be angered to some degree. He'd have been a weakling with no backbone if he let Chen Bo walk all over him like that. "Nie Yan, I'm really sorry," Yao Yao said apologetically. Nie Yan had suffered because of her invitation. Yao Yao really was too much of a sweetheart. This incident had been Chen Bo's fault, yet she still directed the blame towards herself. "It isn't your fault. I'm just that sort of a person. If there's someone I'm not on good terms with, I'll keep looking for trouble. I've already gotten used to being a solo player and staying as one is fine too. If I enter a team, who knows what sort of restrictions they'll put on me. In the future, it'll be fine and dandy to just make my own team if I want to run a dungeon." Nie Yan laughed in a carefree manner. He had played down the incident and skirted around the issue. From Yao Yao's perspective, Nie Yan appeared quite easygoing and unworried. Her impression of him somewhat changed once again. "Right, after some time, we'll find our own people to make a team with," Tang Yao enthusiastically added. Nie Yan believed if he were going to invite people to create a team, at the very minimum, the members needed to be super experts if they wanted to join. "If you guys make your own team, I'm afraid I can't join you," Yao Yao apologetically said. She was already in a fixed team. Although she loathed Chen Bo, Yu Lan was in the team as well. She would never betray Yu Lan to join another person's team, even if it was Nie Yan's. Haha, don't worry. I already know. Alright everyone, let's switch our focus back to the dungeon run. Let's not give Brother Chen Bo something to mock it by getting wiped during the run, Nie Yan smiled and said. Brother Nie, well done, Dusk said with a smile. He felt Nie Yan was quite an interesting person. Deeper within the eerie forest near an opening between the trees, a community of treants were sauntering around, blocking the path ahead. Nie Yan drew closer to these enemies and counted their numbers, 18 treants in total. They possessed 30% more health than their normal difficulty counterparts and gained noticeable bonuses in stats as well. Furthermore, there was also Bind, a crowd control skill, and Lash, a skill that increased their damage, to be wary of. Their team could only handle 3 treants at once. Any more, and things could get a little dangerous. If they were unlucky enough to encounter more than 5 at once, they were guaranteed to be wiped. Since the game was still new, most priests still didn't have a healing or resurrection skill. In fact, the main purpose of coming to the treant forest for most teams was to get a hold of a lesser heal skill book. There's 18 of them up ahead. I want you guys to stay where you are for now, Nie Yan ordered. He examined the terrain of the nearby area and began to formulate a plan. There's no way we can deal with so many treants, Yulan said. Frankly, the moment she found out they had entered this dungeon on specialist difficulty, she had already begun feeling a little restless. If they were wiped again, several of their members were going to drop a level, and climbing back to their previous levels would take quite a long time. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to have you guys deal with so many of them at once. Nie Yan began gauging their distance. The nearest treants were roughly 10 meters away. He raised his head and surveyed the forest canopy. It was quite fortunate there was a tall tree right next to him, and there was a branch that could support a person. He could get a better vantage point from a higher elevation. As he extended his hand, he shot out a line of webbing from his ring of woven silk, which adhered to the thick branch of the tree above. After making sure the line was secure, he nimbly scaled the tree. What is he going to do? Yao Yao asked puzzledly as she looked to her side at Yulan and the others. Brother Nie has impressive perception. He was actually able to find such a good vantage point. Dusk exclaimed in admiration. He was much more knowledgeable compared to Yulan, Blue Feather by Kayasui, Plain Boiled Water, and the others. Naturally, this was because he frequently followed his captain, Sleepy Fox, into difficult dungeons. How could he not be knowledgeable regarding dungeon-specific techniques? Hey, tell us, what's he planning to do? Yulan asked. Although she held the position of team captain, she was only the captain of a run-of-the-mill team. Therefore, she and her team weren't proficient in aspects such as dungeoneering, otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out in this dungeon on easy difficulty. When running dungeons, there's always one person assigned a certain designated task. That task is to find a suitable position to attack certain monsters within a large group. Optimally, that person should aggro 1 or 2 monsters over to the team without alerting the other monsters in the group. Using such methods, teams can break down large crowds of mobs into more manageable sizes. Generally, this job is assigned to the thief who uses a crossbow to carry it out. Presumably, you should all know these things by now. Those 18 treants just ahead are quite close to each other. The moment one of them is aggroed, many others will follow in tow. This difference in mob density is likely also one of the key differences in running a specialist dungeon. Even the minor obstacles are this difficult to deal with. Earlier, I had surveyed the area but was unable to find a suitable position to start. It wasn't until I saw Brother Nie Yan scale the tree that I realized I was mistaken in my judgment. His current location is the most optimal for luring mobs. If one didn't have exceptional perception, they would be hard-pressed to find such a great spot. If we had such a thief in our team, our survival rate would increase by at least 30% or higher, Dusk explained. He was not in the least bit shy in expressing his praise and admiration for Nie Yan's skills. Yulan remained taciturn. Initially, she believed herself quite capable, for being able to properly manage a team. However, it appeared that notion was simply due to her lack of experience. When Yao Yao gazed at Nie Yan standing at the top of the branch, her eyes shone with a peculiar splendor. Nie Yan's position within her mind had once again been elevated a few steps. Other than her senior sister, Yulan, there was no other person she admired more. However, finding a suitable position is one thing. Actually luring the monsters without attracting the rest of the group is another. The latter is a test of a thief's perception and reaction. If he's even a little off in the timing or hitting of his target, worst case scenario, he'll aggro the whole group towards us and cause us to be wiped. Even the most elite thieves have lapses in judgment and make mistakes. Dusk gazed at Nie Yan and said in a nervous tone. While standing on top of the branch, Nie Yan sheathed his dagger and wore it on his waist. He promptly retrieved his crossbow from his bag and propped it up on his shoulder. As he observed the treant's movements through the sight, his forehead dripped with a bead of sweat. The pressure and nervousness in his mind reached its apex. At this moment, the lives of all 19 members of his team would be decided by his hands. As the tension in the atmosphere increased, Nie Yan gradually tuned out the distractions around him until what remained was only the crossbow in his hand and the target through his sight. Even after the seconds ticked into minutes, he patiently awaited his opportunity to strike. Most of these treants stood idle. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would uproot themselves and roam about. However, they consistently remained within 2 meters of each other. The close proximity put him in an extremely risky situation. A single badly timed shot could cause a chain of aggro that would lead the entire group to his team. Below Nie Yan were 18 other players watching his every movement attentively. Earlier, they had been ignorant of the severity of their situation. It wasn't until Dusk's explanation that they realized their lives were held in Nie Yan's hands. Since this dungeon was a sealed space, they would have nowhere to run to if those treants came lumbering over after discovering their presence. With the cross propped on his shoulder, Nie Yan remained motionless atop the tree branch almost as if he were a statue. Time seemed to have stood still. Through the crossbow sight, Nie Yan's eyes focused on several treants in the distance. Periodically, a gust of wind blew past the trees causing the leaves to fall and flutter as if they were butterflies. Nie Yan glanced at the fallen leaves floating in the wind. Wind speed, medium. He abruptly pulled the trigger. The crossbow recoiled acutely after the first bolt fired. Before the second bolt flew out, he sharply shifted the crossbow in another direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts fired from the crossbow. As these bolts flew through the air, they surprisingly weren't shot out in a single line but in 3 separate directions. We're done for. Brother Nie's hands were unsteady when he fired. Dusk called out in alarm. When firing a crossbow, the user shouldn't be nervous and absolutely shouldn't have shaky hands. Otherwise, a single slip-up could cost the lives of the entire team. No matter what profession, the shooter must first have a calm and steady mind because a single shot could decide the fate of their comrades. Under this kind of intense mental pressure, even an experienced expert could have a lapse in judgment due to nervousness. Consequently, such a lapse in judgment was the guaranteed deaths of the entire team. It seems Brother Nie couldn't handle the pressure. Every member of the team felt their hearts sink upon hearing Dusk's words. By Kayasui, prepare to hold position 1. After firing the crossbow, Nie Yan didn't bother watching to see if the 3 bolts were on target. He leapt off the tree branch onto the ground and began running towards the team. Dusk and the rest of the team looked over in the area where the bolts were fired. Put. The first bolt passed in between the tree ants and struck a tree further in the back while the second bolt struck a sapling in the west. Despite both bolts missing their supposed targets, the noise from the bolts striking bark alerted the nearby tree ants and over 10 of them moved towards the 2 points to investigate the sources of the noise. The remaining bolt struck the tree ant nearest to the team and alerted a companion as well, whereupon the 2 tree ants began lumbering over to Nie Yan. These 2 tree ants quickly separated from their group as they chased Nie Yan from behind. He managed to lure 2 of them without aggroing the others. Holy shit, that was amazing. Dusk exclaimed in surprise. The others might have not clearly seen what had happened, but how could he not? The crossbow in Nie Yan's hand was a type of semi-automatic crossbow that fired in 3 bolt bursts. The 3 bolts were fired in different directions. The first 2 bolts had drawn most of the tree ants away while the last bolt drew 2 tree ants towards the team. He had been mistaken earlier in believing Nie Yan had unsteady hands when firing the crossbow. Rather, it was actually Nie Yan quickly changing directions to fire at different targets. He had only heard about this kind of highly advanced skill in rumors. Even with the same crossbow, if it were another person firing, the outcome would likely be vastly different. Dusk had been secretly recording during this entire run. Although this type of video couldn't be publicly viewed online if it was recorded without the consent of the person in the video, it could still be shared privately with friends. He would definitely show this clip to his captain, Sleepy Fox. A true top-class thief. This method of drawing aggro was an innovation in dungeoneering. If publicly disseminated, it would certainly become textbook among thieves. 2 tree ants were nothing difficult. Since Bai Kaiusui had already gotten into position, he easily intercepted one of the incoming tree ants while Nie Yan used concussive strike on its companion. The rest of the frontliners arrived to surround the tree ants and the mages began casting their magic. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of spells exploded over the tree ants' bodies. One of the tree ants swept its arm out, repelling most of the frontliners away. However, Bai Kaiusui held his position, refusing to retreat. He loudly roared and struck the tree ant using shield bash. The key to being a successful fighter isn't necessarily the ability to be aggressive. It's the ability to be firm and stable. It doesn't matter what situation, you mustn't create any openings that could lead to a break in the ranks, Nie Yan frankly advised, after seeing Bai Kaisui's action. Although Nie Yan believed Bai Kaiusui was a decent player, he was still far from being an expert in Nie Yan's eyes. In reality, before he reincarnated, those who were stronger than him could be found everywhere. It was just that everyone, in the present, was simply new to the game. The players were still gradually familiarizing themselves with the combat and different skills and techniques in the game. However, Nie Yan was different. He had over 10 years of experience in the game as a thief and was already quite familiar with the various aspects of the game. The saying goes, practice makes perfect, and Nie Yan, with his 10 years of gameplay knowledge, had already far exceeded any current player in the game. The techniques he used now that would cause others to exclaim in admiration would be standard 10 years later. There were still a few genuinely difficult techniques that even he wasn't able to grasp. Those were the true highly advanced techniques. Bai Kaiusui tuned down his aggression after listening to Nie Yan's advice. When they first met, he wasn't particularly impressed with Nie Yan's ability. However, after witnessing Nie Yan's display of skill just a moment ago, he became thoroughly convinced even if he wasn't able to see it clearly. Since Nie Yan was elevated to the status of super expert in his mind, he would firmly believe in any advice that he was given by Nie Yan. After focusing more on defense, even though the tree ants' attacks were fierce, he found it easier to hold his ground. He stood more stably and the pressure he felt had immediately lessened. After all was said and done, Nie Yan had knowledge of the next 10 years of gameplay, events, and updates. Just a few words from him to Bai Kaiusui plain boiled water would allow the latter to reap endless benefits. Another wave of spells struck the tree ants. After the third wave, the first tree ant collapsed and exploded into a pile of wood debris. 10 seconds later, the second tree ant collapsed as well. Nie Yan walked over their corpses and rummaged through the wood pile. He found a few coppers and a pair of bronze-grade mage gloves with focus +2. A pair of mage gloves dropped. Decide who should have it among yourselves, Nie Yan said and threw the gloves over to Yuland Blue Feather. Naturally, Tang Yao and Dusk declined as they had no use for such gloves. Even though the bronze-grade gloves were decent, it was still inferior to their set equipment. In the end, the player named Pirate had the winning bid and received the pair of gloves for 12 copper. The money from his bid was then evenly split among the other team members. In this fashion, players could obtain equipment inexpensively rather than paying higher prices in the marketplace. Nie Yan, that move earlier was amazing. How did you pull it off? You should teach me next time. Yao Yao Dark Mystery exclaimed excitedly, since crossbow techniques similarly applied to magic as well. She was considered an expert amongst her friends, but in reality, she felt there was quite a large gap between herself and the true experts like Nie Yan. Nie Yan replied with a faint smile and said, sure. Actually, it's not really that difficult. I'll tell you later when we get out of the dungeon. After he finished speaking, he walked back to his prior position so they could continue the run. Nie Yan lured the tree ants over one after the other. Sometimes, only one lumbered over, other times, they brought 1 or 2 companions with them. However, there were never more than 3 tree ants at once. Since they ran the dungeon on specialist difficulty, the drop rate was increased by over 500%. Moreover, the type of equipment dropped was of a much higher quality. When all 18 tree ants were killed, the team obtained 2 more pieces of bronze-grade equipment with decent properties and 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. When Yulan and her team ran this dungeon on easy, they obtained no more than 5 pieces of bronze-grade equipment per run. The properties of the equipment they picked up weren't spectacular either. Yet, at present, the value of their recently dropped equipment far surpassed the profits of an entire run for them on easy. Moreover, this was still the beginning of the dungeon. Such a fact put the members of the team in higher spirits. The profits from running a specialist dungeon are staggering. Dusk exclaimed. He felt the current drop rate was unimaginable. This is only the beginning, Nie Yan replied. From his experience, these profits were simply a drop in the bucket. The total amount earned in a specialist run was much more. The path splits up ahead, Dusk called out. Everyone cast their gaze forward. The path between the forest thickets forked into 2 different directions. We'll head west, Nie Yan replied. Aren't we supposed to go east? Dusk asked in surprise. He and Sleepy Fox always went east when running this dungeon because the path to the west was a dead end. Regardless of the selected difficulty, the map for the tree ant forest always stayed the same. You won't go wrong by listening to my instructions. While it's true the west path leads to a dead end, don't you think it's odd for the path to exist for no reason? In fact, that area actually contains something very special. However, we'll have to be a little more cautious. Many tree ants lurk on the path ahead, making it quite dangerous, Nie Yan replied. The secret to the dead end was hidden quite deeply. Very few people were able to discover it. If it weren't for the information from his past life, he might have missed out on a great opportunity. Everyone followed Nie Yan and took the west path. While on the path, they encountered many treants roaming around. Sometimes, the treants even charged towards the team. However, thanks to Nie Yan's reminders, they were able to prepare in advance. Smothering strike. Nie Yan struck a treant from behind and stunned it. He then turned around to attack another one nearby. Bai Kaisui and the rest of the frontliners rushed up to take aggro while the mages followed in tow. Boom, boom, boom. A volley of spells bombarded the two treants. The two treants finally collapsed to the ground. From their corpses, they found 3 coppers and a single skill book. Skill book, Uncanny Dodge passive. Skill description, increases the player's senses and ability to evade attacks. Skill attribute, Evasion +2, Awareness +1. User restriction, Thief, Warrior, Paladin, can be learned by any faction. Since it's a skill book I can learn, I'll be taking it, Nie Yan said to the team. The skill book was quite rare. Even its drop rate on Specialist was very low. The skill could be learned by thieves, warriors, and paladins. If he were to put it up for auction, it could sell for at least 2 silvers. Furthermore, at present, it was a skill book that had yet to appear on the marketplace. If such a skill book appeared in a run beside theirs, that team's members would certainly fight or even become enemies over it. However, Nie Yan directly took it without any opposition. Although many members drooled over the skill book, no one dared to say anything since they had already accepted Nie Yan's conditions before setting out. Besides, without him, let alone obtaining such a good item, they wouldn't even be able to take one step forward in this specialist dungeon. Each profession had a maximum of 50 skill slots. For an average thief to fill even 25 of those slots was an accomplishment. Most players were able to comfortably get by with around 10 active skills. Players able to attain more than 20 active skills were in the top ranks among the player base. Therefore, the majority of players had their skill bars padded with passive skills. Some skills could be improved as time went on, however, those were few and far between. The bulk of skills obtained by players generally couldn't be improved. Skills could also be forgotten to free up space in the skill bar. Therefore, once some lower level skills outlived their use, they could be replaced with higher level ones. Uncanny Dodge was classified as one of the skills that couldn't be improved. Nie Yan glanced at his character page after learning the skill. His evasion and awareness had increased. The stat bonuses from passive skills were permanent. He felt passive skills were much better because the stat bonuses from equipment would disappear once the gear was unequipped. The team had walked halfway through the path, just enough to see the edge of the forest. They could hear the gentle melody of a flute as the sound drifted between the leaves and floated into their ears. The clear melody moved the hearts of the members in the team. There's a delirious old man who speaks nothing but gibberish at the end of the forest. No matter how we inquired or interacted with him, he wouldn't give us any sort of quest. Since we could beat the Treant King regardless and the old man didn't seem to do anything, we figured he was just a useless NPC. Don't tell me he's actually part of a quest line or something. Dusk asked and turned to face Nie Yan. He didn't know whether Nie Yan had any thoughts on this old man. There's never an NPC who appears in a dungeon without reason. They have a 90% chance of being related to the main storyline, Nie Yan replied before continuing on the path. Dusk looked on in confusion. Could Nie Yan have found some clues regarding this old man? In any case, he feared this attempt would be futile as well. Nie Yan had read over detailed guides for every dungeon in the game. Moreover, he himself had personally experienced 99% of these dungeons. The matter of the senile old man was an easy case for him to solve. Nie Yan, have you been through this dungeon before? Yao Yao asked. She was quite curious. Why did he seem to know everything about this dungeon? I've run this dungeon with a team before, Nie Yan replied with a nod. On specialist as well? Nope, only on normal difficulty. Why were you so confident in entering the dungeon on specialist then? Like I said before, specialist isn't actually that hard. You simply need to have enough skill and if you understand the dungeon well enough, passing it on specialist won't be difficult at all, Nie Yan replied. When Nie Yan spoke in a confident and certain tone, it almost seemed as if every matter that appeared before him could be easily resolved. Yao Yao quietly gazed at Nie Yan. The outline of his face, as well as his overall appearance, still looked somewhat childish. A little bit of stubble had barely grown out of his chin. He wasn't particularly handsome but he had a peculiar personality that made her subconsciously feel she could trust and rely on him. As Yao Yao stared longer than what was considered polite, a thought suddenly emerged into her mind and she quickly turned away. A faint tinge of red could be seen on her elegant face. Yao Yao, how did you meet him again? Yu Lan asked as she stood right beside Yao Yao. She also became quite interested in Nie Yan. The game servers had barely opened a week ago, so such a strong player was a rare sight. Remember when I was killing water spiders in Lake Rondo? He was the one who saved me that day. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would be a level lower right now, Yao Yao replied. She shuddered at the thought of losing one level. Actually, she didn't know how she got into such a mess in the first place but she had found herself being surrounded by 6 water spiders. She managed to kill 3 of them after using up 2 scrolls and a basic health potion. However, the remaining 3 nearly ended her life. Yu Lan couldn't help thinking Yao Yao was extremely lucky to have met Nie Yan back then. Even if you searched every nook and cranny, you wouldn't necessarily find someone as skilled as him. Along the path, the team had killed another treant and a jingling sound rang out. A white light then surrounded Nie Yan's body. I leveled up, Nie Yan said and glanced at his character page. He had finally reached level 4. Congratulations. Congratulations, the team members applauded one after the other. Nie Yan, you leveled up already. How are you so quick? Tang Yao exclaimed in surprise. Just yesterday, he was almost 50% ahead of Nie Yan in experience. How did Nie Yan suddenly get so far ahead of him in only one day? I handed in a quest before I got off last night. It gave some fairly decent experience, so my level rose by quite a bit. What kind of quest gives so much experience at once? Tell me, where is it? I want to try it too. It was a unique quest. Ah, so it was a unique quest. Oh well, forget it then, Tang Yao replied in a disappointed manner. Unique quests were generally quite hard to trigger. Though their difficulties varied, the rewards for these quests were always extremely generous. Nie Yan, you're already level 4. Yao Yao exclaimed in shock. Nie Yan was only level 2 when she first encountered him, yet he reached level 4 after only 2 days. Wasn't this leveling speed a bit too monstrous? Nie Yan nodded. Even more shocked to hear this news was Dusk. He had heard from Flying Stone 3 days prior that Nie Yan had only been level 0 when they first met. Barely several days have passed and he's already level 4. No wonder he dared to start all over again. It's because he had the confidence to rise up. That's why he dared to delete his old warrior character. This guy is impressive, and not the average kind of impressive either. Dusk said to himself. Several days ago, Nie Yan didn't put much thought into his explanation for Stone. He made up a story by telling Stone he simply deleted his old account and was restarting. After all, it was an easy explanation for why he knew so much about the dungeons. Finally, level 4, Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar. Currently, the highest level player in the game had only reached level 6. Even groups like Sleepy Fox and his team averaged around level 5. If he kept going at his current pace, he was certain to overtake them. It was only a matter of time. As the team neared the edge of the forest, the members could see a distant cliff face ahead. Trees, shrubs, and flowers, along with other various plants flourished and grew vigorously on its near vertical incline. Presumably, this steep rock face was the end of the west path. In addition to the cliff face, the team caught sight of a lone NPC at the edge of the forest, an elderly man in a shabby-looking cap. He sat beside a nearby tree with his back supported by the trunk, absorbed in playing the flute he held in his hands. The song was dreary and distant, as if its melody had drifted through the forest since antiquity. Nie Yan examined the old man. The name displayed above his head read, Nameless Old Man, but Nie Yan knew this NPC's actual name, Ainpat the tree ant caretaker. He was this forest's protector. Under his supervision, humans and tree ants coexisted peacefully. However, around a month ago, the tree ants suddenly went out of control and began slaughtering any humans that entered the forest. When traces of dark elf activity were discovered in the area, the Viridian Empire's Council of Elders issued a statement. They called for the brave adventurers of the Empire to enter the forest and kill the most dangerous being inside, the Tree Ant King. This was where the main storyline of the Tree Ant Forest dungeon begun. Adventurers, you have traveled a long way, but please turn back now. This area is very dangerous. The tree ants will kill anyone who enters the forest, so please hurriedly depart. When night descends, beneath the light of the moon, they gain a strange demonic power that increases their strength immensely. The nameless old man stopped playing his flute upon seeing Nie Yan approach and advised him to turn back. Respected caretaker Ainpat, it's an honor to grace your presence. We've come here in order to exterminate the evil Tree Ant King. While these tree ants have gone berserk, it is my hope that God will allow them to be saved, Nie Yan replied in a sincere and righteous manner. Damn those wretched beings from the underground. They should receive divine judgment. They stole my flute and hid it somewhere while snickering in the shadows. Caretaker Ainpat furiously exclaimed. This, right here. It's clearly a prompt for a quest, but this old guy never gave it to us. No matter how we talked to him after, the old coot would only tell us to hurriedly leave. After that, we didn't bother with him anymore and went straight to killing the Tree Ant King, Dusk said in the team chat. That's because you guys ran this dungeon on hard difficulty. If we don't trigger this NPC's dialogue in specialist difficulty, we have no way to beat the Tree Ant King. The boss on specialist is much more difficult than its counterpart on hard, Nie Yan replied. He then glanced at the shadows in the distance before turning his head and continuing his conversation with Ainpat. It is them. I immediately discovered their presence the moment I entered the forest. May the radiance of light purify these wretched demons. Adventurer, you can actually detect their presence. Good. If not for those two damned dark elves snatching my flute, the tree ants wouldn't have gone berserk. Here, I personally created this disillusioning powder. It can reveal their true appearances and prevent them from escaping into the shadows again. Please, kill them and retrieve my flute, then you'll be able to defeat the Tree Ant King. Caretaker Ainpat rejoiced in surprise. System, you've obtained disillusioning powder. Quantity, 3. Disillusioning powder, reveals all hidden players and monsters within a 30-meter radius for 20 seconds. After receiving the powder, Nie Yan glanced at the distant shadows once more. Along with transcendent insight, his awareness far exceeded other thieves of the same level. Therefore, he was able to keenly sense the malicious entities stalking the shadows ever since he and his team entered the dungeon. Out of everyone in the team, only Nie Yan had managed to notice the presence of those two dark elves. You received the quest? Dusk asked blankly. Prior to this, he, Sleepy Fox, and their team had tried numerous methods but were unable to retrieve even a single clue from this old man. He never expected it would be so simple to receive the quest while under Nie Yan's lead. Yeah, let's keep moving. We've still got a lot of work to do, Nie Yan replied. Really? Was there really something following us? Yao Yao followed Nie Yan's gaze. Besides the shadows, there was absolutely nothing there. She suddenly felt a deep chill run down her spine. Just a bunch of frail dark elves. There's nothing to worry about. Nie Yan then began strutting towards the darker areas in the forest. With 18 others following from behind, Nie Yan led the team out of the opening where the elderly NPC resided. He took them through a long and narrow path between the trees and brought them to the cliff face. At the base of the cliff, everyone could see a dense blanket of green covering the entire rock face where all sorts of vegetation grew. Why did we come here? Tang Yao asked. It wasn't just Tang Yao, everyone else also felt puzzled as to why Nie Yan led them here. Nie Yan glanced upward at the cliff face above them and said, we came here to look for an opportunity to catch those two dark elves. Hold on, I think I saw something over on that side. Nie Yan walked alongside the wall and jumped. He leapt 3 meters into the air before clinging onto the vegetation on the cliff face. He then shot a web line at a shrub 3 meters above him. Resembling a nimble monkey, he climbed higher and higher by grabbing onto nearby protruding rocks. Guys, look over there. Yao Yao pointed above. Everyone looked in the direction Yao Yao pointed. Only then did they discover a faintly shimmering object slightly sticking out on the cliff face. From its appearance, it was likely a treasure chest and a silver one at that. There was actually a chest so well hidden in this area. If it weren't for Nie Yan, they would have never discovered it. The real reason Nie Yan brought everyone here was solely for the sake of this chest, as it only appeared in the specialist version of this dungeon. Thus, in order not to arouse the team's suspicions, he acted as if he were looking for the dark elves. Nie Yan reached over and found the chest embedded deeply inside the crack on the cliff face. He didn't know who discovered this chest first, but the person who discovered it was surely an expert. After all, it was nearly impossible to notice such a well-hidden chest unless the player possessed exceptional observational ability. Even without his exceptional eyesight, this location could be found on the guides in his past life. Be it hidden chests, items, or information regarding their respective dungeons, they were all written down. The knowledge came from the experiences of the high-level experts before him. When these experts reached a higher level, they would write down this information and sell it to online publications for a hefty sum. Nie Yan had always looked at these guides and thoroughly researched them before actually entering a dungeon with a team. This aided him greatly in avoiding disastrous mistakes and taking the wrong paths. This chest wasn't locked, so Nie Yan stretched out his arm and opened it. System, opening chest. Estimated completion, 37%. 53%. Click, the treasure chest's lid popped open. Nie Yan reached in and dug around. For the most part, items found inside dungeon chests were generated randomly, so anything could appear. Now it was all just a matter of luck. After digging around for what seemed like half a day, Nie Yan picked up a skill book and a necklace from the chest. Ah, it's an accessory. Guess my luck isn't too bad. Nie Yan felt pleasantly surprised. Accessories such as rings, necklaces, and medallions were the rarest type of equipment players could receive. Since they were so difficult to find, they fetched a high price on the marketplace and most players could only leave their accessory slots empty. Forest necklace. Properties, unidentified. Nie Yan appraised the item using transcendent insight. Forest necklace, silver. Level requirement, 0. Properties, defense 2 to 3, dexterity +2, awareness +1. Weight, 1 pound. User restriction, none. What a good accessory. It's a silver tier necklace. Nie Yan felt quite elated. He then turned to look at the skill book. It's a lesser heal skill book. The lesser heal skill was the lowest level healing skill of the priest profession. However, it was difficult to acquire since its skill book could only be found within dungeons. This was also one of the reasons its market price remained so high, to the extent it was even more valuable than some silver tier equipment. Having received the forest necklace, Nie Yan didn't mind too much about losing the lesser heal skill book. If he were to place it up for auction, he'd only receive around 3 silver. Such an insignificant sum wasn't worth batting his eye over. Nie Yan descended the cliff and met up with the team. We're pretty lucky. The chest dropped a necklace and a lesser heal skill book. You guys can have the skill book since I don't need it, but I'll be taking the necklace, Nie Yan said. He didn't have to pay a single cent when taking an item. On the other hand, Yulan Blue Feather and her team had to share their profits with Dusk and Tang Yao. After all, the two were invited here and couldn't just leave empty-handed. It's a silver-grade necklace. Bai Kaisui's plain boiled water and the other's eyes practically fell out of their sockets. A silver-grade necklace. Now just how much was that worth? The group watched in anguish as Nie Yan put the necklace away. Ah, it's such a pity. Why does it have to belong to someone else? If it weren't for him finding this chest, we would have never gotten this lesser heal skill book in the first place. It would be better if we just buy this skill book off of you, brother Nie, Yulan said. She wasn't willing to take advantage of Nie Yan's generosity. The skill book was brought back by his own efforts. They hadn't done anything to help at all. Since you put it that way, I'll be straightforward and sell it to you. The market price for a lesser heal skill book is around 3 silvers, possibly even more. However, I'll lower the price and sell it to you for cheaper, 2 silvers. How does that sound? This price can't be considered disadvantageous to you, right? Nie Yan replied. He wasn't the least bit reserved in agreeing to Yulan's request. Couldn't you have just politely declined instead? Yao Yao interjected, stamping her feet. Nie Yan calmly laughed and replied, since someone is so adamant about spending their money, why should I refuse? Only fools would refuse money. If you want this lesser heal skill book, I can give it to you. Even if you wanted 10 of them, I would still help you find them. However, your captain wants to buy it instead because she doesn't want to owe me any favors. Let's say I disregard her sentiments and politely refuse her offer. Even if you wouldn't mind me being a hypocrite, I'd still be despising myself for being one. Our team funds are only around 5 silvers. Would it be possible to pay you the 2 silvers at a later date? Yulan asked in slight embarrassment. If she paid the 2 silvers now, their funds would be even more lacking than they were now. Are your funds that lacking? You even need to owe someone 2 silvers. Ah, whatever. You can pay me back whenever you want, Nie Yan replied and waved his hands. An entire team couldn't even bring out 2 silvers. Although that appeared quite pathetic, most teams only had 2 silvers. In reality, Yulan and her team were quite well off. They were just naturally no match when paired up against a walking money bag like Nie Yan. The entire team stared at Nie Yan. These were 2 silvers. It wasn't paltry amount, yet he still didn't attach any importance to them. This man was truly rich and overbearing. Yao Yao pulled at Nie Yan's sleeves and gazed at him while blinking her innocent eyes. She asked in a harmless and sincere tone, Nie Yan, would you really be willing to give me 10 skill books? Ah, sure, but you never told me where I could find those 10 skill books to give you. Nie Yan felt a cold sweat run down his forehead. He knew exactly what sort of wicked thoughts were running through this enchantress' mind. Humph, you don't even have the least bit of sincerity, Yao Yao replied in feigned anger. Nevertheless, the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Of course, she would never actually ask Nie Yan to give her 10 lesser heal skill books. She only wanted to tease him a bit, that's all. Tang Yao glanced at the overhanging cliff. He was actually able to spot that chest all the way over there. He was increasingly unable to make sense of Nie Yan. The changes in this childhood friend of his became even greater and greater, to the point where even he was having slight troubles recognizing him. However, one thing remained certain. No matter how much Nie Yan changed, he would always remain as his brother. Alright, let's focus on the matter at hand. We're going to have to kill those 2 dark elves that have been stalking from behind. There's a ravine in the area. We'll split up into 2 groups. I'll lead the first group into the ravine while the second group trails us. Those 2 dark elves are quite crafty, so we'll have to lure them into the ravine and trap them in there by blocking their exit. Afterward, we'll use the disillusioning powder to reveal them. However, I want everyone to stay on full alert. Even though those 2 dark elves don't possess much fighting strength, they make up for it with their speed. We have to make sure they don't escape, otherwise, it'll be very difficult to make them fall for the same trick twice, Nie Yan ordered and began carrying out his strategy. The team separated into 2 groups. The first group of 10 remained on standby while the second group advanced into the ravine. While moving forward, Nie Yan paid careful attention to his surroundings. He noticed the slight movement of a silhouette 11 meters ahead. The other one didn't follow. Nie Yan questioned inwardly. However, he was then able to sense something following them from behind. The entity kept 10 meters of distance between them. They're both here. Nie Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. These 2 elves are quite cowardly, afraid to even separate from themselves. Good, we'll wipe them both out at once. Nie Yan and the group entered the ravine. On either side of them were towering walls of rocks around 10 meters high. In between was a small trail that was able to fit 5 or 6 players walking side by side. This narrow ravine was the perfect site to set up an ambush. However, they had to succeed on the first try. Those 2 crafty elves wouldn't be easily fooled twice. Nie Yan sensed the 2 elves were hesitating at the entrance of the ravine. After a brief moment, they entered and followed. They took the bait. Good, now they're trapped just like a turtle in a jar. Nie Yan inwardly rejoiced. He then ordered through the team chat, Yulan, you guys can come over now. Block the ravine's entrance and by all means, don't let those crafty buggers escape. Yulan felt strange and somewhat uncomfortable when Nie Yan addressed her without any honorifics, but this wasn't the time to bother with such a matter. She led the remaining team members and rushed over to the ravine. We're here, Yulan informed. Nie Yan retrieved the disillusioning powder and threw it in the air, whereupon the powder scattered and floated across the ravine. The powder's area of effect constantly expanded and eventually covered the entire ravine. When the powder landed on the nearby shadows, the figures of the two impish elves were gradually revealed. With pointed ears, their emaciated figures were nearly all skin and bone while the color of their skin was a dark ashy gray. Besides their physical feature, the clothing on their body was shabby and worn out. While the high elves in the game were beautiful and handsome, these two dark elves were so shamefully ugly it was no wonder they were always hidden. RRYYEEKGGTHH. One of the elves let out an ear-piercing screech. Both elves turned their backs and frantically dashed towards the ravine's exit. Like a pair of hares, their movements were quite nimble. Nonetheless, they were quite fragile as well and only had around 100 health. A single round of spells was enough to kill them instantly. You want to run. In your dreams. As if he were an arrow released from a bow, Nie Yan quickly shot out from behind. The rest of the group trailed him and followed in pursuit. Right now, Yulan's group should have already blocked off the exit. Before the two elves made it too far, they were immediately stopped in their tracks upon reaching the ravine's passage. Sure enough, Yulan and her group had already arrived and firmly stood in place, blocking off the elves' only path to freedom. They were already trapped with no hope of escape. The two elves quickly glanced at each other before dashing towards the cliff face. When they had scaled 3 meters of the cliff, Nie Yan arrived right behind them and suddenly leapt into the air. He reached out with his arm and managed to grab one of the elves by the leg. He then extended his left hand and shot out a line of webbing from his ring of woven silk. As the web line wrapped itself around the other elf's leg, he pulled back sharply and flung the two elves off the cliff face. Crash! Their bodies made heavy contact with the ground, causing a cloud of dust to form and rise in the air. With Nie Yan's dexterity and jump range being so high, his range of movements and speed were astonishing to a frightening degree. These two dark elves simply weren't his match. Shortly after the rest of the team arrived and surrounded the two elves, the mages raised their staffs and prepared to unleash a rain of spells. Rygik, the two elves revealed pleading expressions on their faces. Hold up, don't kill them for now. Nie Yan's heart jumped in excitement. In his previous life, the player only needed to kill these two elves and Aimpat's flute would drop. When they handed the flute back to Aimpat, they could proceed with the dungeon. However, he had never come across a situation such as this, where the elves wouldn't fight back and instead pleaded for their lives. In his previous life, the highest completion rate attained for this dungeon was only around 75%. Even 10 years into the game, no one beat the dungeon to full completion. Yet at present, he couldn't say for sure these two elves wouldn't lead him to any information regarding the missing 25%. When he was level 4 in his previous life, the stats of his game character simply couldn't compare with his stats right now. At that time, he was only an average low-level player, unable to obtain even a simple set of bronze-grade equipment for himself. There was no need to even mention ludicrous aspirations such as attaining the legendary chapter of courage. In short, the dexterity and jump range of his previous character were too inadequate. Let alone capturing these dark elves, even overtaking them was impossible. Therefore every team at the time, including his own, could only blast them with magic when they attempted to scale the ravine's walls. With their two bodies curled up like potato bugs, the two elves knelt on the ground and gazed at Nie Yan with begging expressions in the hopes that he would spare their lives. The elves spoke in an ancient language Nie Yan wasn't proficient with, the language of the elves. However, from their body language and expressions, he could roughly tell they were begging for forgiveness. Who here can speak Elvish? Nie Yan turned around and asked the team. The surrounding team members gazed at each other before shaking their heads. They only knew one language in the game, and that was the common language spoken in the Empire. As for Elvish, from the start, let alone understanding it, no one had even heard of its existence before. Nie Yan silently pondered. If no one knew Elvish, communicating with these two dark elves would basically be impossible. He glanced at his own language menu. At present, there were only 4 languages: Common, Dragon, Ancient Common, and Kasat Giant. Suddenly, he had another thought. These dark elves are an ancient race and possess extremely long lifespans. Perhaps they'll understand other languages. Petty and frail dark elves, why have you come here? Nie Yan spoke in dragon tongue. Nie Yan spoke various syllables in a deep tone. The sound of his voice frightened the surrounding team members, however, they soon realized he was simply speaking another language. Upon hearing the dragon language, the two elves were badly frightened, even trembling as they gazed at Nie Yan. One of the elves who was somewhat more courageous continued to stare at him with caution and bewilderment. Eventually, he drummed up enough courage and crawled towards Nie Yan's feet, kissing them before he fell back and began to speak. The elf also spoke in dragon tongue. Long live the dragon god. This one's name is Vaisarine. My lord, I sincerely ask of you. Are you of the dragon race, disguised as human? During the distant dark era, the dark elves were unlike the other races. As one of the races enslaved by the dragon race, they didn't join the rebellion with races such as humans, high elves, and dwarves in fighting for their freedom. Their society and faith remained pious in their belief of the dragons. Even now, those existences that were currently hidden within the deepest corners of the world were still worthy of their reverence and loyalty. Nie Yan felt elated. Humans who knew dragon tongue were few and far between. This dark elf had been scared witless and mistook him for an actual dragon. It's best if I take advantage of this misunderstanding. Indeed. Long live the dragon god. Dark elf Vaisarine, I do not wish to repeat myself. Why have you come to this place? Nie Yan spoke in dragon tongue once again. My lord, our drow dark elf tribe suffered a crushing defeat at the Hilton stronghold. In the chaos and confusion, my companion and I passed through the plains and escaped to this forest, Vaisarine replied. Ah, dark elf Vaisarine, so it turns out you two were deserters from the battle at Hilton stronghold. My lord, we are not deserters. This one named Vaisarine is a brave and courageous soldier. We are gathering intelligence for our tribe. In the evening 3 days from now, our drow tribe will strike back at the Hilton stronghold. At that time, dark elf Vaisarine will once again return to the battlefield. Vaisarine spoke with courage and conviction. System, new quest received. Bring the heads of the 2 dark elves to Sir Cavrod in the Hilton stronghold and inform him before the drow tribe commences their counterattack. A branching quest line. This was an exciting discovery, however, Nie Yan still maintained a calm and collected outer appearance. He continued to speak to Vaisarine as if everything was normal. As for the opposite party, Vaisarine believed Nie Yan was a dragon. He truthfully answered each and one of Nie Yan's questions without exception and didn't dare to conceal even a shred of information. As Nie Yan and the dark elf continued to speak in the strange language, the team members had various thoughts. Just what were they talking about? Those dark elves seemed to be quite fearful of Nie Yan as well. Why was that? Everyone felt shocked. Just when did Nie Yan learn the language of other races? Dark elf Vaisarine, the tree ant caretaker, is a friend of mine. He informed me that you've stolen his flute. Tell me, how shall I enact your punishment? Upon hearing Nie Yan's words, Vaisarine kowtowed repeatedly and begged for forgiveness. He then took out the flute and handed it to Nie Yan. The entire flute was lacquer black while its surface was carved in turtle shell patterns. As Nie Yan examined it, he noticed the flute appeared very simple and unadorned. He then glanced at its properties. Aimpad's flute quest item. Level requirement, 0. Description, a flute used by the tree ant caretaker. Able to affect surrounding tree ants. Properties, willpower plus 20, strength plus 20, reflex plus 20, health plus 300. Reduces the stats of surrounding tree ants by 50%. User restriction, can only be equipped within the tree ant forest. No mistake, that's the flute we're looking for. Once Nie Yan put the flute away, he sent an order through the team chat. Kill them. The surrounding mages raised their staffs and began chanting their magic. To the team's surprise, the 2 dark elves didn't resist and remained kneeling on the ground. They stayed motionless and silent as they awaited their deaths. Boom, boom, boom. The spells rained down on the 2 elves. They remained firmly kneeling even when suffering the assault. It was only until their health bars fell empty that the 2 could no longer hold themselves up. Their lifeless corpses slumped to the ground, collapsing with a gentle thud that brought a small cloud of dust into the air. System, you've obtained Dark Elf's head. Quantity, 2. Alright, now that's settled and done with. Good. They even dropped a pair of warrior boots when they died. Decide between yourselves who gets it. We'll be heading off to kill the Tree Ant King next, Nie Yan announced. This is going to be the first time in history a team finishes this dungeon with a perfect completion rate. Capturing those 2 dark elves led to a pleasant surprise. Nie Yan, what did you and those dark elves talk about? Why did it seem like they were very afraid of you? Not to mention when we were attacking them, they didn't even dare to retaliate, Yao Yao asked after walking to Nie Yan's side. The rest of the team also stared at Nie Yan with inquisitive gazes. Even Yu Lan couldn't help but focus her attention on him. Oh that was nothing. I just spoke to them in dragon tongue, and they mistook me for a real dragon. The Dark Elves have been slaves to the dragon race since the ancient Dark Era. Even in the present, their society still considers themselves servants of the dragons, which is why they were so respectful and fearful of me. Thanks to the information they provided, I also received a branching quest line, so I'll be handing it in after we return to town, Nie Yan replied. Dragon tongue. When did you learn the dragon language? Yao Yao asked. It appeared Nie Yan still held quite a few secrets since he continued revealing surprises one after the other. Yeah, I heard dragons were extremely rare, Tang Yao added. Nie Yan was truly becoming more and more outstanding, even the language of the dragons wasn't out of his reach. In the same moment, Dusk's eyes sparkled as he thought of a certain possibility. Could Nie Yan's ability to speak dragon tongue be related to the emergence of that dragon in Link Town? Nie Yan soon realized his slip of the tongue and turned to look at Dusk. From the expression on the latter's face, he could tell this fellow had grasped onto some clues. Yesterday, actually, I ended up accidentally stumbling into a ravine where I found an old book. When I turned the pages, I discovered it was actually an old history which recorded the events of past eras. Before I knew it, I received an announcement telling me I learned the dragon tongue, Kasat Giant, and Ancient Common. Afterward, that dragon emerged and chased me around before I managed to make a lucky escape, Nie Yan replied in a casual manner. This explanation was specifically directed towards Dusk. He felt it was better to partially tell the truth than to allow the existence of the chapter of courage to be leaked. Dusk readily accepted the explanation. After all, he didn't too feel good sticking his nose so deeply into another person's secrets either. Truthfully, learning new languages isn't that hard at all. Head over to the library when your levels are higher, and if you pay 1 gold, you'll be able to learn the Ancient Common language. Also, if you head to the libraries belonging to the giant race, you'll be able to learn the Kasat Giant language after paying 3 gold. How do you know all this? Dusk and the others asked in astonishment. Head over to the library and look for yourself. Just browse through some of the books there, and you'll have an even better understanding of the entire Atlanta continent. There are various profession-related books as well. If you manage to read them all, I guarantee you'll be experts as well. Ah, who the hell goes to the library? An entire library has so many books. Even if you randomly pull one off the shelf, it'll still have up to 1,000,000 characters. If I had to read every profession and history-related book in the library, it would take me a month at the very least. Who the hell has that much free time on their hands? Yeah, who has the time to read those thick and heavy books? In his past life, Nie Yan often suffered setbacks while playing his thief and developed an interest in reading as a result. After spending over a month reading at the library, he couldn't help but admit the history of the Atlanta continent as well as its stories were quite fascinating and engaging. From the origins of his profession to the biographies of legendary thieves and their abilities, he read it all without missing a single word. Thanks to his exceptional memory, he gained many insights. By the time he walked out of the library, he left with a thorough understanding of his profession. After several more years of polishing his skills, he ranked as one of the top 50 thieves and was somewhat famous. I've only read a few myself. The biographies there are pretty well written, Nie Yan said with a smile. Nie Yan still had the leisure to go to the library and read. They had frequently risked life and death to reach their current level, yet they were still easily overtaken by Nie Yan. The crowd couldn't help but feel a little disheartened at such a thought. Many of the team members sighed deeply and no longer had the heart to inquire any further. Who knows what sort of rewards you'll receive after turning in that quest? By Kayasui plain boiled water exclaimed, voicing out a similar thought among the crowd. Ultimately the topic everyone still cared for the most was the quest rewards. What was that flute that dropped just a moment ago? It's a quest item called Aimpad's flute. We'll have to return it to that old man before we exit the dungeon. Nie Yan displayed the flute's properties for the rest of the team to see, whereupon everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. The flute's properties were simply astonishing. If it could be brought outside of the dungeon, it would most certainly cause every player to go crazy over it. However, Nie Yan didn't feel too much of a loss regarding this flute because he already possessed the chapter of courage. Ah, it's such a pity. Why do we have to return it to the NPC? Many of the team members felt aggrieved. Nie Yan opened the trade menu and traded the flute over to Bai Kayasui. This item had to be handed over to the team's main tank for it to be used to its fullest potential. Holy crap, I have over 700 health. Even if it's the Tree Ant King, I'll have nothing to be afraid of. Bai Kayasui confidently boasted after checking his improved stats. Don't underestimate the Tree Ant King on Specialist. That thing is really difficult to deal with. Wait and see. You'll be eating your own words very soon. After splashing cold water over Bai Kayasui's parade, Nie Yan said, since our priests aren't able to learn revive yet, we'll have a much easier time if 2 of them can cast Lesser Heal. I know another location that drops a Lesser Heal skill book, so we'll be heading there next. No way, right? Is the Tree Ant King really that difficult to deal with on Specialist difficulty? Bai Kayasui asked in shock. After all, he had never faced the Tree Ant King on this difficulty before. He quickly reined himself in after listening to Nie Yan's words. From the moment they entered this dungeon to now, the profits the team earned surpassed everyone's expectations. Even if they discounted the items Nie Yan took for himself, the amount of equipment and skill books they obtained still far exceeded their imaginations. They even thought it would be great if Nie Yan could continue carrying their team just like this. However, this was nothing more than wishful thinking. He was never part of their team in the first place, and his cooperation with them would end after this run. Furthermore, he would never join their team in another dungeon run again. When they thought back to his previous statements, they couldn't help but feel a little angry. They grumbled and voiced complaints in their hearts. Why did Chen Bo have to go and piss off Nie Yan? Originally, they too had felt somewhat dissatisfied when they witnessed Nie Yan driving Chen Bo out. After all, Chen Bo was still a member of their team and Nie Yan's actions at that time really did seem excessive. Yet at present, they were having a subtle change of heart. Having obtained Ainpat's flute, Bai Kaiasui became a genuine and formidable meat shield. With a priest casting lesser heal from the backline, he became an unequaled tank that was able to contend against 5 treants alone. After he equipped the flute, it became much easier for the team to clear the path ahead. As they progressed through the run, the amount of equipment they looted quickly piled up. They obtained another lesser heal skill book and 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment. One of them was a pair of thief gloves which was given to Nie Yan. They increased strength by 3 and awareness by 2. The other piece was a recently dropped round shield that raised defense by 15% and increased physique by 5. When the shield dropped, everyone's eyes went wide with shock because it was the first time they had seen such a high-quality shield. Round shields were fundamentally different from normal shields. Their defense was relatively lower compared to regular shields. However, their low weight meant they didn't hinder a player's movements as much as a regular shield would. Thus, round shields with high defense were a hot and very costly commodity in the marketplace. Damn, even the round shield we got from Black Flame Forest wasn't as good as this one. Dusk widened his eyes in shock. What kind of drop rate was this? Good equipment was just dropping one after another as they progressed towards the boss. He didn't mind passing on the previous drops because they were only bronze grade. However, at present, such an amazing silver grade round shield suddenly appeared. If you guys are willing to sell, I guarantee my captain would be willing to pay 10 silvers or even higher for that round shield. Everyone present understood the significance of a heavy knight with a good shield. A tank that was able to withstand a boss attacks ensured the survival of the whole team. Therefore, heavy knight equipment with high defense was extremely expensive on the marketplace. The bidding on this type of equipment in the auction house reached new records. However, even so, they remained targets for teams from the larger guilds. We don't plan on selling this shield. Yu Lan took in a deep breath of air. This shield meant they could still try and take on higher level dungeons even without Nie Yan's help. Let alone 10 silvers, even if it was for 20 silvers, she still wouldn't sell. Yu Lan Blue Feather glanced at Nie Yan who stood off to the side in a laissez-faire manner. She thought of the ever-increasing amount of favors they owed him. If this continued, it would soon reach a point where they couldn't possibly repay him. Yao Yao Dark Mystery give Nie Yan our thanks. We would have never been able to get all this good equipment if it weren't for him, Yu Lan suggested. In retrospect, Nie Yan's conditions hadn't been excessive at all. Yao Yao replied. She then walked to Nie Yan's side, her bright eyes examining his expression as she approached. What are you looking at me for? Nie Yan glanced at Yao Yao and smiled. We'll be taking the round shield. You really don't mind losing out on it. Yao Yao faintly smiled and a pair of dimples emerged on her unblemished face. Nie Yan's pulse slightly raced after seeing her elegant yet bewitching smile. However, when he thought of Xie Yao, he immediately regained his composure. It's just a round shield. Do you really think I'm that stingy of a person? In any case, I'm already pretty satisfied as it is. I get to take any useful drops I want, and the Featherfall jewel from the Treant King goes to me as well. When we entered the dungeon, did you guys not put an effort too? I definitely couldn't clear this dungeon on my own, he replied. Well, that shield is worth quite a bit of money. My captain asked me to thank you on the team's behalf. Oh, Nie Yan glanced at the nearby Yu Lan. She was tall, slender, and had a voluptuous figure which could be called perfect. If there were a few more smiles on her face, then she would be rated as quite decent. Moreover, from his memory, he recalled she was quite a prideful figure. It was seldom that she would ever lower her head to someone. As for what he knew about her, it was limited to a certain event where a player took too many liberties with her, and she retaliated by going on a rampage and killing him until he dropped back to level 0. At that point in time, the only thought on Nie Yan's mind was that this woman was extremely terrifying. However, after becoming more familiar with each other, he came to understand she had a quiet and amiable personality. Thus, she never left him with any sort of bad impression. Besides glancing back at her figure every once in a while, he didn't really have many opinions of her. He had never really chatted much with her either and by the end, they were nothing more than nodding acquaintances. With the new equipment spurring them forward, the team members became even more spirited as they cleared mobs, especially by Kaiasui plain boiled water who charged into every battle. Nie Yan and the others took a detour and headed onto a smaller path where they encountered a group of 5 treants. Shortly after making swift work of those treants, another lesser heal skill book dropped from one of their corpses, just as Nie Yan had said earlier. From then on, the number of priests who could cast lesser heal on their team rose to 2. As their group progressed, they completely cleared the path of any and all treants. Eventually, they penetrated into the deepest part of the forest and entered a clearing. The surrounding vegetation visibly lessened. Moreover, no more treants emerged on the path and even the presence of fauna and insects disappeared. We're almost there. Be wary of the vines beneath your feet, Nie Yan warned as he raised his guard. He walked at the front of the group and opened up a path by disarming each and every trap along the route. As the team drew closer to the center of the forest, 2 vines which were lying motionless on the ground suddenly sprang to life. Like real serpents, the 2 vines snaked their way closer and shot towards Nie Yan. Nie Yan sidestepped the attack and switched to a reverse grip. Slash. The vines were severed upon meeting his blade and fell to the ground. The people in the back also suffered attacks, however, they were safer due to their numbers. Even if actual danger befell one of the members, the others around them could come to the rescue. Therefore, no problems occurred in the back. After passing through the clearing, Nie Yan and the team finally caught sight of the Treant King. It resembled an immense tree towering at over 10 meters high and several meters wide, many times larger than the average treant. Its leaves and branches shrouded the entire sky and cast an immense shadow over the area. However, its most distinct feature lay in the ash-black bark that covered its entire body. The Treant King awoke from its deep slumber, aware of the approaching players as a cold, sinister glow radiated from its ancient eyes. Treant King, Lord, level 5. Health, 10,000 10,000s. Its Lord class. Dusk screamed in shock. The Treant King had only been an elite class monster when he and his team ran this dungeon. Not only did this version have much more health than its normal difficulty counterpart, it was even upgraded to a higher class. If it weren't for such an overpowered item like Ainpat's flute, even if the entire elite team from Holy Empire came over and joined them, they'd likely still end up being wiped. Everyone, prepare yourselves and get into formation. Wait for the heavy knight to engage before going in. There's no need to feel anxious. Just listen to my commands, Nie Yan reassured before sprinting towards the Treant King. He stopped upon entering the boss line of sight. Wretched humans, for trespassing my territory, die. The Treant King roared deeply and slammed a gigantic branch towards Nie Yan. Boom, its gigantic arm left a deep mark on the earth. However, Nie Yan had already rolled out of the way. At that moment, Nie Yan had already fled and circled around its side. The Treant King raised its gigantic arm again and swept it towards Nie Yan. As he watched the massive arm spanning towards him, Nie Yan abruptly lowered his body and slipped into a slide. Boom, the Treant's sweeping attack hurtled above and past his head. The fierce pressure alone was enough to cause pain as the wind scraped against his cheek. Just a little bit slower and I would have been swatted into the air by its attack. Nie Yan got up and fled in the other direction. Although the Treant King was overbearing and fierce, during the whole course of events, none of its attacks were able to reach Nie Yan, who evaded like a slippery loach. An average team would have most likely sent their heavy knight, who held Ainpat's flute, to engage first since only that player could withstand the attacks of the Treant King. However, they would have neglected one key point. Heavy knights, as their namesake would suggest, wore heavy armor which caused their movements to be hindered and clumsy. They were unable to dodge the Treant King's attacks which had a strong knockback effect. Thus, they had no chance of closing in on the Treant King without others covering for them. However, if another player were to be struck by an attack, they would undoubtedly die. Nie Yan's movements seemed awkward whenever he evaded the Treant King's attacks. Each time the team believed he was going to die from one of the attacks, they would discover he miraculously survived by dodging, rolling, or jumping out of the way at the very last second. More or less, he appeared to be more scared than hurt as he survived every encounter without mishap. Dusk, however, felt shocked by Nie Yan's actions. Holy shit, he can even do this. What a godly thief. He subconsciously began comparing Nie Yan with the other thieves in his team. However, he suddenly came to the realization that there wasn't a single thief within Holy Empire who could compare to Nie Yan. If there were a thief with even half of Nie Yan's skills in his team, they'd already be quite terrific. From Nie Yan's perspective, the Treant King's attacks were slow and predictable. Each attack gave more than a second of reaction time to get out of the way. Thus, evading its attacks really wasn't much of a problem. It was simple and extremely easy, just like an adult being asked to do a grade schooler's math homework. After making sure the boss aggro was fully on him, Nie Yan gave an order through the team chat. By Kayasui, take the lead and engage the boss. The rest of the frontliners will follow after. Backline, under no circumstances are you to go within 30 meters of the boss. By Kayasui rushed towards the Treant King. Since the boss' attention was completely focused on Nie Yan, he quickly arrived in front of it. He struck the boss with shield bash and followed with heroic strike. -36. -52. Damn it, the Treant King has such high defense. Even with Ainpat's flute, his attacks still dealt so little damage to it. Shortly after By Kayasui's engaged the boss, the other frontliners arrived as well and firmly surrounded the Treant King. Under By Kayasui's fierce assault, the boss aggro quickly shifted. It swept its arm and began attacking him instead. Mages, attack. Just when Nie Yan finished speaking, numerous spells flew into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The spells bombarded the Treant King's body. Roughly a dozen damage numbers appeared above the Treant King's head before drifting upwards and fading away. Most of them were in the low 10s and some of them were even misses. However, 2 of them were in the 30s. These were the attacks from Dusk and Tang Yao. Dusk's Dark Winter set and Tang Yao's Fire Chaser set were both from Black Flame Forest. Thus, both of their damage numbers were rather decent. The Treant King's extremely thick bark served as an effective defense against the player's attacks. Therefore, the damage they dealt could be considered quite decent. The king indignantly roared as it hoisted its massive arm into the air and swiped it By Kayasui plain boiled water. Bang! Its gigantic branch of an arm slammed into his shield. However, By Kayasui kept his center of gravity low and allowed the shield to absorb the majority of the impact. It resulted in him being pushed back a few steps. However, he ran forward and closed the distance immediately. By Kayasui felt grateful for the advice given to him prior, of how he should remain stable and firm. Sure enough, it became quite useful in this situation. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have merely been pushed back a few steps in such an exchange, rather, he would have likely been sent flying. Those strikes were quite horrifying, each one reducing his health by 80 or so points. However, he was the sole person able to withstand its attacks, as the other frontliners would inevitably die within 2 strikes. Beams of gentle light fell on the players who were in a melee with the boss. In the meantime, Nie Yan evaluated the strength of the team's healers. Of the 3 priests who knew lesser heal, the main one healed roughly 60 health while the remaining 2 barely reached 50. Not that high. Things will likely get dangerous later. Seems like it's best to remain careful and not leave anything to chance. Due to the efforts of By Kayasui and the other frontliners, the flow of the battle stabilized. Thus, the mages could begin steadily casting their magic. Cast fire elemental magic as much as possible and avoid ice magic. It won't be effective since the boss ice resistance is too high. Nie Yan ordered and circled round the Treant's back since his profession received a damage bonus, 30%, while attacking opponents from behind. Paired with his exceptional equipment, his attacks easily pierced its strong defenses. Sparks flew off its body and into the air as magic poured from the sky. Its health had been gradually chipped away and now neared 70%. Do any of our priests have Dispel? One of them does. Great. Pay attention to By Kayasui. Immediately cast Dispel when the boss casts the fear debuff on him. Don't be slow, even a second can cost us a lot of trouble. Nie Yan said. The priest felt somewhat anxious as he listened to Nie Yan's instructions. After all, he was still a novice at the game. He was nicknamed Bamboo Pole by Kayasui and the others due to his naturally lanky build. He felt quite nervous at the moment, anxiously gripping his staff while his muscles appeared to have been frozen stiff. However, Nie Yan noticed his apprehension and spoke reassuringly. Relax a bit. I'll remind you when the time comes, so all you'll have to do is cast a spell on my signal. Afterward, Bamboo Pole shot a grateful glance at Nie Yan. Just as its health reached 70%, the boss released a deep roar that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Meanwhile, By Kayasui halted his attacks and involuntarily retreated back while his movements became extremely rigid. Dispel, Nie Yan shouted through the team's voice chat. Without delay, Bamboo Pole cast Dispel and a bright light illuminated By Kayasui from above. By Kayasui had only retreated a few steps when feared. He charged back into battle and slammed his shield at the Treant King with shield bash. Not bad, Nie Yan praised. Bamboo Pole instantly felt relief seeing as his spell succeeded. Following Nie Yan's directions, the entire team fell into the rhythm of battle. Coupled with the fact that he knew the Tree Ant King's actions in advance, its health bar steadily fell lower. It's using Lash. The Tree Ant King lifted its vines and sent them lashing at Baikayasui. Priests, prepare to heal Baikayasui in 3, 2, 1, now. A gentle shower of light shone on Baikayasui and his health continuously teetered up and down, the line separating life and death lay on a razor-thin edge. However, thanks to the priests, his health managed to hold until the end. Nie Yan, on the other hand, released a flurry of attacks from behind. Roughly 3 minutes later, the entire team had steadily chipped away as its health fell to merely 25%. Priests, how much mana remaining? 67. 56. 23. The priest with 23 mana, drink your mana potion. The priest downed a basic mana potion after Nie Yan called him out. Suddenly, the Tree Ant King transformed into a shade of red. Finally, everyone, get ready. Baikayasui, switch to a defensive stance. Mages, increase your damage output. Priests, prepare yourselves. Nie Yan shouted. Baikayasui, in the moment he heard these instructions, held the shield to his chest and switched stances. The Tree Ant King let out an explosive roar. It raised its arms and slammed down on Baikayasui. Bang. The Tree Ant King's gigantic arms landed on Baikayasui's shield and sent him several steps back, losing over 200 health in the exchange. However, even after such a terrifying attack, the Tree Ant King was unwilling to give up. It raised its arm once more and relentlessly smashed. Bang, bang. The assault left 2 more craters in the earth while a gentle shower of light fell on Baikayasui in between the attacks. Minus 221. Plus 60. Minus 256. Plus 52. Above Baikayasui's head, 4 numbers floated upwards as he was repelled back. Such high damage. If it weren't for Aimpat's flute, just one of those attacks would instantly kill even the most powerful fighter. Baikayasui felt a cold chill run down his spine as he glanced at his health bar. If it weren't for the timely heals from the priests, he would have long been dead. The Tree Ant King had finished its 3-hit combo and seemed to have come to a rest. However, a moment later, it continued its onslaught of battering their tank. Baikayasui, pull back. The rest of you guys, hold the line for a bit. Nie Yan began running to Baikayasui's side. Baikayasui dodge rolled the Tree Ant King's next attack and downed a basic health potion. However, the amount of health restored was basically negligible compared to his current total health. The other frontliners rushed up to take Baikayasui's place, forming a human shield as they blocked the Tree Ant King's advance. However, they could only hold it off for a limited time since their defense and health were much lower in comparison to the one they were replacing. Nie Yan arrived at Baikayasui's side and applied an intermediate combat bandage. Plus 20, plus 20, plus 20. Drink a basic recovery potion. I already drank one. Wait for the next round of healing from the priests. 2 priests cast lesser heal on Baikayasui. After 10 seconds, more than half of his health had recovered. The other frontliners couldn't hold on much longer. There was no one left to take another attack. After all, 2 hits and any one of them would be dead. If the Tree Ant King scored a critical hit, even if they were full health, they would instantly die. Furthermore, 2 of their members had already been killed and sent to the graveyard. Baikayasui, go back in. Nie Yan ordered when Baikayasui's health had recovered past 400. Baikayasui raised his shield and ran up to meet the boss. They had been in a state of crisis just now. Thus, no one dared to be any more careless. Tang Yao, Dusk, and the rest of the backline took out their most powerful spells, unloading each and every one on the Tree Ant King. I'll be out of mana soon. Tang Yao anxiously said. Cast arcane fireballs. It expends the least amount of mana. Warriors and paladins, go all out. Use flame slash. Nie Yan replied. They only needed to hold out for a little longer. Victory was right before their eyes. They absolutely couldn't fail at the final stretch of the battle. He circled behind the Tree Ant King and used Vital Strike followed by Assassinate. The Tree Ant's health steadily fell, 9%, 8%, 6%. The team became increasingly nervous, none of them were willing to slow down by the slightest degree. Bang, bang, bang. Fireballs landed on the Tree Ant King's body and left deep wounds upon impact. 3%. All frontliners, retreat. Mages, give it everything you've got. Nie Yan suddenly instructed through the team chat. The warriors and paladins didn't understand why Nie Yan would have them retreat at such a crucial moment. However, they still listened to his orders without the slightest hint of hesitation and pulled back. Nie Yan had been the one who carried them to this point in the run. Thus, they had unwittingly come to acknowledge his ability and held faith in his commands. Heaving one of its massive stumps into the air, the Tree Ant King forcefully stamped on the ground. War Trample. Boom. Like a giant hammer striking the surface, the stump transmitted a powerful force deep into the earth which violently shook the ground. Soon, large fractures began forming on the surface, spreading to the nearby surroundings, appearing as if they would rend the entire world asunder. Then powerful shock waves erupted from the depths, pouring volatile magical energy onto the surface. The frontliners felt their hearts tighten as they witnessed the tyrannical might of this skill because likely then and there, they would have been instantly killed were it not for Nie Yan ordering them to retreat. Furthermore, with their absence and only the ranged units remaining, the team would certainly lack the damage necessary to finish off the boss, leading to a possible wipe as a consequence. Oftentimes even the slightest of mistakes could reverse the outcome of a battle. Re-engage. The boss doesn't have much health left. Faster everyone, faster. Nie Yan shouted. Their next step was to simply finish off the Tree Ant King, then everything would be fine. Besides, with so little health remaining, it couldn't possibly do any more to reverse the situation. Heroic Strike. Radiant Slash. A volley of magic poured into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The spells blasted its body, depleting the boss of what little health it had remaining. Upon entering its death throes, the Tree Ant King mournfully moaned as cracks began appearing all over its body. A moment later, boom. An explosion rocked the area as its body splintered into pieces and fell to the ground as a pile of wood debris. The Tree Ant King is dead. We succeeded. All of the team members excitedly cheered. For a team like theirs, clearing this specialist dungeon was simply a remarkable and unimaginable achievement. In the exact moment they toppled the Tree Ant King over, everyone felt like they were in a dream as if everything that happened wasn't real. However, this dream was in fact reality, and an indescribable feeling of admiration arose in their hearts. Before meeting Nie Yan, their team hadn't even been able to clear this dungeon on easy difficulty. Yet while following his lead, they were able to directly beat it on specialist difficulty, truly an inconceivable feat. Seeing everyone's joyous and excited expressions, Nie Yan broke into a smile because he was very much the same when he cleared a dungeon for the very first time. Tang Yao, Yao Yao Dark Mystery, Yulan Blue Feather, and Bai Kaya Sweet Plain Boiled Water were among the 8 people who leveled up. Meanwhile, Nie Yan's experience bar had risen to 52%. As one could quite easily tell, the Tree Ant King had given an ample and generous amount of experience. Nie Yan dug through the pile of wood debris. Despite finding 2 pieces of equipment, they weren't the item he was looking for, so he continued his search. He brushed aside the branches and twigs and jolted in elation when a bright blue gem entered his vision. This is exactly what I was looking for. This gem was completely different from ordinary gems. Resembling a diamond, it was carved with many facets and blossomed with a dazzling radiance. He quickly appraised the gem with transcendent insight. Featherfall Jewel. Ah, it's the Featherfall Jewel. I finally have it in my hands. 2 pieces of equipment and a jewel dropped. One of them is a silver-grade hat for arcane mages, and the other is a silver-grade armor for paladins. As for the jewel, I'll be taking it for myself, Nie Yan announced. Even if he wanted to take the equipment, he wouldn't have to pay money. However, the other members had to pay the rest of the team with their bid if they wanted the equipment. At this moment, not a single person raised any objections. The arcane mage hat went to Dusk for the low price of 1 silver and 50 coppers. Thanks to this, he didn't come out of the trip empty-handed. The paladin armor was taken away by Yulan for 2 silvers. Since many of the members were part of her team, and its value was divided evenly, most of the money stayed with her team and she only had to pay Dusk, Tang Yao, and Nie Yan a few coppers. What kind of jewel is that? Share the properties with me, Dusk asked. He was rather curious about the jewel in Nie Yan's hands. After all, the only reason the latter ran this specialist dungeon was for the sake of this jewel. Nie Yan shared the Featherfall Jewel's properties. Featherfall Jewel Dark Gold Ornament. Level requirement, 0. Properties, Defense 8 to 10, Strength plus 7. Can be equipped with the accessory slot or embedded into jewelry slot where applicable. Featherfall, activate to allow the player to fall like a feather through the air. Duration, 3 minutes. Weight, 1 pound. User restriction, can be equipped by all factions. Excluding rings, necklaces, and medallions, every player had 5 slots which players could equip accessories. Nie Yan equipped the Featherfall Jewel into one of his accessory slots. So it was dark gold accessory. No wonder you cared about it so much. Dusk exclaimed in surprise. The properties on this Featherfall Jewel weren't that great, but its Featherfall ability was quite rare, otherwise, it wouldn't be classified as a dark gold grade. Through this entire run, even if they were to add up all the equipment they received up till now, it still wouldn't be equal in value to the equipment Nie Yan obtained for himself. Some team members felt this was a little unfair, however, they quickly erased this thought and quickly got over it. Without Nie Yan, let alone clearing this specialist dungeon, they wouldn't have even obtained a single hair. How much honor points did your team receive? Nie Yan glanced at Yulan and asked. Around 1200. Thank you, Yulan looked at Nie Yan and sincerely thanked him. So much. Even when my team cleared Blackflame Forest, we only received 800, Dusk exclaimed in fright. He began to think specialist difficulty truly wasn't simple. This was merely Tree Ant Forest. If they were to run Blackflame Forest or Agmo to Muddy Swamplands on specialist, he'd imagine the rewards would definitely be much more generous. You guys can head to Blackflame Forest or the Fallen Shaman camp now. If you haven't gone to those dungeons before, you should take some time to prepare, Nie Yan said. Will you come with us? Yao Yao gazed at Nie Yan and asked. Yulan and the rest also perked their ears up while waiting for Nie Yan's reply. However, Yulun also understood her team's little temple wasn't big enough for a deity such as Nie Yan to stay in. Nie Yan faintly smiled and said, like I said before, I won't be following you guys to Blackflame Forest. He definitely wouldn't have a pleasant time running a dungeon together with a person like Chen Bo. However, if Yulan and the others kicked Chen Bo out of the team, he would think it over. Even then, it was simply thinking it over. He'd have to check whether he had the free time. Oh, Yao Yao felt somewhat disappointed. In a few days, Brother Nie is going with us to run the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands, Dusk interjected. He was now thoroughly convinced of Nie Yan's ability. Being able to run another dungeon with this expert was truly a wonderful matter for him. Tang Yao gazed at Nie Yan with expectation in his eyes. He wanted Nie Yan to bring him along as well. Nie Yan sent a whisper to Tang Yao. Your skills aren't there yet. Agmo to Muddy Swamplands has very high requirements for mages. You can practice by following Yulan and her group for now. Then when you're good enough, I'll bring you along on the harder dungeon runs. Alright, I understand. Tang Yao nodded his head. Nie Yan wouldn't lie to him. If he did tag along for the Agmo to Muddy Swamplands and couldn't keep up, he'd likely lose face for Nie Yan. He calmed himself before resolving to run a few more dungeons with Yulan and her team. That way he could polish up his skills. How about letting Tang Yao tag along with you guys for Blackflame and the Fallen Shaman camp? As for those dungeons, I can give you guys a bit of advice, Nie Yan suggested. Yulan nodded her head and said, we're extremely glad to have him. From now on, he'll be part of our team. Tang Yao's magic damage was quite high. His contributions in this run were great as well. For this kind of person to be willing to stay on their team, she couldn't be any happier. Moreover, with Tang Yao here, Nie Yan would definitely give them some advice instead of keeping it from them. With the item distribution finished, besides the Uncanny Dodge skill book, the Forest Necklace, and the Featherfall Jewel, Nie Yan also received 3 silvers. Meanwhile, Tang Yao earned his first large profit and received roughly 60 coppers. Is there anything we still need to do? Dusk asked. Return the flute to Aimpat, Nie Yan replied. He glanced at Bai Kaya Sweet Plain Boiled Water and said, hand the flute to me. At the end of the day the flute was a quest item and never belonged to him in the first place. Bai Kaya Sweet inwardly sighed and handed the flute back to Nie Yan. Nie Yan eyed the forest thickets and spotted a decrepit old man walking unsteadily towards them. Respected senior, we've punished those despicable dark elves and retrieved your flute. Good. Yes, this is indeed my flute. Thank you, brave adventurers. There'll be no need to navigate the winding and twisting paths on your return. I'll send you all to the exit myself. May the divine bless you. Had Nie Yan and the others tried to keep the flute, they would have incurred Aimpat's wrath and likely found themselves in a perilous situation. Ultimately the Tree Ant Forest would have become a resting place for their bones. System, side quest, Aimpat's missing flute, has been completed. You have received 28,596 experience points. Shortly after Nie Yan received this notification, a thick fog emerged and enveloped the team. The elderly Aimpat disappeared as well. When the fog finally dissipated and everyone could see clearly again, they discovered they had been returned to the entrance of the forest. We can still collect another reward by going to the commander in Kalor. Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar. Among his teammates, he received the largest share of the experience because he had contributed the most during Aimpat's quest. Moreover, after gaining the experience from the side quest, his experience bar rose to 73%. Everyone was in high spirits. It truly felt great following Nie Yan into a dungeon. After receiving the reward, their experience bars once again rose by a large chunk. After traveling back to Telek Town, the entire team took the transport point to Kalor. Upon arriving, Nie Yan headed directly for the barracks. Their destination was to the southwest of the city. When they arrived at the outer perimeter of the barracks, they saw tall walls with many sentries posted atop. Overall, it appeared the defenses and security of this place were fairly tight. Nie Yan and his group didn't enter the barracks but rather the lofty white tower that stood beside. This was the building where Commander Kavrot was stationed. As they entered, the group could see there weren't many NPCs within the building. However, a tall middle-aged man with a face full of scars and wore the military uniform of the Viridian Empire still walked over to greet them. Nie Yan used transcendent insight to examine this NPC, Commander Kavrot. Youngsters, what business do you have coming to this place? Lord Commander, we caught 2 dark elves lurking inside Treant Forest. After interrogating them, we received some information that concerns the safety of Hilton Stronghold. Here are the heads of the 2 dark elves we caught. Commander Kavrot followed up with a few more questions while Nie Yan answered accordingly in the formal manner which was standard in player-to-NPC interaction. Afterward, he handed the dark elf heads over to Commander Kavrot. System, side quest, deliver the information, has been completed. System, your influence in Hilton Stronghold has increased by 11. System, your influence in Kalor has increased by 11. System, you have received 32,320 experience points. System, you have learned fighting from Commander Kavrot. System, you have gained +2 strength. System, you have received 2 silvers. Some hidden quests gave additional stats as quest rewards. Nie Yan never expected this quest was one of them or to be so lucky as to receive 2 additional points in strength. Each member of the team received decent experience and money as rewards. Meanwhile, Nie Yan's experience bar rose to 97%. As for the 2 silvers he also received as a reward, they simply didn't count for much considering the amount of wealth he already possessed. Rather than grinding mobs, it seemed much easier to level up by doing quests. However, quests were divided into different levels. The higher the difficulty of the quest, the more experience points it would give. For example, relatively simple quests such as gathering animal furs would give very little experience as a reward. While in team quests, the rewards each individual received would be based on their own contribution in the quest. In the case of this quest as well as Ainpat's, Nie Yan had contributed the most, thus he received the most experience, while the other members received much less in comparison. Well, we've handed in the quest so I should probably get going now, Nie Yan said to Yao Yao, Dark Mystery, and the others. What are you gonna do now after handing in the quest? Yao Yao asked. She was somewhat reluctant to part. Killing monsters and leveling up. However, where I'm going you guys are certainly unable to follow, Nie Yan replied. Since he now had both the Featherfall Jewel and Ring of Woven Silk, there were many places he could try going to. Since he's busy, let's make our team and level up, Dusk suggested. With so many high damage mages on this team, it would be too much of waste if they separated now. Fatty over here has the meteor spell. It's got good area of effect and is decent at mobbing groups of monsters, so you probably won't be leveling slowly with him on the team, Nie Yan suggested. He was planning to have Tang Yao familiarize himself with the others so he would no longer have to worry about not being able to find a team. After receiving numerous pointers from Nie Yan over such a long period of time, Tang Yao's had skill soared in proficiency. Though he still couldn't be called an expert, he would have absolutely no problems assisting this team. After all, low-level dungeons and killing mobs generally weren't too challenging for an arcane mage. Meteor. Everyone was surprised. At this point in the game, mages who knew offensive area of effect spells could best be described as being as rare as a phoenix feather. Why didn't we see you use it earlier in the dungeon? Bai Kaiusui asked. Using that skill in the dungeon. Do you think I'm looking to die? Before entering, Nie Yan specifically warned him not to cast Meteor while in the dungeon. Tang Yao had taken this warning very seriously. Therefore he sounded quite blunt and forceful in his reply. Oh right. Haha, Bai Kaiusui awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. Casting large area of effect spells would frequently alert many mobs and build up a lot of aggro at the same time. In such a case, the frontliners wouldn't be able to keep the monsters from getting to the backline. So it turns out he had Meteor. Why are we still wasting our time here? Dusk rubbed his hands together. He was getting a little impatient to see the might of the rare Meteor spell for himself. I'll be taking my leave first then, Nie Yan said goodbye to everyone. Though after seeing Yao Yao's unhappy appearance, he laughed and said, next time, I'll kill monsters with you guys. How about it? Remember those words because you're not allowed go back on them. Yao Yao widened her eyes, sounding pleasantly surprised. Her bright and colorful smile was as dazzling as the sun. She didn't know why but she felt like she had known Nie Yan for a very long time despite them only being acquainted for a few days. They seemed to have a sort of unusually familiarity and understanding with each other. Nie Yan laughed and said, sure. After leaving the group, Nie Yan began walking over to Kalor Auction House. Meanwhile, the others in the group gazed at Nie Yan's departing back. Only when his figure disappeared into the crowded streets did they finally regain their senses. Come on, let's go and train. When Dusk saw Nie Yan disappear into the crowd, he turned around and said, yeah, let's head out. As they departed the area, he sent a message to Sleepy Fox. Captain, take a look at this video. What kind of video? Just watch it, and you'll know. In the lesser werewolf spawn area near Telek Town, a group of players was in the middle of combat. At the front of the group amongst those players was Sleepy Fox. He turned to the warrior nearby and said, hold the line for a moment. Before retreating from the fight. All right. As he retreated, several spells whizzed past him and blasted the lesser werewolves behind him. He was currently in the middle of leveling. For Dusk to dare disturb him at this point in time, it would definitely be an important matter. He opened up the video and pressed play and was surprised to discover the person in this video was Nie Yan. His interest was now piqued, thus, he continued to watch. While he observed Nie Yan and the others killing the mobs, he furrowed his brows. This is Treant Forest, right? Why did the Treants have such high health? He was quite knowledgeable in the game. With but a glance, he was easily able to spot something strange about this video. They're running the dungeon on Specialist. Treant Forest on Specialist. Did you guys actually clear it? Sleepy Fox sent a message to Dusk. He was shocked, however, he soon regained his wits. Such crappy equipment and their team still dare to enter a Specialist dungeon. Quite a rare sight indeed. We did clear it, Dusk replied a moment later. His skills with the crossbow are amazing. Sleepy Fox exclaimed in admiration. He was on the part of the video where Nie Yan first began luring the Treants with the crossbow. Even if one had exceptional skills, accurately firing those 3 bolts in such a short time frame and under such pressure was nearly an impossible feat. Nie Yan's skills were beyond exceptional. The players at present had just entered the game, so in regards to skill, they were a far distance away from Nie Yan. These 3 bolts might be nothing more than a common everyday skill in his former timeline. However, in the eyes of Sleepy Fox, Dusk, and the others, it was no different from the skills of a god. Sleepy Fox had never valued or noticed the importance of a thief during a dungeon run. After all, many teams who lacked one still managed to clear dungeons just fine. Therefore he never attached any importance to what Nie Yan could do as a thief when he invited him. Though at present, he began to think having a good thief in a dungeon expedition team was somewhat of a significant matter. He had always felt the team was lacking a certain something, yet only now did he realize what it was. What they were lacking was exactly an expert-level thief like Nie Yan. Stone was correct. He really is an expert, Dusk said. Stone's judgment had always been somewhat lackluster, yet this time around. They didn't know how or what, though a good analogy would probably be something like a disabled cat finding a dead mouse, but he somehow managed to invite a godly expert to their team. We should be able to clear Agmo to muddy swamplands now. After finishing the video, he understood the phrase, a successful thief can increase the team's survival by 30% or higher, slightly better. This line didn't only apply to 3-player parties nor only 5-player parties, it meant the same with 20-player and even 30-player teams as well. Besides his individual skill, Nie Yan's leadership abilities were certainly commendable too. Were it not for him, Yulan and the others would have found it impossible to pass the dungeon because of their subpar equipment. The moment Nie Yan found out Dusk was part of Holy Empire, he knew the progression of the run would be seen by Sleepy Fox. Therefore the least he could do was to eliminate some of the doubts in Sleepy Fox's mind. Now that the Featherfall jewel was in his hands, Nie Yan was reminded of a famous elite monster, Gato the Lion King. He still needed to make quite a few preparations if he wanted to get rid of that overgrown feline. Nie Yan took a stroll around the auction house. Since the demand and selling price of black phenol wasn't bad, many alchemists gathered whatever leftover ingredients they had and concocted it into black phenol to put up on the auction house. At the moment, there were a little over 100 bottles and several dozen recipes for sale. In but a few days the value of these items would soar considerably. However, a few days hadn't arrived yet, so Nie Yan pressed purchase without the slightest hesitation and cleaned the entire auction house out of all its black phenol recipes, and even the ingredients used to create black phenol. After purchasing all of the black phenol and black phenol related items, Nie Yan sorted by price and bought 9 of the most expensive crossbow quivers up for sale, 2,000 black gold bolts, 3,000 nightmare bolts, and 4,000 tempered poison bolts. Black gold quiver 1,000 bolts damage plus 12 price, 2 silver. Nightmare quiver 1,000 bolts damage plus 10 price, 1 silver, 50 copper. Tempered poison quiver 1,000 bolts damage plus 9 price, 1 silver, 10 copper. These bolts cost Nie Yan a pretty penny. Besides a few players from the larger guilds who were in charge of luring monsters, absolutely no one could bear to use these expensive bolts. Truthfully, even those wealthy guilds would find it a bit too wasteful squandering these bolts on luring monsters. Therefore the demand for these types of bolts wasn't much at all. However, their prices still remained high because they were relatively uncommon. Hence only ridiculously rich players like Nie Yan would purchase these things. After purchasing the quivers, Nie Yan teleported to Mordor using the transport point and headed off in the direction of Violet Dream Hills. He went past the town walls and traveled north for roughly 10 or so kilometers before encountering an unbroken chain of mountains. Arriving at the base of one of these mountains, he ran up the path leading to the mountain peak. Upon reaching the peak, he gazed far into the distance and saw an open plain. Due to how high up he was, everything on this plain looked extremely small. He then looked at the landscape directly beneath him, which was nothing but desolate terrain. Standing atop the peak where the wind whistled through the air, he observed the forest of conifers that ran along the mountain range. The trees flowed like the waves in an ocean of green. The peak he stood atop of was roughly several hundred meters above ground. For the average player, it would mean certain death if they tried to jump off this peak. Nie Yan paced back and forth around the peak, occasionally glancing down to examine the landscape directly below. However, he halted upon finding a certain tree situated near the peak's edge. He stood directly under this tree and faced east. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. This should roughly be it. Yep, it's right here. There's no mistaking it. Nie Yan then leapt off the mountain peak. Though his actions stated otherwise, the purpose of making this trip really wasn't so he could commit suicide. It was because the lair of the level 7 elite monster, Gato the Lion King, was located beneath this cliffside. This monster was the field boss who ruled over this desolate terrain, and many unsuspecting players who came to this area to train would find themselves killed by this mighty lion. Gato would respawn within a day if he was killed. Moreover, he had a high probability of dropping the Black Blood set, which consisted of 3 items: cloak, gloves, and shoulder guards. At level 5 silver grade, the set was currently the best thief equipment sets in the game, coming second to the Covenant set, which could only be found in the yet-to-be-opened Social Valley dungeon. By obtaining the Black Blood set, Nie Yan could at least guarantee that he was fully geared in first-rate equipment. Beside the aforementioned set, Gato also dropped various thief skill books. In Nie Yan's previous life, many players gathered here to hunt Gato the Lion King. Plenty of chaotic battles occurred for the sake of snatching the equipment he dropped. Oftentimes a large expanse of players covered the entire area, so wanting to grab the Black Blood set wasn't a simple matter. While trying to complete the set was even more of an ordeal. This was due to the fact that Gato would also spawn several hundred lions with him each time he respawned. Therefore players needed to clear the surroundings of lions before facing off against the boss safely. However, the numerous ordinary level 7 lions were extremely difficult to deal with as well. The player base at present was too low level. At the very least, it would take 25 level 5 or higher players to hunt Gato. However, those sort of players were few and far between. Moreover, those who were at that level were certainly experts as well. In any case, gathering so many top-ranked players together certainly wouldn't be easy. Let alone Gato, players didn't even dare to come to this area to hunt the ordinary lions. This vicinity was a level 7 monster spawn area, so very few people would come. Even if they did, none of them would be able to reach the Gato's lair. This was the reason Nie Yan could feel at ease while carrying out his plan. The wind blew past his hair as he continued descending in altitude. When Nie Yan reached 4/5 of the way to the ground, he activated the Featherfall Jewel skill, whereupon he immediately began slowing down. He felt like he was as light as a feather as his speed slowed down to a steady rate. Under the effect of Featherfall, Nie Yan's falling speed was only somewhat faster than the actual falling speed of a feather. The distance between him and the ground grew increasingly short. He estimated his current altitude at about 20 meters above ground. He shot out a web line from his ring of woven silk which stuck to the rock face and stopped his fall. Now suspended in the middle of the air, he looked below to discover a robust brown lion with a large mane of hair and an imposing royal aura. By coincidence, this lion was also within his firing range. Obviously, this was Gato the Lion King. Nie Yan recalled this was the exact location where he spawned. Perfect. The web line connected to Nie Yan's left hand was firmly secured on the vegetation growing on the rock wall above. His right hand reached into his bag and took out a crossbow. He lined the sights on the lion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bolts shot out of the crossbow and went in a straight line towards Gato. Since the majority of the player base was too low level, very few players were able to reach this destination, which led Nie Yan to believe his actions were far from prying eyes. However, unbeknownst to him, in an area not far from the cliff face he overhung, a group of 10 or so players were hunting mobs. The strongest among them reached level 6 while the lowest was level 4. Even their highest level member was still a level lower than these lions, thus none of them dared to penetrate too deeply into Violet Dream Hills. Although they received 300% bonus experience for killing these level 7 lions, it was offset by their numbers. Moreover, their expenditure was too great. In the game's current state, even a single basic health potion was an expensive luxury. Yet they were consuming these potions at a ludicrous rate. Were it not for the fact that their profits were somewhat decent after recently picking up a Leo shield and a few fur pelts, they would have long stopped hunting these high health hard-to-chew monsters. Blade Light, let's leave after another hour or two. We should have enough lion pelts by then, said the priest to the level 6 fighter at the front of the group. The fighter named Blade Light raised his shield and blocked an incoming lion's attack. Brandishing his sword, he countered with heroic strike and kited the lion as the mages whittled its health away. Once its health fell below a certain point, he finished it off with whirlwind slash. Alright, we'll leave in an hour then. Since we've already got a Leo shield, it'd be perfect if the Leo armor dropped as well. Resplendent Blade Light nodded and replied he unhurriedly collected the items that dropped from the monster's corpse. That's impossible. I read online that the drop rate for Leo armor is 1 in 500, said an elementalist who walked to his side. He and Resplendent Blade Light were the only level 6s in their team. His was named Hey Joe Black Amazing. The two of them could be counted as experts in the game. Although they were friends, neither was willing to admit they were weaker than the other. In terms of skill, Blade Light was superior but Hey Joe's influence in their guild was higher. Their guild was named Unhindered and was established using both of their names. Since Blade Light wasn't interested in the management aspects of the team or guild, Hey Joe naturally took on this role. Under his leadership, not only did Unhindered become a successful guild, it became somewhat famous as well. What? The Leo shield's drop rate is only 1 in 1,000 yet we still managed to get one anyway. Blade Light rebuked. That's only cause you got lucky. Hey Joe's complexion paled. Blade Light's tone made him somewhat speechless and angry, however, he still managed to mumble out a few words in reply. If I can equip the Leo armor, I'll have the highest defense out of any player in the game. Blade Light said in a confident tone. Egotistical prick. Hey Joe thought in disdain. His expression, however, did not betray his inner thoughts. He and Blade Light, on various occasions, competed in sparring matches in the arena, though the difference between them was clear. Out of 10 matches, it'd be considered amazing if he could even beat Blade Light in 2 of them. Blade Light was famous, quite skilled, and he was well respected among players in several professions. In truth, Unhindered was established solely on his reputation alone. Thus, Hey Joe had no choice but to rely on Blade Light. However, as the guild continued to expand, Hey Joe's authority over it grew as well. As a result, he was slowly inching out Blade Light in terms of position within the guild. As he and his team prepared to continue their hunt, Blade Light happened to gaze over at the distant cliff face and was surprised to discover a player jumping off its peak. Geez. I'm seeing stranger things by the day. People are even committing suicide in video games. Can't this guy be a little less morbid? However, to his astonishment, that player's falling speed continued to decrease, to the extent where they were unlikely to die even if they hit the ground. Guys, look at the cliff face over there. Blade Light exclaimed in an amazed manner. Why? Hey Joe asked as he inadvertently looked to the side, whereupon his expression immediately froze. He also noticed Nie Yan. At that moment, he saw Nie Yan shoot out something from his hand and suspend himself in midair, whereupon he took out a crossbow and began firing below. What the heck is doing? The surrounding members stared blankly. Amazing, this guy can even think of a strategy like this. Haven't you guys figured it out? He's killing monsters. Blade Light straightened his back and replied. The player overhanging this cliff deeply interested him. For being able to figure out such a unique method of killing mobs, this certainly wasn't an average player. That item on his hand should be the ring of woven silk. Hey Joe recognized this item because he was knowledgeable of most equipment in the game. If we also had this ring of woven silk, could we also be like him and hunt monsters like that? No, even if we had that ring, we still wouldn't be able to. Unless we have equipment with the featherfall ability like him, the force of the fall would likely snap the web line, Blade Light replied. The ring of woven silk was already quite a rare accessory that held considerable value. There was even less of a need to discuss equipment with the featherfall ability which happened to be rarer. These two unique items couldn't necessarily be bought even if one did have the money. Yet for the sake of hunting monsters, this person obtained both. Just who the hell was he? Damn, I'd like to be able to kill monsters like that. If I never have to worry about being attacked while firing bolts, I'd be able to rise several levels in no time. Not necessarily. The number of mobs in his range is limited. His leveling speed won't be that high because the mobs don't respawn fast enough at the rate he's killing them. After clearing all the mobs in his range, he'll have no choice but to go back. A somewhat knowledgeable member of the team voiced their opinion. Hey Joe didn't utter a single word while listening to his teammates' discussion. They couldn't penetrate too deeply into the area because the nearer they approached that cliff, the higher the mob density. Since they didn't dare to get anywhere near that area, they would never know what sort of monsters that player was hunting. ROAAAR, the deafening sound traveled all the way from the cliff face to where they were standing. The surrounding members paled as they all looked on in horror. A robust lion leapt 5 meters into the air and threw itself at the cliff face. The pounce was quite powerful and ferocious, even managing to shake the cliff face on impact. Yet no matter how high that lion leapt, it was far from being able to reach Nie Yan. Its body halted on the cliff face and involuntarily slid off. All the while, Nie Yan dangled calmly in midair and steadily fired more bolts. It's the elite class monster, Gato the Lion King. Hey Joe shouted, his voice cracking in astonishment. Each member of the group looked at each other in dismay and shock. Gato the Lion King, even if they were to form a 20-player team right now, they still wouldn't be able to kill this lion. Yet this level 7 elite class monster was currently being turned into a pincushion as it was slowly shot to death by a single player overhanging a cliff. When they thought of this, they felt resentment boiling up inside of them, perhaps even more so a feeling of envy and jealousy. Can we rush in and steal the equipment from him after he kills it? One of the members asked. Impossible. We simply don't have any means of going there, unless guild leader Hey Joe can call a bunch of people over here. However, the losses we would suffer far outweigh our potential gains. Ah, forget it then. As Blade Light, Hey Joe, and the others contemplated, the earth violently trembled. The vibrations they felt on the ground resembled a stampede. Each of their faces paled, and they quickly looked into the distance. What they saw was a giant dust cloud rising into the air and several hundred lions running in their direction. The Lion King's roar had stirred up the lions in the vicinity. We're done for. Everyone, retreat immediately. Hey Joe shouted in alarm, but it was already too late. The stampede of lions had discovered their presence. At that moment, they were simply awaiting their impending doom. Blade Light realized how difficult it would be to escape, so he raised his shield to welcome the enemies. Meanwhile, the perpetrator of this disaster was hanging leisurely over the cliff face. He didn't need to expend much strength. All he needed to do was steadily fire his crossbow. The bolts that were fired all had the additional property of dealing bonus on hit damage. Even if it was the level 7 Lion King, it still had no more than 5 or 6,000 health. Under his steady fire, it soon had less than half of its health remaining. The Lion King's aggro was fully on Nie Yan, but it was incapable of attacking him. Thus, there was nothing it could do. Since it only knew physical attacks, all of its abilities were related to raising its physical damage. Even when it leapt at its highest, it only reached 6 or 7 meters while its opponent was suspended 20 meters in the air. Killing monsters that surpassed him in level became much simpler with these bolts that dealt bonus on hit damage. Each and every bolt would deal real and genuine damage. Nie Yan specifically chose this location after making certain the Lion King didn't have any ranged attacks. Gato was the boss that resided at this cliff base, and Nie Yan recalled there were at least 10 other monsters like him. However, Gato happened to be the easiest one to deal with because it only knew physical attacks. Naturally, Nie Yan would choose to challenge the pushover over the others. The Lion King tried every which way to get its claws on Nie Yan. However, as time elapsed, its health eventually fell below 20%, and it entered a berserk state. Its robust and muscular body, though weakened, suddenly filled with energy and unyieldingly pounced at Nie Yan. However, no matter how hard it struggled, all of its efforts were futile in the end. Before another half hour even passed, its health bar fell empty. The Lion King raised its head to the sky and resentfully roared, unwilling to resign to its fate before collapsing onto the earth. Gato the Lion King, the boss that would be fought over by numerous players in the future, had its life ended just like that. Nie Yan hadn't lost a single drop of health in the process of whittling it to death. Ding! A clear melody rang into the air. He received 800% bonus experience for killing a monster that surpassed him in level. After hitting level 5, his experience bar continued filling up and only stopped upon hitting 36%. The Lion King had dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Both items lay sparkling on the ground beside Gato's corpse. Equipment dropped. Excitement arose within Nie Yan, however, he still couldn't come down. He could see 10 or so lions still roaming around in an area not far from Gato's corpse. In order to retrieve the dropped items safely, he needed to clear them out first. Thus, he continued firing the crossbow until each lion was shot to death. Unlike other games, dropped items never disappeared after a certain amount of time. The game resembled real life as in items thrown on the ground would never just disappear out of thin air. As for items players didn't need or couldn't sell, they could be broken down into raw materials by the recycler to recoup some of their value. Seeing as there were no monsters left in the area, Nie Yan released the web line and dropped to the ground. After falling 20 meters, he only lost 60 health. This sort of height wasn't enough to kill him with fall damage. Nie Yan walked up to the Lion King's side and collected the 2 pieces of equipment that dropped. Since both items were unappraised, he revealed their properties with transcendent insight. Black Blood Cloak Gold. Level requirement 5. Properties: Defense 19 to 21, Resilience plus 5, Mauve. Speed plus 6. Weight: 2 pounds. User restriction: Thief, can be equipped by all factions. Lion King's Shield Gold. Level requirement 5. Properties: Defense 39 to 51, Block Chance plus 12%, Resilience plus 5, Magic Resist plus 7. Weight: 10 pounds. User restriction: Fighter, Paladin, can be equipped by all factions. Nie Yan felt quite satisfied when he saw that a piece of equipment from the Black Blood set had dropped, though he didn't expect the Lion King's shield to drop as well. Its value was much higher than the Black Blood cloak. To illustrate a point, if he brought it to the marketplace, he absolutely wouldn't sell it for anything less than 20 silvers. In the best case scenario, he could exchange it for a couple pieces of thief equipment. The price for a fighter's shield remained high in the marketplace, always occupying the top positions in terms of price. Out of the 10 most expensive equipment sold in the marketplace, 8 were fighter shields. What a good piece of equipment. Along with the Black Blood cloak, I've made a decent profit. Nie Yan stored the shield and cloak into his bag. I'm finally level 5. Nie Yan glanced at his stat page. Due to the chapter of Courage's effect, he gained 2 additional stat points and 1 additional skill point upon reaching level 5, meaning he had a total of 7 stat points and 2 skill points to allocate. He allocated 2 points in strength and 5 in dexterity. Since intermediate marksman couldn't be improved any further at his current level, he distributed his 2 skill points into dagger and dual wielding. As a result, he gained a 10% attack bonus along with increased proficiency in wielding daggers. Moreover, he could at long last dual wield weapons. Nie Yan brought out all the level 5 equipment he had been carrying with him just for this occasion. After switching out all his level 0 equipment, he glanced at his character info. Main weapon: Horn Dagger Bronze. Secondary weapon: Assassin's Decree Gold. Armor: Headhunter Silver Leather Armor Silver. Cape: Black Blood Cloak Gold. Boots: Boots of Swiftness Gold. Nie Yan's upgraded equipment drastically changed his appearance. The Headhunter Silver Leather Armor, with its dull silver white luster, gave off a chilly aura of slaughter and death. From his back hung a dark, blood-red cloak that emitted a faint golden glow. In addition, the pair of daggers he held in his hands flickered with a cold glint. The style of thief equipment was generally reserved compared to other professions, and Nie Yan had also concealed the equipment's visual effects, but from a quick glimpse, one could still discern that his equipment was out of the ordinary. Nie Yan became much faster with his level 5 equipment. He moved like the wind, leaving afterimages behind him. Not bad, he muttered to himself. He felt quite satisfied with his new equipment. In this period of time where good equipment was still scarce, his own equipment would cause the overwhelming majority of players to look at him in admiration. This new equipment would enable him to freely roam around any level 6 or 7 monster area as he pleased. Nie Yan would need to wait a day for Gato to respawn, so he began heading out of Violet Dream Hills. His next objective was the level 8 elite class monster Ogre Devourer, who resided in an area not far from this one. The loot the Ogre Devourer dropped was also rather decent, as it dropped items for every profession. In his past life, there was even a player who'd obtained a piece of dark gold thief equipment. Of course, the drop rate for equipment of this grade was extremely low. The ogre devourer was also a monster that took a day to respawn. Nie Yan made sure to carefully avoid the lions as he left the area. Moving forward, he heard a rustling sound coming from a nearby bush. Nie Yan looked over just in time to see a fighter clad in white armor with an ashen silver great shield in his hand leap out of the bush and come running in his direction. Just moments later, 3 lions also emerged from the bush and pounced after the fighter. That fighter's footsteps were steady and unhurried. However, his situation was a little unfavorable, as his health was running low and the lions' attacks became increasingly ferocious. Intimidate. The fighter's sudden and explosive roar startled the lions and halted their movements for a brief moment. Taking advantage of this small opening, he followed with tendon break and targeted the closest of the 3 lions before rapidly pulling back. The lion struck by tendon break temporarily entered a crippled state. The 2 other lions fiercely growled and leapt into the air, pouncing on the fighter. The fighter retaliated with heroic strike, striking one of the lions and repelling it. He then firmly raised his shield to meet the other lion's attack. Even for a level 6 fighter, it was still quite difficult to deal with 3 level 7 lions while low on health. Nie Yan had activated stealth the moment the fighter appeared and blended in the background. Instead of leaving, he idled around the fighter. If Nie Yan were to take advantage of the situation and act, the fighter would undoubtedly die. However, he still held some reservations. Judging by the other party's firm and collected movements, he could tell with a single glance they were an expert. He was currently contemplating whether it was worth becoming enemies with this expert over a single piece of equipment. In the end, he decided it was best to wait for the 3 lions to kill this expert first. After all, when 2 sides fought, it would always be the third party that benefited the most. As for saving this person, Nie Yan had no interest in such an idea. He had been in too many situations where the person he saved repaid his kindness with malice. In this world, everyone fought for their own interests, so it was necessary for him to learn how to be cold-hearted. Since this person dared to come to this area, they were presumably not weak. Nie Yan examined this fighter with transcendent insight. Resplendent Blade Light. Level 6 fighter. Nie Yan raised an eyebrow after reading this player's name. He knew almost all the players who rose to fame in Kalor, even if they held just a little bit of reputation. Naturally, this Resplendent Blade Light was no exception. How could it be him? Nie Yan muttered to himself. Though he had no dealings with Resplendent Blade Light, he still recognized this name because it was quite influential in his past life. Blade Light held impressive renown as he stood amongst the top 3 fighters in the game. That said, the rankings were an inadequate indicator of their strength due to the minuscule gap between him and his 2 rivals. This made it near impossible for others to determine who truly reigned supreme. Therefore, despite not being the absolute strongest, Blade Light was still a celebrity Nie Yan had heard of. Now that Nie Yan thought about it, he seemed to recall there was a story surrounding Resplendent Blade Light. It was about one of his friends, an elementalist named Hey Joe Black Amazing. The 2, who jointly established a guild named Unhindered, were considered the closest of friends. However, Blade Light didn't care much for managing Unhindered, so full authority over the guild eventually fell to Hey Joe. Later on, Blade Light found out his girlfriend was having an affair with Hey Joe while he, of course, had absolutely no clue this had been occurring. He was a proud and arrogant person, so how could he bear this sort of humiliation? In retaliation, he brought many of his brothers away and left the guild. From then on, Unhindered separated into 2 factions with irreconcilable differences. As for what happened after, Blade Light could be considered a hero of sorts. He kept to his promises, valued loyalty, and was well respected among other players. Moreover, no one disputed his position as one of the top 3 fighters in the game. Hence, without Blade Light, Unhindered went on a continual decline and eventually degenerated into a second-rate guild. As Blade Light resisted the 3 lions, he felt a cold chill run down his spine and a peculiar sensation arose in his heart. He steadily retreated as he fought, occasionally glancing behind to look around, yet he saw nothing but empty space. However, his instincts would never betray him. He knew this odd feeling came from the gaze of a thief. Even with 6 points in awareness, he was still unable to locate the other party's position. This isn't an ordinary thief. Brother, since you're already here, why don't you show yourself? My name is Resplendent Blade Light. If you've decided to attack, I won't attempt to struggle since I'm done for in any case. However, if you're willing to save me, you'll have my thanks. In addition, I'll even swear on my name that I'll remember this favor. Blade Light spoke in a clear tone. At the same moment, the lion that had been left behind recovered from its crippled state and joined back with its 2 companions. All 3 pounced forward and intensified their assault. Ho! I didn't think he'd be able to notice me. Nie Yan pondered for a short while. He would only obtain a single piece of equipment if he killed Blade Light. The equipment he'd acquire wasn't for his profession and its value wasn't something he highly regarded. In contrast, being owed a favor by a first-class fighter held much greater appeal than a single piece of equipment. Moreover, from his previous life, he knew Blade Light was known for being a trustworthy person. The lights and shadows in the background blurred, followed by a figure emerging into sight roughly 3 meters from Blade Light. Nie Yan had emerged. He lowered his body and swiftly struck one of the lions with a sweeping kick. Concussive strike. The blade of his daggers flashed with a cold glint. Among the 3 lions, the one he struck with concussive strike was low on health. Nie Yan chained his prior attack with assassinate followed by vital strike and instantly killed the lion, whereupon he drew back immediately and pulled out a crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts shot out of the crossbow and pierced the air. Put. -37. -38. -32. Nie Yan's attacks caused the 2 remaining lions to switch aggro. They turned around and pounced on him. Taunt. Blade Light knew that this moment, his best course of action was to support Nie Yan. His taunt came at just the right time. The lions stiffened mid-pounce and the aggro switched back to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nie Yan fired his crossbow once more and 3 bolts shot through the air. Put. The lion that was already low on health from being struck earlier died after the second round of bolts. Nie Yan withdrew his crossbow and pounced toward the remaining lion. Cleave. Blade Light leapt high into the air and struck the remaining lion. The attack ensured its attention was fixated fully on him while Nie Yan circled round its back and released a flurry of attacks. -52. -50. -51. Thieves dealt 30% more damage when attacking an enemy from behind. A brief moment later, the lion went limp and collapsed to the ground. Blade Light felt a mix of shock and relief when he saw Nie Yan's nimble movements and high damage. What a strong thief. Just a moment ago, if he had decided to attack me instead, I'd have 0 chance of survival. Nie Yan walked up to the 3 lion corpses and searched around. To his disappointment, nothing had dropped. Well, that's settled. Too bad nothing dropped. Anyway, if you plan on keeping your promise, this means you owe me one now. My name is Nie Yan, Nirvana Flame, Nie Yan said, examining Blade Light. He appeared to be near his mid-20s. He also looked mature and rugged, giving off the impression of someone who could be relied on and trusted. I, resplendent Blade Light, am a man of my word. I'll remember this favor. In the future, just call if you need me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my best to lend a helping hand, Blade Light replied in a straightforward manner. He wasn't the type of person who backed out on his promises. Blade Light then glanced at Nie Yan's face and was shocked at his immature appearance. He never thought this thief would be so young. He only looked to be 18 or 19 years old. Moreover, he didn't think Nie Yan would appear in this area for no rhyme or reason. Presumably, the player he had seen earlier, suspended over the cliff face and shooting the Lion King, was Nie Yan. Why did you come here all by yourself? Nie Yan asked. It was quite dangerous for a lone fighter to burst into a high-level monster area. Thieves might not have a problem coming here, but that was only because they could avoid danger by activating stealth. I entered this area in a party with my friends, but we got separated when we met a large group of lions. I'm the only one remaining, everyone else died. I was constantly fending off those lions and there was never a chance for me to use a return scroll. If it weren't for my high health and defense, I would have likely died as well, Blade Light replied in a calm manner. However, Nie Yan could imagine how bitter and desperate of a situation he had been in. I guess you're lucky then. You're right. I am pretty lucky for being able to somehow survive. How about we add each other as friends? Resplendent Blade Light is too much of a mouthful. You can just call me Blade Light. Nie Yan accepted Blade Light's friend request. His new friend was a powerful fighter, which was worth being happy over. At least from now on, he'd no longer have to worry about finding a good tank when running a dungeon. This isn't a safe place for you to idle around. It's best for you to hurry up and return to town, Nie Yan suggested. If a pride of lions were to catch sight of them, he could still easily escape, but Blade Light was different. He had no way to hide himself. Moreover, with his large build and bulky equipment, he'd likely become a free meal for the lions in this area. For Blade Light, these words weren't pleasant to the ears, but he had no means to refute them. Besides the fact Nie Yan seemed to be much stronger than him, fighters couldn't compete with thieves when it came down to survivability. Alright then, I'll leave. I owe you a favor, so if you ever need me just send a message. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll try my best to help. Blade Light nodded his head and retrieved a return scroll from his bag. It really wasn't safe for him to stay here for too long. Wait a second, Nie Yan shouted, stopping Blade Light just when he prepared to activate the scroll. His impression of Blade Light was quite good. What's the matter? I have a shield that you might want. I don't mind selling it to you if you can give me a decent price, Nie Yan said. It would be too much of a pity selling this shield through the auction house. If an acquaintance could afford it, he might as well sell it to that acquaintance instead. Either way, by selling the shield, he'd have more money to do other things. Huh, let me take a look at it. Blade Light seemed quite interested. Nie Yan was the person who suspended himself over the cliff face to kill the Lion King. To be able to use such an ingenious method of hunting a boss, he was certain to have good equipment. Nie Yan placed the Lion King shield inside the trade window. This shield should be worth over 20 silvers, but I don't mind selling it for only 20. This dropped from the Lion King when you killed it. Blade Light was left shaken after examining the shield's properties. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much better the Lion King's shield was in comparison to his own. In fact, there really was no comparison, the two weren't even on the same level. Nie Yan furrowed his brows. How did Blade Light know he killed the Lion King? Seeing Nie Yan's reaction, Blade Light hurriedly explained, oh, my apologies. It seems I got a bit too excited. However, you can rest assured that I won't leak this information. Then, he returned his gaze to the shield. This Lion King's shield really is worth over 20 silvers. If it were to appear in the marketplace, it definitely wouldn't sell for less than 25 silvers. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of money on me right now. Would you be willing to wait for me to scrape up enough funds after returning to the city? Sure, I can wait, Nie Yan replied, nodding his head. Oh, I also have a few pieces of thief equipment in my personal storage. Several of them are pretty decent, and some of them should hold your interest. Would you be interested in exchanging them in place of money? Blade Light asked. As long as I can use them, I'm fine with it, Nie Yan replied. He had actually been worrying about being unable to find good thief equipment, so Blade Light's suggestion came at the perfect moment. Ah, alright then, I'll contact you after I collect the money. Please don't sell the shield to anyone before then. Blade Light felt tense and anxious as he stared the Lion King's shield in Nie Yan's hand. Nie Yan thought for a moment before he replied, I'll wait a day. If you're not able to raise enough money by then, I can only look elsewhere to sell. Out of the people he had frequent contact with, only Bai Kayasui plain boiled water from Yulan's Blue Feather team was a fighter. However, it was highly unlikely, if not impossible, that Bai Kayasui could afford the 20 silvers he wanted for the shield. Nie Yan felt a little hesitant, putting the shield up in the auction house. He'd much rather keep the fertile waters flowing in his own fields. After all, it was more beneficial to give such equipment to his acquaintances rather than strangers. One day is enough, Blade Light promptly replied. He was a straightforward person and didn't haggle over the shield's price because he understood he had already received a great bargain. Normally, if it was sold to someone else, such a shield wouldn't sell for any bid less than 25 silvers. For it to sell for 30 silvers or higher was a reasonable albeit unlikely possibility as well. Nevertheless, 20 silvers was still a significant sum. Seems that I'll have to borrow some money. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Blade Light activated the return scroll so he could raise the funds he needed in the city. Oh, there's one other matter. Is Hey Joe Black amazing your friend? Nie Yan asked. After thinking it over, he still felt it was best to warn Blade Light. The type of people he detested the most were two-faced backstabbers. Hey Joe and Blade Light were friends. Yet the former still chose to have an affair with the latter's girlfriend. This sort of behavior, Nie Yan truly found it condemnable. Yes, he is. How did you know? Blade Light asked, a hint of bewilderment mixed in his tone. I've heard many unpleasant rumors surrounding what kind of person he is. A little incident happened between him and one of my friends. My friend met him and a woman called Gia, beautiful Angelica, at midnight charm at Kalor, and they got into a scuffle. Nie Yan glimpsed at Blade Light expression. In his previous life, this bar was where Blade Light discovered his girlfriend and Hey Joe were committing acts of adultery. Nie Yan didn't mind exposing Hey Joe's deeds at an earlier date. Sure enough, after listening to Nie Yan's words, Blade Light's complexion slightly paled. Ji Yan was his girlfriend whom he met online. Later on, they met each other in real life and had been living together since. If she and Hey Joe really were committing indecent acts within the game, it would truly be difficult for him to find out. Hey Joe and Ji Yan were the most trusted people in his life. He didn't believe this was true. No, he wasn't willing to believe it could be true. Yet, deep in his heart, he felt a hint of uncertainty and restlessness. Could it be what he's saying is actually? No. Blade Light shook his head. It's absolutely impossible. If I ever meet Hey Joe, it won't be on friendly terms. Of course, it'll have nothing to do with you. Nie Yan was only warning him out of the kindness of his heart. Regardless, he wasn't the one being cuckolded. If there comes a day where you plan on leaving unhindered, come and find me. I'd be happy to have you by my side. Nie Yan said all that he wanted to say. He turned around and began walking into the distance. I'll never leave unhindered, Blade Light coldly replied. He convinced himself Nie Yan was just another one of those people trying to poach members for their guild. Truthfully, Nie Yan really did have the intention of recruiting him. After all, it would be a great boon for him to successfully pull Blade Light to his side. However, this little setback was of no matter. He had never hoped for immediate results. His goal was already accomplished. A seed of doubt had been planted deep within Blade Light's heart. Sooner or later, as it slowly germinated, he would one day at last catch whiff of what was being done behind his back. And at that moment, once he realized his short-sightedness, he'd recall Nie Yan's invitation. This much was enough. Nie Yan didn't bother explaining. He activated stealth and disappeared from Blade Light's view. For a short while, Blade Light stood there in a daze. Eventually, he unfurled the return scroll and activated its magic within. A brilliant light flashed through the surroundings, and he was teleported away. Nie Yan was currently dashing through Violet Dream Hills. At the base of a mountain in the distance, he could see an enormous tree several dozen meters in height. It would take at least 7 full-grown men to link their arms around this tree, and its immense treetop resembled a roof blocking out the sun. Such a landmark seemed especially lofty when placed within Violet Dream Hills. Surrounding this tree was a forest of smaller trees and vegetation. The ogre devourer he had been searching for was located here. A level 8 elite class monster. If he and it were to go head-to-head, he'd stand absolutely no chance. However, when it came to hunting monsters, he didn't necessarily need to face this ogre devourer in direct combat. The boss frequently roamed around the vicinity. Therefore there was no set position where it could be found. If one was unlucky or careless, they would end up encountering it by accident. Unlike the Gato the Lion King, the ogre devourer wasn't as well known, and the items it dropped were a bit worse. Add on the fact that its skin was coarse and thick while its health was high, many players would find it very difficult to deal with. Furthermore, it possessed a skill named Petrifying Gaze which had the effect of paralysis. Average players were advised to keep as far away as possible if they encountered this boss. Nie Yan neared the giant tree as he passed through some thickets. His cloaking stat wasn't low. Thus, once he hid in the background, even if he wasn't in stealth, he wouldn't be so easily discovered by monsters or players. The wind was surprisingly strong at the base of the mountain, and it carried the faint scent of blood. Amid the sounds of leaves rustling in the wind, Nie Yan also heard distant footsteps. He hurriedly hid behind a nearby bush and looked towards the origin of the sound. Whereupon, an obese, 2-meter-tall, blue-skinned, two-headed ogre entered his vision. The ogre wielded a giant wooden club in its hand. Its movements were clumsy and its two heads were looking around endlessly, and only after a long while did they finally start walking again. With a single glance of its body, Nie Yan could tell this wasn't the ogre devourer but merely a common ogre. Nie Yan didn't have any interest in killing small fry. He took a detour around the ogre and continued his search. After exploring the area for what seemed like ages, he finally heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from the depths of the forest. He could distinguish these ogres from the sound of their footsteps. The one approaching him definitely wasn't ordinary. Finally, the ogre devourer is coming. Nie Yan dashed towards the immense tree at the end of the forest which was roughly 80 meters away. Near the large tree, there were 6 other smaller trees. They were also thick and sturdy. Roughly 2 grown men were required for their arms to surround a single tree. He decided on these several trees as the location for his ogre hunt. As he arrived near the source of the sound which also happened to be in the direction of the immense tree, he gradually recalled the incident that prompted him to head to this area. Before he reincarnated, after the servers had been open for over 2 years, a level 5 thief single-handedly killed a level 8 elite class monster, ogre devourer. Despite the player base having outgrown this boss, such an unprecedented event had still caused quite a stir. An enormous figure entered Nie Yan's sight after 10 or so seconds. It stood at an evident twofold the height of an ordinary ogre while it spanned a much greater width. This was the ogre devourer. Nie Yan hid behind a tree with one of his knees on the ground. He retrieved his crossbow, holding it up with his left hand while his right gripped the trigger. He gazed forward and aligned the crossbow sight with his target. A level 5 thief had killed the ogre devourer with a crossbow by chipping away its health. Nie Yan had to admit, that person must have been quite courageous. Nonetheless, if they were to compare, Nie Yan wouldn't lose to this thief in any aspect. There was absolutely no doubt he too could accomplish this feat. After all, he was one of the few players who received the title of Shadow Dancer. He reckoned the other Shadow Dancers in his era could do the same. Nie Yan had a thorough understanding of the process used to whittle the ogre devourer to its death. Nevertheless, the execution was still going to be a challenge. In his past life, that thief had killed the boss without a hitch, but his success was partially attributed to luck. Through the sight, the figure of the ogre devourer drew increasingly near. Nie Yan redirected his aim to a certain area on the boss' chest, its weak point, the heart. He held his finger on the trigger and prepared to launch a few bolts. However, out of nowhere, 2 common ogres entered his line of sight. They were roaming in the vicinity of the boss. Nie Yan stopped himself from pulling his trigger finger and paused for a moment. Though there was a sudden introduction of 2 unknown variables, whether they could influence the success of his plan remained to be seen. The ogres are big and clumsy. I should be fine as long as I don't get hit. That said, it still isn't an easy task to shave their health down without receiving any damage. Raising his crossbow once more, Nie Yan took aim at the ogre devourer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the pull of the trigger, 3 bolts shot out, aimed directly at the devourer's heart. The 3 bolts whistled in the air. Put, put, put. As if the bolts had struck thick bark, hard muffled sounds rang out. Ogre devourer elite level 8. Health, 6,000. Although this boss didn't deal as much damage as the others, it made up for it with high health and thick skin. Either way, the ogre devourer certainly wasn't easy pickings. Due to its strong defense, normal crossbow bolts dealt limited damage. Nie Yan's current attack only enabled him to deal 2 to 3 points of damage at most using normal bolts. Fortunately, he had bought those special bolts which dealt on-hit true damage. One of those bolts would take out at least 15 health, which was quite impressive. The ogre devourer turned around in the direction of its assailant. It lumbered forward and moved towards Nie Yan while brandishing its large wooden club. The devourer's heavy 5-ton body resembled a humanoid fortress as each of its steps caused tremors in the earth. Seeing that he had successfully aggroed the boss, Nie Yan dashed towards a nearby tree and chose a path with denser vegetation. The ogre devourer was awkward and clumsy, and it seemed as if it were running slowly due to its large build. However, its large strides covered quite a bit of distance, and it was actually closing the gap as it chased Nie Yan. The other two ogres could also be seen following the ogre devourer from the rear, though it soon became apparent that they weren't going to catch up. They continued trailing further and further behind. After running for about 50 meters, Nie Yan de-aggroed the ogre devourer because it wasn't able to catch him. It turned around and looked as if it wanted to depart. However, Nie Yan turned around and shot 3 more bolts at it before dashing off again. After being attacked again, the ogre devourer re-aggroed onto Nie Yan and chased him with renewed zeal. While running, Nie Yan noticed only the devourer was chasing him. The other two ogres had long stopped chasing and were now wandering around in a distant area. I guess my luck isn't bad. It'll be much easier dealing with the ogre devourer alone. The boss gradually closed the distance, and only 20 meters separated them. As it chased Nie Yan, the ogre devourer began emanating a dangerous aura. Its 4 eyes suddenly turned red, and its body radiated a scorching light like a cartoon bomb on the verge of exploding. The 2 pairs of eyes locked onto Nie Yan. Petrifying gaze. Nie Yan felt his chest tighten when he noticed the ogre devourer's abnormal behavior. These types of monsters that could lock the player down were especially terrifying. If one were careless for just a moment, that player would find themselves unable to even budge an inch. In the same moment the ogre devourer used petrifying gaze, Nie Yan rolled out of the way and ducked behind a tree. Miss. The ogre devourer roared in anger when it failed to hit its target. It strode forward and covered a large distance with each step while it charged at Nie Yan. The 2 ogres behind it were also alerted. However, after only a few meters, they turned around and began wandering around again. Nie Yan sucked in a deep breath of air while he hid behind the tree. The information he previously read in a guide was correct. After attacking the ogre devourer twice, it would use petrifying gaze 6 seconds later. If a player was struck, they would become frozen for 6 seconds, incapable of any movement. At present, the only method of dodging petrifying gaze was to get behind cover before the skill activated. Furthermore, the player couldn't be a second late. In the event that the skill hit Nie Yan, the ogre devourer would have caught up and smashed him to death with its giant wooden club. This was the reason why it was considered extremely difficult soloing the ogre devourer. Not just anyone could accomplish this task. Even long after the video of it being killed had been published, it still remained as one of the toughest early game bosses to contend against. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nie Yan fired another round of bolts. He nimbly traversed between the trees and fired the crossbow from time to time. Crash, crash, crash. The ogre devourer continued brandishing its club. Each swing proved fruitless since trees were all they struck. The key point in killing this boss revolved around making sporadic movements while traversing past obstacles. Although its running speed wasn't slow in spite of its immense size, it was rather lacking in agility. An excellent thief could take advantage of this weakness by circling around several large trees, making it so that the ogre devourer would miss its attacks. However, this strategy was not one that could be pulled off well by anyone. If the player lacked spatial awareness, couldn't properly judge the ogre devourer's movements, or carelessly got hit by petrifying gaze, they'd likely be sending their lives to the boss. In order to avoid being caught, the player had to always run in a curve and never in a straight line. They also couldn't stop moving for more than 3 seconds. With so many years of combat experience supporting him, many actions became instinctive and ingrained on the deepest level, enabling him to easily fire the crossbow while smoothly navigating the terrain. Seeing as the ogre devourer wasn't too difficult to deal with, Nie Yan felt much more relaxed. His nimble body weaved between the large trees while he fired the crossbow between the gaps. The boss had no way of dealing with Nie Yan. Unable to figure out how to catch him, its 2 heads turned in every direction, eventually getting dizzy and confused. With top quality gear and 10 years of experience, if he couldn't even match that level 5 thief in his past life, he shouldn't have even bothered playing this game. Put. The bolts nailed themselves into the ogre devourer's skin. Its health was gradually being chipped away as it repeatedly roared and brandished its club, smashing it at Nie Yan. Crash. The club smacked the large tree. Nie Yan had leapt backwards and avoided the attack. It was unable to harm even a single hair on his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 bolts pinned themselves on the ogre devourer, eliciting furious roars that brought over 2 normal ogres. Now this was a bit troubling. Nie Yan glimpsed at the ogre devourer's health bar, only a third remained after 30 minutes. If he put aside this sub-elite monster to deal with the normal ogres, its health would return to full, and his work would go to waste. Whatever. Finish it off first. Nie Yan accelerated his rate of fire as the 2 normal ogres joined into the battlefield. The pressure he felt rose precipitously. There was no end to the 3 monsters' pursuit. They made attempts to surround and kill him, but they underestimated his agility. He was as slippery as a loach. Through the gaps between several large trees, he shot bolts that seemingly came from nowhere. An enraged roar came from the ogre devourer's throat, and it swung its enormous club at Nie Yan, but the swipe could not reach him. The 2 normal ogres weren't of any help to the ogre devourer either due to Nie Yan's meticulous pathing. Not only that, they even became obstructions. Every time it attempted to move, there were 2 ogres blocking its way like brainless pigs. Nie Yan was unperturbed by his perilous surroundings. When he prepared to fire another round of bolts between the trees with one knee on the ground, the ogre devourer's eyes suddenly emitted another dark red light. Shit, it's petrifying gaze again. Nie Yan put away his crossbow and rolled under the cover of the trees. Miss. Nie Yan now had a greater understanding of petrifying gaze after successfully avoiding the skill 3 times. He'd be able to dodge so long as he hid behind a tree when it started casting. Before he even found his footing, however, a massive shadow loomed from above. An ogre had circled behind Nie Yan, avoiding his detection entirely, and its enormous club strewn with nails smashed down. Nie Yan didn't have the slightest thought of staying still. He threw himself forward, out of the club's range of attack. Boom. The impact left a small pit and sent fragments of stone and dirt into the air. Nie Yan had no issues imagining his fate if he had delayed by even a second. The knockback effect from the ogre devourer's attack would have sent him flying. Disastrous consequences would occur during the 2 seconds it'd take to travel through the air, fall to the ground, and climb back up. Nie Yan regained his stability, but much to his surprise, he had been surrounded by the 3 ogres during that time. With their clubs raised high into the air, the ogre devourer and 2 normal ogres approached steadily. I'm done for. It seems that this is the end of the line. Such an accident was beyond his expectations. He swept his gaze over the surroundings. His path had been completely sealed by several large trees and the 3 ogres. There was no escape in sight. The ogre devourer bellowed and a deafening roar reverberated through the forest. It raised his club, then slammed it down at Nie Yan. Within the blink of an eye, a spiked club covered his entire field of view. He could even see the individual nails embedded in the wood. Nie Yan tried retreating, however, the 2 ogres flanked him from behind. His situation couldn't be any direr and his heart felt like it was going to burst out his chest. In the brief moments before his seemingly imminent demise, he happened to notice the branches in the tree above. They were roughly 8 meters from the ground and flourished with leaves of a vibrant green. However ordinary they were, they seemed like an extension of a holy tree. There, Nie Yan leapt to the side, slipping away from the ogre devourer's club. He put full force into his legs and jumped, simultaneously shooting a line of webbing from the ring of woven silk. The power of his jump brought him 3 meters in the air, while the ring of woven silk ejected a line of webbing of roughly 5 meters length. The line of webbing shot through the gaps between the leaves and stuck on the branches. He was suspended in the air, but with a nearby foothold, he leapt up again and flew past the ogre devourer's head. Boom, boom, boom. 3 clubs smashed onto Nie Yan's position, sending dirt and pebbles scattering into the air. However, no blood nor flesh stained the ground. All 3 ogres' attacks struck not but air and earth, their dazed expressions revealed their confusion. Upon landing, Nie Yan bolted to build up some distance. He stopped between 2 trees and knelt. With his right hand supporting the crossbow and his left finger over the trigger, he shot 3 bolts. Put. Although the ogre devourer had briefly lost its target, the oncoming attack prompted it to turn its head towards Nie Yan, whereupon it raised its club and charged. Contrary to expectations, Nie Yan did not stop shooting, even when the ogre devourer had approached. Seeing as the enormous club was about to crush him, Nie Yan didn't dare to hesitate. He rolled to the side and evaded the ogre devourer's attack. Its health had already been dropping quickly, and since Nie Yan now intensified his assault, the ogre devourer would soon fall. Only 40 or so health remained. Nie Yan circled to the ogre devourer's back and withdrew his crossbow. He unsheathed his dagger and pounced at this sub-elite monster. Vital strike. Lacerate. Taking advantage of the few moments the ogre devourer took to turn its head, Nie Yan's dagger left deep gashes on its back and scarlet blood stained the air and earth. Nie Yan's new set of equipment raised his attack significantly. In addition to the extra 30% given to a thief when striking monsters from the back, he dealt fairly impressive damage. As it felt a sharp pain shoot up from its back, the ogre devourer waved its club and let out a miserable roar. Due to his honed reflexes, Nie Yan ducked his head as he could sense an object quickly flying towards his head. Boom! A giant club swiped over his head, only missing by a hair's breadth. Phew! Too close. He raised his dagger and struck the ogre devourer's chest with assassinate. At last, the final sliver of its health dwindled away. A short stagger, then its colossal figure collapsed. Bang! Dust rose into the air and gently floated amidst the thunderous noise. From the side, the 2 remaining ogres charged towards Nie Yan. He quickly fished the items from the ogre devourer's corpse and backed away swiftly before he retrieved his crossbow and fired rapidly while darting between the trees. The normal ogre's strengths weren't all that noteworthy, nor were their health points even close to the ogre devourer's. So, when facing the assault of Nie Yan's fire, they both fell to the ground in quick succession. The party of ogres was now dead, finally allowing Nie Yan a brief respite. Another field boss down. If it weren't for such an ingenious method of killing monsters, there was absolutely no chance Nie Yan, with such a great disparity in levels, could have challenged that sub-elite monster and come out alive. This was the culmination of countless players' knowledge in his past life. He glanced at his experience bar, it had risen greatly once again. The ogre devourer had thick skin, high health, strong attacks, and a special ability, petrifying gaze. As a result of all those factors, the experience it was naturally a generous amount. By killing the ogre devourer, Nie Yan received a tenfold experience bonus as a reward. His experience bar rose by 37%, and he was now level 5 with nearly 3/4 of his experience bar filled. Nie Yan had only killed 1 elite monster and 1 sub-elite monster, Gato the Lion King and the ogre devourer respectively, yet the amount of experience other players obtained after grinding for several days could not even come close to what he received from those 2 monsters. His level was rising like a rocket. One would never feel greater satisfaction in grinding normal monsters than killing elite monsters levels above themselves. Unfortunately, there were quite few elite creatures that could be killed by using terrain bugs or special techniques, and since elite monsters had quite a long respawn rate, Nie Yan could only take this slowly. Nie Yan would have to wait until tomorrow for Gato the Lion King and the ogre devourer to respawn. As for leveling, his speed was already sufficiently quick so there was no need to grind normal monsters. With the time remaining, he could do some small businesses on the side. The ogre devourer dropped a total of 2 items, both of which were rather decent. Crossbow of blood gold single-handed crossbow. Level requirement 5. Properties, attack plus 11, 10% armor piercing effect, triple shot. Shooting speed, 16, deviation 3%. Limitation, none. Staff of moonlight worship gold. Level requirement 5. Properties, attack 32 to 38, level 3 holy explosion. 20% extra damage against demons. Limitation, holy mages, can only be equipped by a member of the righteous faction. Nie Yan had challenged the high-level elites alone and had successfully defeated them despite the level gap. As such, the chances of receiving additional drops were multiplied unreasonably, the system's rewards were especially munificent. Nie Yan had acquired 4 gold tier equipment by now, and every single piece was extraordinary, the crossbow of blood particularly. It brought a great surprise to him, the 10% armor piercing effect was fairly decent. When compared to such a substantially superior crossbow, the one in Nie Yan's current possession was of such a poor quality there was absolutely no need to hesitate in switching. When comparing goods, there would always be one inferior. The crossbow bought from the NPC had finished its quest. It had served well, and its times of glory had now come to an end. Thus, Nie Yan equipped the crossbow of blood. As for the old one, it should still fetch some money on the auction. It had a price tag of 37 copper coins when he bought it, so its resale value should be some dozen copper coins. Nie Yan returned to Kalor, having finished examining the new equipment he acquired. There were quite a few people within the city, but the vast majority of players had gone outside for leveling. The streets were bustling with people, many of whom were visiting Jaden's shop, the high-level alchemist, on the corner. All players who exhausted their stock of potions when leveling outside had to replenish their supply at that place. The auction house that sat in the heart of the city teemed with an even greater number of people. On the nearby streets, many players laid out their booths and once in a while, some eye-catching items would appear. Nie Yan entered the auction house and sold off equipment he no longer had any use for. He also continued buying all available black phenol formulas, black phenol, and the ingredients required. He left nothing unbought. After the opening of the new instance tomorrow, many guilds would go and spearhead the investigation. They would discover, to their amazement, that all traces of the low-priced and relatively unknown black phenol had vanished. Alchemists would occasionally produce several bottles of black phenol, but they'd be bought before one even had time to blink. As for the black phenol Nie Yan collected, they became commodities worth being stockpiled. He could starve the marketplace and slowly rid himself of the black phenol and black phenol formulas bit by bit, thus inflating the prices. The larger the development into the new instance, the greater the players' need for black phenol, and the easier the prices would rise. He could start by first selling black phenol and its ingredients, then he'd sell the formula at the later stages. He could gather a large sum of wealth with a method like this. Other investment options would be considered only after earning the money since he had spent quite a sum purchasing black phenol. As usual, Nie Yan went over to several small towns to collect bat teeth. He sold them off and earned 30 or so silver coins. He even bought most of the bat teeth on the marketplace, and he was now waiting for players to continue grinding. When they came by more bat teeth, he would return. However, Nie Yan felt slightly puzzled because he hadn't even bought a single bat teeth at Link. Odd, as it was one of the larger sources of bat teeth. Mr. Cade, these are the bat teeth you asked for. Sir Nie Yan, Nirvana Flame, I am grateful for your assistance. After Nie Yan's influence in Kalor had been raised, the NPC started using honorifics with him. It was evident as Cade was much more amiable. He came out of Cade's store, the high-level blacksmith. Nie Yan raised his head and saw a paladin with silver armor entering with a hammer in his hand. This person seemed a bit over 30 years old. He was very tall and a bit fat. He had quite a unique appearance. The paladin looked at Nie Yan with a cautious gaze. They brushed past each other before the paladin walked into blacksmith Cade's store and went to chat with him. Nie Yan recalled this person. He was the paladin who discovered the blacksmith quest in his past life, the person who made over 10 gold coins. The person who truly discovered this bat teeth quest had arrived, increasing the total number who knew of this money-making method to 2. If there were 2 people simultaneously collecting bat teeth, one would raise the prices to increase competition. The opposing side would raise the prices as well, and it would turn into a repeated back-and-forth situation until the profits became marginal. The players would also begin to suspect whether the bat teeth held special uses and thus start holding onto them. Last time, there was a thief that followed Nie Yan, and now, there were a total of 2 players buying bat teeth for high prices. That would elicit more suspicion, and soon, someone would follow that paladin and blacksmith Cade would be revealed. I won't be making much profit off this quest any longer. But to Nie Yan, Cade's bat teeth quest was now dispensable. He had already acquired a sufficient starting capital, and he also had many other methods of making money. This quest was not a necessity for him. Nie Yan checked his total assets. There were over 60 silver coins in his bag, and there were also large amounts of black phenol, its ingredients, and the formulas, all of which were going to inflate exponentially in value. It was absolutely fine even if he lost this source of income. Without even realizing it, he arrived at the Alchemist Guild's entrance after finding his way through the crowd. His mind had been wandering about before a vendor disrupted his thoughts. High-level potion ingredients and a swift retreat skill book for thieves. It's a pretty decent skill book. This brother here, would you like to have a look? Yelled a white-robed holy mage. He had laid out a booth at the Alchemist Guild's entrance, and when Nie Yan passed by, his eyes brightened. He decided to draw attention to himself. The holy mage was a shrewd person. With a glimpse, he knew Nie Yan's equipment wasn't common gear and several of them were quite high quality. This skill book, Swift Retreat, was something good for early-level thieves. However, it went for a rather expensive price. He demanded a silver. Obviously, it was tough to find a buyer for such a costly item. If it were put on the auction, he'd likely find someone, but he would only receive money and there was even a fee. The reason he chose to set this booth here was because he wanted to trade this skill book for holy mage equipment. His chances were greatly increased while people were converging here to form groups for the new instance. Normal thieves simply couldn't afford to buy such a skill book. As a result, even though he had been yelling for 20 minutes and there were thieves who came up to inquire the prices, they all shook their head as they departed. However, the holy mage couldn't help but call out for Nie Yan since he appeared rather well off. Nie Yan turned his head around and glanced at the holy mage. With an ash-black staff in his hand, he was clad in a white mage robe and seemed to be around 20 years of age. With his sharp judgment, Nie Yan instantly recognized his equipment. The robe he wore was called the Holy Walker and the ash-black staff was the Wind of the Fallen Moon. Although these weren't the best equipment at this level, they were still rather decent. You're pretty lucky. Swift retreat dropped for you, Nie Yan said, faintly smiling. It was a very useful skill. Yeah, my luck's always been good. I have a few friends who were grinding for several days at Holy Canyon, yet they haven't even gotten anything good. I, on the other hand, just grinding for 3 hours and this swift retreat dropped. Right now, one of these is even more expensive than a silver tier equipment on the marketplace. Nie Yan's response to the Holy Mage's advertisement immediately triggered this chatterbox. He was like a radio that had been turned on. The Holy Apostles there have pretty decent drop rates. Have you and your friends gone to the Holy Monastery? Assuming your group cleared that instance, you ought to have more than just the Swift Retreat skill book on you. I'm wondering, do you have the Desperate Strike skill book as well? Nie Yan asked in a casual tone. Since the other party had Swift Retreat, he might as well try to procure the other skill book he needed. Hearing Nie Yan mention the Holy Monastery, the Holy Mage was momentarily dazed. He examined Nie Yan from head to toe and shook his head. No, we're far from being able to obtain a Desperate Strike skill book. We still haven't entered because the monsters there are too strong for us. Friend, seeing as your equipment is good, I take it that you've cleared dungeons around that level before. No, I'm only slightly knowledgeable. I've never gone there myself. Anyway, how much for the skill book? Although he was disappointed that the other party didn't have a Desperate Strike skill book, obtaining Swift Retreat wasn't too bad either. The Holy Mage felt a little skeptical. Most players who wore such good equipment should have already been through every dungeon at least once. Moreover, as a thief player, how could Nie Yan have not entered the Holy Monastery? The dungeon was practically brimming with all sorts of thief items, and it was a location all expert level thieves visited at least once. I'm looking to trade this skill book for equipment. Elementalist, Holy Mage, or Paladin equipment, any of those are fine, the Holy Mage replied. He believed that the Swift Retreat skill book was valuable enough for him to exchange for several pieces of equipment. Nie Yan made an awkward expression. He had already thrown all the equipment he didn't need up on the auction house. The only equipment he had right now was the Staff of Moonlight Worship, but he didn't know if Yao Yao Dark Mystery wanted it or not. I can still sell to you directly if you don't have equipment. Give me an offer, my friend. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. My name is Shenfo Wanshi, past destroying God. First meetings might be distant, but second encounters will bring us closer. Even if our trade fails, I hope we'll remain on good terms. After observing Nie Yan's actions, he noticed the other party's calm demeanor. He considered his own judgment to be decent, therefore, he felt Nie Yan was definitely an expert. Shenfo Wanshi. Of the people he knew, Nie Yan vaguely recalled that he had heard of such a player in the past. Though only slightly famous, Shenfo Wanshi was known for having gotten into a conflict with Victorious Return at some point. He and his friends massacred several hundred members of their guild, only to vanish into thin air afterward. Alas, solo players who didn't have strong backings were destined to always be met with setbacks if they tried to take on a guild. Numerous players had suffered at the hands of Victorious Return, Nie Yan himself being one such person. And perhaps because he felt they had experienced similar fates, he now held a more favorable impression of Shenfa Wanshi. At that point in time, Shenfa Wanxi's fame outstripped his by a great margin. He had chosen to fight, unlike Nie Yan and his friends who had no choice but to hole up in the mountain ravines when they were being hunted by Victorious Return. I'm Nie Yan Nirvana Flame. Since you want me to make an offer for the skill book. 1 silver and 50 coppers, how does that sound? Nie Yan was rather wealthy so he could offer a high price without batting an eye. No matter how expensive the Swift Retreat skill book became, it certainly wouldn't be worth more than 1 silver and 50 coppers. That's too much, even this skill book wouldn't be sold at such a high price. It's enough for you to just give me 1 silver. Shenfa Wanshi didn't shy away from Nie Yan's frank and straightforward attitude. Since the other side wanted to befriend him, why shouldn't he reciprocate? Inside the game, having another friend meant having another option. Be it trading equipment or forming a team for a raid, befriending a few more experts would make all these things much easier. How many people are in your group? Nie Yan asked. Since he needed a team to run dungeons, he'd eventually have to find some members to form one. Perhaps he could follow Shenfa Wanshi and his friends into a dungeon run. The game had just recently opened, so the number of players who had fixed teams were quite few. As for experts, they needed to carefully choose the right team before entering any instances. However, good teams were hard to come by. Thus, many of these players who were looking for teams were likely to group together to form one. Shenfa Wanxi's eyes brightened upon hearing Nie Yan's inquiry. You want to run a dungeon? I have 6 people on my side. They're all classmates from the same university and decently skilled. We have 5 players who are level 4 and 1 that's level 6, but he always runs dungeons with other people. However, he'll definitely come with us if we call him since we're all classmates. Our group is divided into 1 berserker, 3 mages, and 2 paladins. I might make a team, but I haven't made any plans for now. Depending on the circumstances, we'll see when the time comes, Nie Yan said with a light smile. Oh, Shenfa Wanshi felt slightly disappointed, but Nie Yan's answer made more sense after thinking about it. Forming a team wasn't an easy affair. Our equipment is more than a little lacking, so it'll be somewhat inconvenient for us to run the lower level dungeons just to improve our gear. Not to mention, with the way our group is composed, we often can't find a team to join. The equipment isn't a problem. How about this? When I find some more people in the future, I'll come looking for you guys, alright? Nie Yan replied then sent a friend request to Shenfa Wanshi. No worries. Just call me whenever you're ready. Hearing Nie Yan's promise, Shenfa Wanxi's heart was filled with expectation. Nie Yan felt if he wanted to continue developing in the future, it was a must that he secured his own team. While finding the right players was a troublesome matter, randomly picking people off the streets would often lead to mixed results. It would be a tragedy if he ended up recruiting a bottom feeder who didn't put in any effort and impeded the team instead. However, this sort of matter should be set aside for after he formed the team. In any case, even if they were bad eggs, all he needed to do was kick them. Since Shenfa Wanshi insisted, he didn't argue any further and bought the skill book for 1 silver. Swift Retreat was an escape skill. In other words, it was a skill used in a situation where a player couldn't beat an opponent and chose to run, which was fairly common. Swift Retreat increased a thief's movement speed by 30% for 1 minute when escaping, enabling them to quickly put some distance between their pursuers or even completely escape. Occasionally, such skills aided the player in avoiding a calamity. Nie Yan continued to chat with Shenfa Wanshi. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry to level because there were plenty of opportunities out there. It would only be a matter of time before he'd catch up with those top-ranked players. Where did you guys find so many medicinal plants? Nie Yan asked. He noticed that the majority of items for sale in Shenfa Wanxi's booth were plants. We can't help it. 3 of the members in our 5-player group learned the gatherer skill. We didn't really train much and picked herbs instead, Shenfa Wanshi replied and forced out a somewhat helpless smile. Nie Yan more or less understood what he meant. For players without a guild, if they didn't improve their gatherer skill or other side professions, they'd have a difficult time keeping up. Shenfa Wanshi being able to equip Holy Walker and Wind of the Fallen Moon meant he was doing well for himself. His equipment was even better than many players who joined guilds. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. He thought about the people he could call when he wanted to form his own team. There was Tang Yao, Shenfa Wanshi, and his 5 friends. As for a good fighter, he wasn't confident that Blade Light would come. However, since he was selling the Lion King's shield to Blade Light, the latter was certain to reciprocate this favor by giving him face. Perhaps he could call a few others to join as well. After that, he could recruit a few strangers to fill the remaining spots and form a passable team. No wonder you set up next to the Alchemist Guild's doorway. Nie Yan laughed. Only alchemists would want so many medicinal ingredients. You keep on selling your things then. I'll be taking my leave. We'll talk some other time. Alright, Shenfa Wanshi replied. Just as Shenfa Wanshi passed Destroying God and Nie Yan were saying their goodbyes, 2 players near the entrance of the Alchemist Guild erupted into a heated argument. One of the quarrelers, a young man who barely looked 20, wore plain cotton clothing and the Alchemist Guild's badge on his chest. His level was low, so most likely he was only at the apprentice rank in the Alchemist Guild. The other quarreler, an elementalist who looked to be in his 30s, wore equipment of much higher quality. Tall and robust, he dwarfed his opposition so much that he made the apprentice alchemist seem like a child. The failure in concocting isn't my fault this time. Not your fault. Then are you implying it's mine? Yes, they set me up to fail when I was concocting. Hey, our captain provided you with so many ingredients, yet they were all turned into useless garbage by you. We can't even recoup our losses. I heard you got lucky and learned some sort of hidden skill. Good, get lucky and scram out of my sight before I make you eat shit too. Obscenities and curses poured out of the elementalist's mouth. The moment he finished speaking, he slapped the apprentice alchemist in the face and knocked several alchemy tools and other items to the ground. The slap sent the apprentice alchemist tumbling down the guild entrance staircase. As he lay sprawled out on the ground, he lifted his head and hatefully glared at the elementalist. Ah, what the hell are you staring at? You got something to say. Keep staring and I'll make you eat the dirt even harder. Get lost. The elementalist's eyes bulged out of their sockets as he glared threateningly at the apprentice alchemist. The apprentice alchemist glanced at the elementalist once more. Eventually, he lowered his eyes and silently collected his tools off the floor. Bitch. The elementalist stamped on the apprentice alchemist's chest and knocked him back to the ground. The apprentice alchemist didn't retaliate, he remained taciturn, simply staggering back to his knees and continued picking up his things. Isn't he too much of a pushover? Even after being kicked, he didn't even make a sound. Shenfa Wanshi couldn't help voicing his opinion. The scene had left a bad taste in his mouth. The way he dealt with the situation isn't wrong. Right now, he probably has no choice but to endure. I believe by the time he rises in standing, it still won't necessarily be too late for him to retaliate, Nie Yan said with a peculiar expression in his eye. Despite taking on the abuse, the determination still hadn't faded from the apprentice alchemist's eyes. Those who could patiently endure were especially terrifying. Shenfa Wanshi tilted his head back to look at Nie Yan. The latter's words took him by surprise. Nie Yan was likely someone similar to himself, a person who refused to be on the short end of the stick. If anyone were to offend him, then they would definitely be met with appropriate retaliation. However, Shenfa Wanshi suddenly saw Nie Yan's expression change to pleasant surprise. He was gazing at the apprentice alchemist like he found some kind of treasure. So it was him. It really is true, be they enemies or friends, both are bound to be met on a narrow path. Nie Yan muttered to himself in a low voice. He recognized this apprentice alchemist, but it wasn't because they were friends. No, rather they were enemies. If things stayed on course, this person would eventually become one of Victorious Return's most faithful dogs. In his original timeline, over a tenth of Victorious Return's various high-level potions, pills, tonics, and other drugs were concocted by this one person, several of which could only be concocted by him. Nie Yan had suffered heavily due to the oppressive manpower Victorious Return possessed, but those vile concoctions were also one of the factors that led to his many defeats. While in the wilderness, he had once encountered a squadron of Victorious Return members. At that time, he was unaware those players were escorting this alchemist on a quest, and usually, he and his friends wouldn't be at a disadvantage when facing off against such a group. However, who could have imagined each and every one of those players would take out some crafty, eccentric pill that bolstered their combat power by many-fold. So, under the effects of those pills, he and his friends were beaten to a wretched state. The apprentice alchemist in front of his eyes was called Bird Leaves No Eggs. Owing to the fact that his name was unpleasant to the ears, because the bird in his name could also be read as penis, the members of Victorious Return didn't feel comfortable addressing him directly by name. Thus, they gave him the nickname of Medicine King. This title was rather suitable, considering the numerous contributions his concoctions brought to the guild. However, at this moment, Bird was merely an apprentice alchemist. He had just been kicked, both literally and figuratively, out of the Dark Hero Guild. In a month's time, Victorious Return would recruit and attach great importance to him due to their guild leader showing him kindness and recognizing his worth. This was the reason for his unwavering loyalty and dedication to the guild. In other words, he was a person who did have somewhat of a moral compass. Even if he's the Medicine King, he's only an apprentice alchemist right now. Whether he'll be worth the investment remains to be seen. Nie Yan pondered for a while. Bird's success wouldn't have been possible without Victorious Return's generous support. They had supplied him with an ample amount of alchemic ingredients and slowly nurtured him until he became the Medicine King in both title and ability, to the extent his name resounded throughout the entire Atlanta continent. After considering his current financial resources, Nie Yan decided fostering the Medicine King absolutely wouldn't pose any problems. If he wished to succeed in the future, he needed to slowly build up his influence at present. He wanted to set up his own businesses in the game, an alchemy store, equipment shop, auction house, he couldn't be lacking in a single one. However, what he was in most urgent need of was talented people, and fortunately, an opportunity to recruit one such person had presented itself. He felt taking Bird under his wing would undoubtedly be the correct choice. The elementalist departed after abusing Bird a few more times, his mouth still spitting out obscenities as he walked away. While Bird picked up his tools, he lifted his head and coldly swept his gaze over the elementalist's back. A few moments later. Hey, what was that elementalist's name? Nie Yan asked as he walked up to Bird's side. He slightly bent his knees and overlooked Bird who was still tidying up the mess. Razor. Why does this concern you? Bird glanced at Nie Yan. It concerns me because it concerns you. Tell me, don't you feel humiliated? Don't you want revenge? However, you're powerless, and those without power are destined to walk down the path of being disdained by others. Follow me, and I can have them see you in a different light. I can make them regret ever offending you with today's actions. Why should I trust you? Bird replied in a suspicious tone. He raised his head and attentively stared at Nie Yan. He couldn't comprehend Nie Yan's sudden appearance. A stranger had just walked up to him and wanted to recruit him after a single exchange. Wasn't that a little too conspicuous and bizarre? My intuition is telling me you're not some sort of useless waste. After being kicked out of your guild, you probably feel quite resentful, correct? Well, I just wanted to see if you had the determination and ability to confirm that assessment. Besides, you're broken, have nothing at all. From the moment I approached, I had nothing to gain in scamming you, no. After Nie Yan finished his speech, he turned around and began walking away. While he departed, he hiddenly anticipated the moment when Bird would run up from behind and catch up. If this was the Medicine King he knew from the past, then Bird absolutely wouldn't let this opportunity slip by once it presented itself in front of him. Wait up. Nie Yan faintly smiled. Bird had resolved himself when he saw Nie Yan depart, his expression betraying the conflicting emotions in his heart. He had just been miserably humiliated and shunned by the Dark Hero Guild. This was a disgrace he would never forget. He held an extreme wariness towards Nie Yan, because he wasn't completely clear on the latter's intentions. Moreover, the sudden appearance was rather odd. Despite this, one point remained certain, he was completely broken penniless. Even his funds in real life were barely enough for him to live for 2 or 3 more months before being kicked out. Those who walked in bare feet didn't fear others in shoes. In other words, he had nothing to lose, so he wasn't afraid. So what if he was swindled? What other choice did he have? Belonging to the lowest rung of society, he was a cockroach who held the will to survive. As long as someone gave him a lifeline to hold onto, he would continue to live on. Bird struggled back onto his feet and followed Nie Yan from behind. Shenfa Wanshi witnessed all the entire course of events while still sitting beside his items laid on the ground. He stared pensively at the receding silhouette of their backs and felt Nie Yan's ambitions couldn't merely be satisfied by forming a team. However, this was good as well. There would be plenty of shade under a big tree. To elaborate, increased influence also came with increased benefits. What do you want me to do? Bird asked, while following Nie Yan from behind. Besides concocting, there was nothing else he was good at. Even then, he would still end up messing up the simplest of recipes when creating medicines. He couldn't count how many materials he ended up squandering. If not, why else would he have been kicked from his guild? Naturally, it's still concocting. Out of curiosity, what was that hidden skill that Elementalist mentioned? Nie Yan asked, while continuing to walk. After successfully concocting a potion, pill, tonic, or other medicines, there's a 2% chance of strengthening its effects. Bird quickened his footsteps. As he followed from behind, he didn't know why, but he had a strong premonition. From the moment he decided to chase after Nie Yan, his destiny had subtly changed. As for what the future held, whether it was good or bad, he didn't know, but he was sure of one thing. He had already made his choice, and he was going to walk down the path he chose. Not a bad hidden skill. But what use would it have for me? When I concoct pills, my success rate is only a third of those around me. If someone came looking for me to create a pill, potion, or whatever, it'd only be a fluke if I succeed. Since I took the effort to recruit you, naturally it means I believe in you. If you're willing to follow me, sign this agreement. Within the game world of conviction, any contract was valid as long as it was within the scope of the real world's laws. Bird suspiciously glanced at the contract in Nie Yan's hands before taking it and carefully reading over its contents. As he slowly read the contract, word for word and line by line, he realized the clauses were rather simple. In layman's terms, Nie Yan would provide him with the ingredients and materials required for him to train his alchemy. In exchange, jurisdiction over how his creations, pills, elixirs, tonics, potions, and so on, were used would all be decided by Nie Yan. Moreover, he would receive a 30% share if the sales of his concoctions produced a net profit. The conditions on this contract were roughly the same as the ones given by guilds when they recruited an alchemist. Although, he could see one key difference, the contract Nie Yan presented him stated a 30% cut. In contrast, nearly every guild would only share 20% of the revenue at most, even if the alchemist was highly valued. In terms of benefits, Nie Yan's conditions were much more generous than those guilds. However, nurturing an alchemist gave rise to enormous expenditures, all of which would be taken on by Nie Yan. The number of responsibilities he needed to assume were staggering. This contract, you're really willing to let me sign it under these terms? Bird asked, his heart stirring with emotion. Even if you searched high and low, it would still be quite difficult to find such a generous contract. From the moment I learned alchemy to now, I've always been a failure in concocting. Why else would my guild have kicked me? Calculating the worth of all those medicinal ingredients I've destroyed to this day, it would probably reach 2 silvers at the very least. Please don't blame if you end up making a loss. Consider carefully, it's still not too late to renege on the contract. Bird presented the contract back to Nie Yan, gesturing that he could take it back. As the piece of paper fluttered in his hands, he felt a mix of apprehension and anxiousness in his heart. What if Nie Yan were to take back the contract? What would he do then? I'm not lacking in money. Even if I make a loss, then so be it. I know how to recognize my own faults. However, my insight has never been wrong. Rarely do I ever make mistakes when it comes to these things. Still, isn't 30% too high of a price to pay for me? Bird's voice was lacking in confidence. Even in those guilds that paid well, their alchemists would still receive no more than 20%. It's already been decided. I believe you're worth the price, Nie Yan replied, waving his hand and gesturing for Bird to hurry up. To gain Bird's absolute loyalty, it wouldn't do if he simply gave him money. No, he needed to have goodwill, and bolstering Bird's confidence and making him feel appreciated was a good place to start. Bird truly didn't understand just where Nie Yan's trust in him came from. However, he could tell, from both actions and words, that Nie Yan believed in his ability. When a person was at their lowest point and felt like a failure, what they needed the most wasn't anyone's pity, but rather only a single line of acknowledgement. Nie Yan's words were unremarkable, his tone was normal, and there was no hidden meaning. Yet they were able to bypass the guard Bird had raised and enter his heart. All right, Bird paused for a moment to compose himself. I'll sign the contract. I'm also fine with you lowering my share, but please don't blame me if you make a loss. Bird couldn't help but add the last clause as he answered. Rest assured, even if you fail, I still won't blame or trouble you, Nie Yan replied in a calm tone. After traveling back to the past, he had absolute confidence in himself, and he certainly wouldn't be short on money, be it inside the game or real life. The first opening month of the game was merely the starting point of when the real-world economy would connect to the in-game one. Roughly 2.5 weeks later, in-game property would be available to purchase or bid on. Shops, auction houses, land, and so on would all transform into privately owned entities. Various guilds backed by financial groups would certainly go into a bidding and buying frenzy for them. When real-world currency could be converted into in-game currency and vice versa, the value of these properties would skyrocket. The players would discover the shops they bought for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of gold would go for millions, possibly even tens of millions of credits. As for auction houses, even if you listed them up for 100 million credits, they would sell in an instant. This was the result of various large financial groups and adventure capitalists frantically investing in the scene. Nonetheless, owning a store or auction house truly would enable a player to reap enormous profits. By using his prophetic foresight, earning a profit certainly wouldn't be a problem. Why would he be afraid of raising an alchemist like Bird? Come the day this apprentice alchemist truly becomes the medicine king, his returns would be well worth the initial investment. The reason why his father met with failure after investing into conviction was because he had come too late. He had missed the opportunity to buy up in-game properties before the real-world economy and in-game one fully connected. By the time his father entered the scene, the large financial groups had already divided the game world's assets among themselves long ago and formed stable markets. When his father tried to forcefully enter, he was inevitably met with an iron plate known as the large financial groups. He entered conviction before his father did in order to lay out a path for him. Only then could his family avert the tragedy that befell them in his original timeline. The number of tasks he needed to complete in the first month before the real-world economy connected were many. He needed to amass a lot of wealth, and he needed to coax others to join him so he could increase his influence. In the future, the properties he would need under his banner included equipment shops, alchemy shops, auction houses, banks, large amounts of land, and general stores. Although he possessed the enormous advantage of being from the future, he still understood the logic that a lone tree could only support so much. What did this world need the most? Talent. And in front of his eyes was one such talent. He had stolen Victorious Return's future Medicine King from right under their noses, and he was now fostering their Medicine King under his own banner. Weakening your enemy's strength while simultaneously increasing your own, why would he possibly not do this? The sole reason he became Bird's benefactor was because he wanted the latter's loyalty and dedication. After receiving Nie Yan's unconditional trust, Bird couldn't deny that he wasn't at least somewhat swayed. He silently made his resolve. Come hell or high water, he would dedicate himself to Nie Yan in order to live up to that trust. He had been similar to a drowning person, in desperate need of a lifeline. The lifeline happened to be someone's acknowledgement, and Nie Yan happened to be the person who threw it. As for why Nie Yan would go out of his way to recruit him or trust in his ability so much, he didn't know. Though, he felt this was fine, because those questions no longer mattered to him. Bird grabbed hold of the game-generated pen and scribbled his signature on the contract. Hereafter, all of Bird's crafting profession-related expenses would be recorded by the system and covered by Nie Yan. In the event Bird violated his contract, he would have to pay an exorbitant fee. However, if Nie Yan voluntarily chose to null the contract on his own, he wouldn't receive a single penny from Bird. Follow me, Nie Yan said before directly heading to the auction house. Following Nie Yan from behind, he still had no clue as to what fate had in store for him. Am I really suitable as an alchemist? He wondered. In the future, if he still remained a failure, would Nie Yan tell him to pack it up and go? All these questions were like a riddle that lingered in his mind. The expenses required to improve the alchemy skill were immense. Would Nie Yan really be able to provide him with the necessary supplies? Two people, one in the front and the other in the back, entered the auction house. As long as you concentrate on concocting, I'll be satisfied. Let me prepare a few ingredients and materials to start you off. If you run out, feel free to send me a message at any time, Nie Yan said. As they walked down the auction house's halls, he turned on his bidding device. Nie Yan began to sort through the prices of the goods and bought 4 bags in a row. Why did you buy so many bags? How could I not? An alchemist's bag is too small. They're for me, Bird asked in surprised tone. Out of the guild leaders he had met in the past, not a single one was willing to purchase these bags for their alchemists. The only times these guide leaders would go out of their way to purchase various gifts were when the alchemist was extraordinary or was in danger of being snatched away by others. Who else would I be giving them to? Nie Yan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. He also purchased an entire set of wares for concocting. They were of a higher quality and possessed the additional property of increasing success rate when concocting by 5%. The price for the set cost him 3 silvers. Apart from the set of wares, he also purchased a large quantity of medicinal plants and recipes. Bird witnessed Nie Yan purchase one item after another, and all of them were for him. Besides being surprised, he couldn't help but feel touched as well. He had good reason to be surprised too. Nie Yan was actually so wealthy. He felt truly fortunate to have found a backer with such a large capital. The reason he felt touched was because Nie Yan had spent so much money for his sake. This boss of his was definitely worthy of his admiration and respect. However, at the same time, a certain question popped up in his head. Was Nie Yan certain that he had the ability to return a profit? Nie Yan had a large sum of wealth in his pockets. He could use it to rapidly nurture Bird into the Medicine King. In the coming years, a high-level alchemist would become as precious as gold. Many of them would be valued at upwards of 100 million credits. The Medicine King in his original timeline had a worth in the several hundred millions, and out of all alchemists, he was ranked number 3. Considering his financial strength, he didn't believe he wouldn't be able to nurture Bird into the Medicine King. Nie Yan's act of generosity proved effective at persuading this apprentice alchemist's heart, though the unbridled manner in which he spent his money held a much more devious purpose. The further he invested, the further Bird would become irrevocably bound to his ship, thus making it all the more difficult to leave. In the event Bird truly wanted to get off, he'd have to pay an exorbitant price to do so, and considering his financial situation, trying to break away was basically impossible. In other words, Nie Yan had accomplished another one of his objectives. By the end of his shopping spree, he had bought Bird 10 silvers worth of alchemy recipes and a vast quantity of ingredients and materials, filling all 5 bags completely. Here, use these supplies for now. Even when I'm not around, focus hard on raising your skill, Nie Yan said. These alchemical ingredients were sufficient to last Bird a long time. Seeing the bags packed to the brim with various plants and recipes, Bird couldn't help feeling emotionally moved. No matter how much of an idiot he believed himself to be, he could tell these ingredients were more than enough for him to rank up to a junior alchemist. After being expelled from the Dark Hero Guild, his experiences with Nie Yan felt like being pulled out of the depths of hell and placed into heaven. There were even several times where he believed this was all simply a dream. For showing me such kindness. I don't really know how I could ever repay you. So for now, I'll simply say thanks, Bird said, his voice trembling in gratitude. Enough of that, these lines are getting too cheesy. It's not like I recruited you solely from the kindness of my heart, there was a purpose as well. As long as you're able to become an alchemy master or even grandmaster and earn me more money, that'll be the best way to repay me, Nie Yan replied, waving him to stop. He couldn't help but ponder over a certain problem. After returning to the past, this was the first time he significantly changed history. Without victorious return support in this timeline, would Bird still be able to become a grandmaster alchemist? At the moment, he couldn't be sure since there wasn't a clear answer. He could only try his best to make it happen. After all, every investment held their risks. Now that everything's settled, go and improve your alchemy. I still have a lot of other business to attend to. Gotcha, boss. I'll be excusing myself then, Bird answered. If he failed to attain any results even after spending so much of Nie Yan's money, he simply wouldn't have the face to show himself again. From being kicked from his guild to being picked up by a stranger, an ember of hope and a certain desire had arisen from the ashes of his despair. Thus, he felt nothing but grateful towards this savior of his. He expressed his gratitude once more and took his leave. Nie Yan paused for a moment and began to ponder. Such a chance encounter was analogous to having picked up a gem off the streets. Even if Bird couldn't reach the Grandmaster level in the future, only reaching the Master level wouldn't be too much of a loss either. He planned to slowly gather a few people to serve his purpose in the future. Medicine King Bird from his original timeline had become the first among these individuals he successfully recruited. After returning to the past, he was filled with wild ambition. Establishing his own elite team, acquiring an alchemy shop, recruiting a master tailor. There were many things he wished to do. Perhaps one day, he would even be able to establish his own guild. He might not interact alongside them all the time, but there were other methods to manage the guild as well. By using his knowledge of the game and future events, he could still develop his elite forces from afar. Many mysterious and wondrous new areas would be released in future patches. Included, of course, would be new dungeons, crafting materials, and other items as well. Furthermore, there would be intense struggles over strongholds and enormous guild wars beyond the scope of one's imagination. Even cities, provinces, or entire nations could get involved in these virtual battlefields. In the previous timeline, countless financial firms across the globe had established their presence within the game. The potential commerce and booming economy within the game left many of these firms watering at their mouths. These major figures were itching to get the biggest slice while dividing up this enormous cake. They opened stores, established guilds, took over cities, and even became the powerful lords reigning over their regions. Armed with the knowledge of the future, he was absolutely unwilling to be resigned to surviving in the cracks and crevices these numerous figures overlooked. Therefore he required his own power and influence in order to contend against them. He might not have any significant influence at present, but to remember, great oaks grew from the smallest of acorns, and even the tallest skyscrapers were built from the ground up. The foundations to realizing his wild ambitions were already steadily being built. He withdrew from his daydreaming and began thinking of more immediate matters. No matter what the future held, his most urgent goal at present was still to hurry up and get strong. He worked hard to recall the locations of the several other chapters from the Book of Order. As he quietly deliberated over the problem of acquiring the other chapters, he also began wondering which ones were attainable at his current level. However, after a brief moment, he reluctantly decided that it was best to abandon such thoughts. All chapters were protected by a guardian of order. Were he to even attempt to retrieve another chapter in the hopes of surviving and succeeding, his actions could only be accurately described as foolishly throwing his life away. A few days ago, prior to his decision in retrieving the chapter of courage, he didn't have much to lose. He didn't have any valuable equipment on him, and at worst, he'd only drop a level. However, even he didn't expect himself to succeed in the end as he had only gone in with a try-and-see attitude. Moreover, the reason he succeeded had a lot to do with the chapter of courage's location, a closed ravine by the mountainside. They were natural barriers he could cross over and take advantage of, and the ravine itself was near a town. The other chapters certainly weren't located in such convenient places. At the same time, he now held the chapter of courage on him. If he were to go and retrieve the other chapters and somehow met with an accident, he'd lose that as well. The risks compared to the rewards were simply too high. From the moment he entered the game to up until now, he had never played with the intention of leveling up at the fastest possible pace. Yet, he still managed to amass quite a few good things: the ring of woven silk, the featherfall jewel, the chapter of courage, and numerous skills and stat points. These things represented the strength that he had slowly built up for himself and would allow him to walk even further in the future. What else can I do? Diverting his train of thought, he began to recall of something else. The chapters from the Book of Order might be the sacred objects of those who guarded order. However, for thieves, there was another item that was heavily coveted, a pair of legendary grade boots called Sulgate's Shadow. If he were to equip a piece of legendary grade equipment, he'd imagine his stats would be high enough to frighten others. Unfortunately, in the distant past during the Sulgate War, these boots were damaged and separated into 3 pieces, which were scattered across the Viridian Empire. Only by retrieving and assembling these 3 pieces together could this legendary item be restored to its original form. One of the pieces of Sulgate's Shadow was located in an area not far from Kalor. The area was an ancient city that became swallowed by marshland. Sulgate city, though abandoned, survived from the distant dark era to the present. The ancient city of Sulgate. Tisk, what a troublesome area, he muttered to himself. In the previous timeline, he had been to this location before, but by that time, the piece had long been taken. Over the course of centuries, the city had transformed into an extremely queer place. The respawn rate and density of the monsters there were high as well, and trying to enter without a team certainly wouldn't be a simple matter. However, for a thief, it wasn't necessarily an impossible feat. Perhaps he would be able to secretly enter. Legendary grade equipment were truly too difficult to collect. Simply having an opportunity to retrieve Sulgate's Shadow, if only a part of it, was an extremely valuable thing, and he wasn't willing to let it slip by. Since after some time, he couldn't say for sure that there wasn't already a guild preparing to storm the city. I should give it a try. Who knows? I might actually succeed in collecting all the pieces. Before departure, he purchased a few consumables that he deemed necessary for this trip before leaving through Kalor West gates and teleporting to the surface. After reaching solid ground, he traveled to his destination, passed through a patch of wilderness where the warm sunlight shone down on the abundant vegetation which blanketed everything in green. Passing through the wilderness, he eventually encountered an open plain. After traversing through for about 10 minutes, he turned around and gazed east, looking off into the horizon. There, he could see Kalor, with its enormous walls and pearly white buildings, suspended high in the azure sky and over the open fields. Above the highest buildings, above the city itself, he saw a hovering ring of light revolving in the air. Under the illumination of the mid-afternoon sun, the ring shone with a dazzling splendor. This indestructible, impenetrable city in the sky represented the Viridian Empire's greatest achievement in architecture. The Viridian mages, with all their wisdom and matchless abundance in mana, had controlled powerful magic beyond imagination to prop this imposing city into the sky, where it would stay suspended for past and future generations. Going by foot is too slow. How long will it take for me to start riding a horse? It'd be so much faster and more comfortable. However, Nie Yan knew it would actually take over 2 months for horses to become commonplace as a method of transportation. They were simply too expensive. At present, even the lousiest of breeds still cost upwards of 10 gold or more. It just wasn't worth it. He retrieved a basic haste scroll from his bag and activated it by crumpling it in his hand before sprinting off towards Sulgate. If there were players nearby, they would see a silhouette dashing across the open field, quickly disappearing into the distance. Half an hour later, he encountered a new area as the surroundings transitioned into a dark marshland. This location was far from town, so few players could be seen hunting here. Almost no one actively sought out this strange place that was inherently filled with danger. However, every so often, a rare bunch would take the initiative in exploring this marsh. Many of them were thrill-seekers who happened to be high-level experts as well. On the road here, he had encountered many such players traveling in groups. Short stubby bushes flourished all over. A dense fog lingered in the air and blocked the sunlight from above. While every so often, a cold wind blew past. The marsh left an eerie impression on those who came across it. The earth was muddied and filled with basins of festering waters, where the occasional corpse of some unlucky animal could be found rotting inside. A slight rustle or movement periodically came from within the shrubs, as 1 or 2 snake-type monsters slithered by. All sorts of hidden dangers were lurking inside this dark marsh. System, you've discovered Natlan Marsh. I'm finally here. He examined the everlasting fog of the Natlan Marsh. Passing through this area will take a bit of effort. He cautiously moved between the bushes, wary of the potential monsters lurking nearby. He did his best to evade their sights. However, after passing through a dense patch of shrubbery, his high awareness warned him of impending danger. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A large silhouette charged past the shrubs and pounced at him. He instinctively dodge rolled and avoided the sudden attack, but not before getting a good look at the enemy's appearance. It was a marsh monitor, a species of large lizards that lurked in this map. The one that appeared was over 2 meters in length. Its dark green skin was speckled with black. Sharp protrusions grew from its head and tail. These protrusions along with its claws were covered in a viscous green poison which caused paralysis. Those unlucky enough to be struck by this poison would be unable to move for 3 seconds. The paralyzing poison was the marsh monitor's most dangerous weapon. Ah, it's these guys. His felt a bit apprehensive. Although these lizards had relatively low health and were quite frail, the consequences of being struck by their attacks were fatal. In his previous life, an expert had once left some words of advice. Under no circumstances should you underestimate a monster because even the weakest of marsh monitors was still capable of causing death. At the lower levels, these lizards were the nemesis of all mages and thieves since these professions relied on their mobility to survive. In the event a thief or mage became paralyzed, these marsh monitors could freely rip them to shreds. Even heavy armored fighters were susceptible to being killed by these lizards if they were careless. Marsh monitor, level 6. Health, 360/360ths. The marsh monitor's attack struck air as its body fell back to the ground. Crash, its heavy-set body sent mud and water flying everywhere. At the end of the roll, Nie Yan retrieved his dagger and wielded it in his right hand in a reverse grip. He returned with concussive strike, assassinate, and vital strike. -79. -83. -97. Then he finished with a flurry of attacks before the concussive strike stun duration timed out. Afterward, the marsh monitor trembled and collapsed to the ground. These lizards truly were frail. As long as the player wasn't hit, they were extremely easy to kill. Under Nie Yan's assault, the marsh monitor hadn't been given the slightest bit of leeway and was killed in their first exchange. After switching over to level 5 equipment, his attack rose to over 60 points. Honestly, to the present player base, such a high attack was simply unimaginable on a thief. Coupled with his profession's innately fast attacks, his damage per second rose to an unprecedented degree. Apart from the leaders of the major guilds, very few players wore equipment of his quality. Even if they did, he still possessed the chapter of courage. Even though he had fought and killed the marsh monitor, which was above his level, he didn't feel the slightest bit of strain and was entirely in his element during the battle. This was the result of his high willpower and awareness, overbearing attack power, extreme maneuverability, and fast attack speed. He killed several more marsh monitors along the trek forward. Due to his agility and speed, not a single one was able to reach him. The further he traveled into the marsh, the denser the fog became, obscuring his vision even more. This caused him to be extremely careful with every step forward. Although he could easily kill these marsh monitors, even if he were struck once, they could do the same to him as well. The dense fog rolled and drifted in the air. From time to time, he would see strange shadows appearing and disappearing within it. These illusions were the remnants of a forgotten battlefield. The sounds of soldiers roaring and cavalry charging into battle could be faintly heard in his ears. However, as soon as the cold wind blew again, these desolate illusions of a distant play would drift away with it. Suddenly, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They were heavy, but amidst the other sounds, he couldn't distinguish if they were real. He didn't notice anything unusual until he felt the ground begin to shake. Only then did he realize his situation wasn't good. He swept his gaze towards the direction of the footsteps and saw a marsh monitor crawling out of a nearby brush. The moment he saw its scarlet red tongue flicking out of its mouth, a strong fishy smell assaulted his nose. This lizard was 5 meters in length. It was supported by 4 powerful limbs and a thick, long tail that was covered in spikes. Its entire body was covered in ash-black scales save for a patch of white which formed a strange pattern on its neck. Even for the original inhabitants of Natlan Swamp, this lizard was an extremely terrifying existence. The white pattern on its neck represented an old mystery as well as death. This lizard was clearly different from the others he had met. The giant lizard noticed his presence and charged, its tail twisting and turning as it ran in an awkward gait. Though awkward as it may be, its speed was not to be trifled with. In reality, this unique gait was the reason it could move so quickly. In merely a brief few seconds, it had already arrived in front of him. He activated swift retreat to pull some distance while simultaneously examining it with transcendent insight. Serpentine lizard sub-elite level 7. Health, 1200. His heart filled with shock when he read its name. Why the hell did I end meeting this guy? These lizards only roamed around the Natlan marshland and were sub-elite monsters. At his current level, let alone a level 7 sub-elite, even if he met a leader-class monster at his own level, he'd still have no choice but to flee. The only reason he was able to take on Gato the Lion King and the Ogre Devourer was because they spawned in areas with exploitable terrain. However, in this marshland, there was no such terrain to speak of, and it was impossible for him to face it head-on. These lizards were the true overlords of this map. Although the serpentine lizard didn't have very much health compared to other sub-elites at the same level, it compensated with an exceedingly high attack. It could also release its poison into the mud and spread it through a mist. Level 10 or lower players were simply no match for this monster in a one-on-one fight. Only a party of 5 or more level 10 players would dare to take on this overgrown lizard. In his original timeline, since many players ended up dying at their hands while training in this area, they were nicknamed the Killers of the Marsh. The serpentine lizard closed the distance in an instant and arrived in front of him, spewing out a poisonous mist from its mouth. After being released from its mouth, the green mist rapidly dispersed into the surroundings. While within it, only a slight whiff would cause the player to become confused and dazed. -20, -20, -20. What a strong corrosive poison. Nie Yan didn't dare to meet the serpentine lizard head-on. He rolled out of the poisonous mist, slipping past its head, and landed right next to it. In fact, he was so close he see each ashen black scale. The serpentine lizard immediately swept its thick and powerful tail at him in response. The tail resembled a whip as it whistled through the air at a ridiculous velocity. He'd be done for if the lizard's attack were to land. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he'd still end up losing the greater half of his health. Swift retreat. His movement speed explosively increased by 30%. Even then, it barely allowed him to keep up with the serpentine lizard. He quickly pulled away and evaded the attack by a hair's breadth. Then, he turned tail and leapt over a large patch of shrubbery whereupon he gracefully landed back on the ground and fled for his life. The serpentine lizard shifted its massive 5-meter body and went in immediate pursuit. 2 silhouettes, one large and the other small, rapidly traversed the marshes. Nie Yan glanced back from the corner of his eye and noticed the serpentine lizard shortening the distance by every second. He activated a basic haste scroll and bolstered his speed by another 20%. Although its target had been pulled further away, the serpentine lizard didn't falter and continued to give chase. They were known as the most difficult monster to deal with in the marsh. The moment they set their sights on their prey, as long as it was still within the boundaries of the marsh, they would be unrelenting in their pursuit. Nie Yan's mind was in turmoil. He knew swift retreat's duration wouldn't last long, and when the timer ran out, the serpentine lizard would close the distance and catch up. His eyes frantically swept over the surroundings as he searched for some way to live. Although he knew it would be incredibly difficult to survive this encounter, he didn't want to sit and wait for death. When all seemed lost, a surge of electricity emerged amidst the gaps of some distant thickets. His pupils contracted as his heart rapidly beat with excitement. He immediately moved towards the source of this magic. Though a forbidden zone for low-level players, the Natlan Marsh was a wonderland for experts, a statement which held especially true for elite teams. Many of them came here for no other reason than to retrieve a certain item that could be found in this marsh, the Revive Skill Book. The marsh monitors had a 1 in 10,000 chance of dropping this skill book. Despite its low drop rate, it was heavily sought after because of its incredible value in a team, so much that its importance far outstripped everything else. A priest who learned the skill could revive a fallen teammate. Such an effect was a substantial buffer against potential losses in a run. At times, it could even save the team from being completely wiped. Other than the Revive skill book, players could find decent equipment such as the Moon Chaser staff, which gave lightning damage +9 and intelligence +5, and the Sacred Wind mallet, which gave Holy Shield +8 and resilience +5. The common mobs in the marsh did drop silver or gold grade equipment, but like the Revive book, their drop rates were quite low. The equipment that came out of this map were of good quality. Moreover, since a team had recently found the revived skill book while training here, increasingly more players flocked to this map in search of it. Therefore, the number of experts in the marsh weren't all that few. Elsewhere at an earlier time. Why hasn't Candy returned yet? Asked a dark-faced man in crimson bone armor. His name was Dark Eternal Sin. He could be considered a well-known figure, though his fame lay outside the game. Before Conviction's release, there were several other famous virtual reality games such as King's Tree and Purgatory. Dark Eternal Sin was the guild leader of Dark Empire and a powerful overlord in these games. However, to the surprise of others, he had chosen not to re-establish his guild when he entered Conviction, and instead he had only formed a team with his close friends. Nonetheless, he and his team were not to be underestimated. In fact, they were quite amazing. His Death's Sacrifice plus 2 armor set was proof of this. It belonged to a level 5 gold grade equipment set, and he had successfully upgraded it twice with fortune gems. Its properties could be rated as one of the highest among similar equipment. Dark Eternal Sin chose Berserker as his profession. He had a tall stature, a fairly tan skin tone, and a ferocious appearance. Wherever he stood, he seemed like an immovable iron tower. At the center of his bone armor was a giant skull that radiated a crimson glow. His weapon of choice was a black great sword which he currently held in his hands. It was excessively broad, over 2 meters in length, and permeated with destructive power. Dark Eternal Sin had brought over 6 of his members to train here. Excluding him, there were 3 mages, 1 priest, and 1 thief. The person he had previously mentioned was the team's thief. There are probably no more monsters left for her to aggro, the holy mage replied. She wore a pure white robe that emitted a faint glow. Her staff appeared to radiate light as well, specifically from the clear crystal embedded at the end. Her appearance was beautiful, and she held a faint seductive charm. Her figure wasn't bad either. She was relatively tall, and her cleavage was full of allure. When paired with her dancing light gown, she became quite enchanting. You're probably right. There aren't many monsters in this spot anymore. If she doesn't go a bit farther, she won't be able to pull any over. Eternal Sin nodded his head in agreement. At the same moment, a thief appeared within their sights. She could be seen leading roughly a dozen marsh monitors towards their location. Her appearance was exceptionally delicate and pretty. Her skin was fair and worthy of making any woman feel jealous. However, for some reason, she gave off a dark, murderous aura that couldn't be put into words. She was quite agile. She gracefully dodged the marsh monitors' attacks while bringing them over. In the former Dark Empire Guild, she was absolutely someone who shouldn't be overlooked. She was known as the deadliest member of their roster. The type of professions she previously played in other games were always assassins, thieves, and the like. During her run in these older games, numerous experts ended up dying by her hands. Her reputation was so terrifying that expressions would change into horror upon the mention of her name. Nie Yan, White Smoke, prepare your magic. Eternal Sin commanded. He prepared himself for Candy's approach alongside the monsters in tow by grasping both hands on his greatsword firmly. The spot they chose to station it held advantageous terrain. Nie Yan and the 2 other mages, an elementalist and an arcane mage, brandished their staffs and began casting their spells. Soon, magical energy rapidly gathered in the air. However, the one that brought the most attention among the 3 seemed to be the elementalist. The air above him flashed and surged with electricity. As he held his staff with one hand, the other was raised in the air with his palm facing the sky. The electricity slowly began condensing above his head and transformed into a massive sphere. Yet the elementalist continued to chant his magic. It seemed like a high-level spell that required more than one set of syllables to cast. As he persisted with his incantation, the magical symbols appeared like tadpoles swimming in the air, dissipating as they rose into the sky. Eternal Sin observed the 10 or so marsh monitors charging closer. In the next moment, he brandished his great sword and ran up to meet them. He let out a roar and used whirlwind slash, clashing with 3 of them in close distance. At the same time, a brilliant beam of light and an arcane fireball fell over the group of marsh monitors. Boom, boom, the 2 spells exploded on impact. Even after their spells landed, the elementalist named Leifa, Lightning Magic, was still in the middle of casting. Meanwhile, on the front line, Eternal Sin was chugging an anti-paralysis potion. After he finished drinking it, he violently cleaved at a nearby marsh monitor that was low health and killed it. Damn it. Elemental temple magic is too inconvenient. It's been so long yet it still hasn't finished casting. Just as he spoke, a giant ball of lightning whistled past his head and flew towards the group of marsh monitors ahead. Boom. The sphere of lightning exploded like fireworks. Electric sparks crackled and scattered in every direction. In a single flash, the spell had annihilated 6 marsh monitors. -360, -360, -360. A cluster of damage numbers rose above the group of lizards. There was a wide crater left in the earth from the impact of the spell. Marsh monitor corpses were littered everywhere while the ones that weren't directly hit suffered heavy damage nonetheless. Though its destructive power is pretty good, Eternal Sin swept his gaze over the scene. This spell was extremely powerful, but it was only good for mobbing. A spell that took such a long time to cast was completely worthless in PvP situations. After casting the spell, the elementalist's mana bar was completely drained. He sat to the side cross-legged and drank a flask of spring water to replenish mana. Elemental temple magic, which could only be learned by elementalists, came from the various elemental shrines scattered across the continent. It was divided into 16 ranks, with rank 16 denoting the highest possible rank. The Thousand Swallows Burst from just a moment ago was classified as a rank 1 elemental temple magic. It had a long channeling time, requiring a full set of syllables to successfully cast. The long casting time made it impractical in 1 versus 1 battles. As for team battles, it could be easily cancelled by a paladin using silence. Such reasons made it unsuitable for PvP. Not to mention its lengthy cooldown period, which came to a total of 2 entire days. Hence, elementalists that lord rank 1 elemental temple magic would only cast them during emergencies. Naturally, if it was a high-level elemental temple magic, for example the rank 16 mantra of silence, it would be an entirely different case. After Thousand Swallows Burst ended, Candy stealthily circled round a marsh monitor's back. She raised her dagger and struck the back of its head with smothering strike. The dagger flickered with a cold glint as she arced the blade through her target's neck. Her methods were efficient and brutal. The low-health marsh monitor stood no chance and collapsed to the ground. Flame slash. Eternal Sin cleaved down as his great sword was enveloped by an intense blaze. Boom. His blade directly beheaded and cauterized a marsh monitor's neck. The raging flames continued burning until its entire body was charred black. The 5 remaining marsh monitors charged past and made a beeline for the 3 mages in the rear. However, Eternal Sin roared and stopped them in their tracks by using taunt. The moment his taunt came out, the 5 lizards immediately aggroed onto him and unleashed a flurry of attacks. -15, -16, -18. Several damage values emerged and rose above his head. Fortunately, his defense was solid, so despite being encircled, these lizards posed no threat. The priest in the rear cast Dispel, removing the paralysis debuff, then followed up with Lesser Heal. As a result, Eternal Sin immediately recovered a large chunk of health. With all 5 marsh monitors aggroed onto him, Eternal Sin brandished his great sword and activated Whirlwind Slash. Immediately, his spinning blade swept through their bodies and dealt over 50 damage to each. Nie Yan, White Smoke, and the Arcane Mage continued casting spells in the rear. Despite being besieged by marsh monitors, Eternal Sin firmly held his ground like an immovable boulder. The earth was splattered with blood, some from the lizards and some his own. Amidst the madness that shone in his eyes, he erupted in a frenzy intertwined with ruthlessness and bloodlust. His entire being was akin to an enraged beast, his every action hammering fear into one's heart. Nie Yan and the others couldn't help but tremble when witnessing Eternal Sin in such a state. He was simply a killing machine that maniacally swung his sword for slaughter. The only one who remained unperturbed was Candy. She curled her lips and uttered, boring, before lightly yawning. She then rummaged through her knapsack and took out a piece of fruit candy that could be bought at the NPC general store. Popping it into her mouth, she entered stealth and approached a monitor lizard from the rear. Smothering Strike. Upon activating the skill, she struck the lizard on the backside of its head with the pommel of her dagger. Now that it was stunned, her blade easily pierced its flesh and sent out a spray of blood. Eternal Sin and his team had fairly good synergy. Within a brief time span, they were able to easily make short work of the dozen or so lizards. Candy retrieved her dagger from a marsh monitor's corpse and calmly wiped off the blood. Big guy, the monsters here are too scarce. Let's go somewhere else, Candy said to Eternal Sin. Only Candy would dare to call him in such a way since the others didn't have the nerves to do so. This sense of familiarity came from having known each other for a long time. As for how long, no one knew. However, one fact remained consistent throughout the years: whenever Dark Empire was overturning the entire world of those previous games, Candy was never absent. Although Candy and Eternal Sin didn't establish a guild, the rallying power they held within conviction was still extremely astonishing. Eternal Sin strapped his great sword on his back and turned to face the other members. Let's take a small break. We'll switch locations afterwards. And so, atop a mound of dry earth under the shade of a tree, 6 players rested while eating bread and drinking spring water. Although the clamor of battle had recently ended, Nie Yan continued heading towards its source as he dashed through the marsh. Eventually, 6 players entered his sights. At the same moment, Eternal Sin and his party also discovered him and quickly stood up in response. Nie Yan observed the other party's equipment as he neared, and he was particularly surprised by Eternal Sin's equipment. What a strong group of players. Even then, the serpentine lizard was closing in from the rear, so he no choice but to disregard their strength and press on. It's a thief, Eternal Sin said, after getting a better look at Nie Yan, though in no way did he believe this single thief would pose a threat. Why? Because the strongest thief in the game was standing right here beside them. Not to mention, with his high health and defense, there was simply no reason to fear any thief in the first place. Even if Nie Yan's equipment did look somewhat decent to him, to this day, there had never been a single thief that could defeat him. This wasn't confidence born out of arrogance but rather confidence that came from absolute strength. Oh. Candy's figure gradually faded before completely merging with the greenery in the background. As Nie Yan ran, his eyes fell on a certain patch of shrubbery off in the distance. The other side's prowess using stealth was near flawless. Ordinary players or even experts might not be able to detect her presence, but she definitely wouldn't go unnoticed by him. Candy felt a tinge of surprise as she saw Nie Yan's gaze focus on her. Oh, it seems they encountered an interesting fellow. Though he could clearly sense the open hostility in the moment he appeared before them, his circumstances were quite dire since the serpentine lizard was already close to his heels. He had to take this gamble, but he wasn't naive enough to believe these 6 would help him out of the kindness of their hearts. So, he was left with no other choice. He would pass the serpentine lizard off to them and make use of their power order to survive. He accelerated his pace and bolted straight for Eternal Sin and the others. Eternal Sin unstrapped his great sword and firmly grasped it in his hand. The blade was at an incline angle and firmly planted on the earth so he could be ready to receive his opponent. He stood no further than 2 meters from his mages. Though he personally wasn't afraid, things could get quite dangerous if he let this thief enter their rear line. Eternal Sin, who wore the Death Sacrifice set, resembled an iron wall that blocked the path to the 3 mages behind him. Just as Eternal Sin was prepared to cut down this thief, the bushes in the distance stirred with activity, causing his heart to leap in surprise. Don't tell me there's more people at his rear. He soon discovered what followed. The thief from behind wasn't a player but rather a gigantic lizard. It was several times larger than the ordinary lizard monsters in this area. Shit, it's a serpentine. Candy drew in a breath of cold air upon seeing the lizard's distinct gait. They were a terrifying existence, apex predators, killers of the marsh, and capable of reaching lightning-fast speeds. Level 7 sub-elite. Eternal Sin stammered and retreated several steps back to the mound. They could have easily handled the situation if the second figure had been another player, but what arrived was a level 7 sub-elite instead. It was an existence that was difficult to deal with even at their levels. Not to mention their priest had yet to learn revive. It would be a disastrous loss if 1 or 2 of them ended up dying due to this. As Nie Yan drew increasingly near, the elementalist at Eternal Sin's rear brandished their staff and sent lightning crackling toward him. This thief's intentions were already quite obvious to them. He wanted to pass the serpentine lizard off to them. Naturally, Eternal Sin and his group wouldn't be polite. None of them dared to receive such a flaming hot potato. Behind the bolt of lightning, Nie Yan and the arcane mage's attacks arrived in tow. By this time, the serpentine lizard was basically nipping at his heels. It wound up its body, and in the next instant, pounced at him like an arrow. In response, Nie Yan rolled to the side and evaded its attack and incidentally, Leifaw's lightning magic bolt of lightning. Bang. However, he was unable to avoid a holy strike aimed prior to where he rolled to. -67. System, a member of the party led by player Eternal Sin has taken the initiative to attack you. You are free to retaliate in legitimate self-defense. Duration, 30 minutes. Damn it. What kind of damage is that? Nie Yan inwardly cried out in alarm. He rolled again and avoided the oncoming arcane fireball. Just as the spell passed by him, he felt a murderous intent nearing his back. Their thief. Cloaking and awareness were directly opposing stats. In situations where the opponent was a thief under the effects of stealth, they could only be seen clearly if the other party's awareness was higher than the thief's cloaking by 50% or more. When the 2 stats were equal, the thief could be spotted if the other player concentrated hard enough while searching. If the thief was good, however, then in situations where cloaking exceeded the defending side's awareness, the opposing player would be stunned before they even had a chance to react. Naturally, this wasn't to say that when a thief was discovered their attacks could be easily avoided. After all, thieves were innately fast, whether it be in terms of movement or attack. In a certain region within the marsh, the air distorted to reveal a silhouette. Its owner was Candy, who had activated stealth and disappeared earlier on. She had re-emerged at Nie Yan's rear. Her attack was terrifyingly fast as she attempted to strike him in the back of the head. A single concussive strike would leave him stunned long enough to allow the mages to send him directly to the graveyard. However, before Candy even approached his back, he had already discovered her presence. Those 19 points in awareness weren't just for show. He smoothly leaned to the side and avoided her strike. After dodging, he pivoted his foot and struck back with his own concussive strike, aimed directly at her temple. What a decisive attack. Candy rapidly pulled back, evading by just a hair's breadth, before distancing herself from Nie Yan. This thief had somehow discovered her. Just how high was his awareness? Not to mention his quick reaction speed and even fiercer counter. His movements were as natural as the floating clouds and flowing waters, a matchless style which left her heart in shock. What a strong guy. At the moment, the average player was still quite low level, and although there weren't many methods of attack, close combat was the best judge of the opposing player's experience and skills. An expert. Candy was instantly convinced of this thought, though she wasn't disheartened. In fact, she was delighted since things wouldn't be interesting otherwise. Just as their exchange ended, the serpentine lizard chose this moment to charge at Nie Yan from the side. Its gigantic body drew increasingly closer as its gaping maw appeared wider with each passing millisecond. He sidestepped the attack, locked his eyes onto a tree in the distance, then extended his left hand and shot out a line of webbing from his ring of woven silk. He jerked the web line and pulled himself out of immediate attack range. The serpentine lizard's attack had struck thin air yet again, enraging it to no end. It swung its body around and charged at Nie Yan once more. In the brief moment when it had lost sight of him, Nie Yan activated a basic haste scroll and bolted towards the three mages at Eternal Sin's rear. For the sake of preserving his life, he had no choice but to lead the serpentine lizard towards them, otherwise, he'd have no chance of surviving. Eternal Sin firmly grasped his greatsword and blocked the approaching opponent's path. He readied himself and prepared to attack when Nie Yan entered his range. A thief's innately frail defense meant that as long as he got in a few strikes, they could be easily killed. As Nie Yan drew closer, Eternal Sin stared fixedly at him and the serpentine lizard in tow. At this point, it would be hard to avoid a confrontation with the lizard, though the most immediate issue was Nie Yan. They needed to kill him off, otherwise, it'd become quite annoying if he started wreaking havoc while they fought it. Although Nie Yan initially had no enmity with Eternal Sin and his group, when he led such a disaster towards them, it'd be quite normal for them to hate his guts. Yet at the same time, this was also the wilderness, a place where life or death depended on skill. So even if they died, they would have no one to blame but themselves since they lacked the strength to survive. By now the serpentine was about to overtake Nie Yan, but the latter was likewise about to enter Eternal Sun's range. Eternal Sin brandished his blade and completely sealed off his path. It appeared he was going to match the serpentine lizard and perform a pincer attacker. Nie Yan fully understood that the other party really wanted him dead. There was an enemy in front and another chasing from behind. He was being forced onto a narrow path. If he were to have the slightest slip up, the serpentine lizard would pounce on him and Eternal Sin wouldn't hesitate in cutting him down where he stood. Seeing his opponent enter striking distance, Eternal Sin directly slashed down as a blade of light flew towards Nie Yan's face. In the same instant, Nie Yan fiercely pivoted and leapt toward a nearby thicket. The blade of light struck Nie Yan mid-leap and drew blood, followed by two explosions as a holy smite and a bolt of lightning landed afterwards. -65. -89. -72. Several damage values rose above his head, and he had nearly lost all of his health with a little over a tenth remaining. Shit. Just how far can he leap? Eternal Sin immediately felt his heart sink after seeing Nie Yan successfully escape through the bushes. How high or how far a player could leap was based on the strength and jump stats as well as weight load. The upper limit of how high a player could leap was 5 meters. The higher strength and jump were, the more powerful the leap. On the other hand, as weight increased, jump range decreased. Fortunately for Nie Yan, his weight load was light, and he possessed the chapter of courage which provided 15 points in jump. It was no wonder his leap was so astonishing. Eternal Sin was confident in obstructing and pinning Nie Yan down. He had even perfectly matched the timing of his attack with the serpentine lizard. If things had proceeded without a hitch, his opponent would have been dead in less than 5 seconds. Yet, never did he expect that Nie Yan would turn into a frog and bound across the bushes to escape. In the next moment, the serpentine lizard arrived at Nie Yan's previous position. It had lost sight of its target. Fortunately, there was new prey standing right beside. It immediately turned around and pounced at Eternal Sin. He had been tricked. As he stared at the giant lizard already in mid-leap, he knew he didn't have the chance to retreat. He brandished his great sword and stepped forward to meet it head-on. Everyone, be careful of that thief. Candy, go after him. Eternal Sin promptly commanded, then focused on repelling the serpentine lizard's attacks. He feared Nie Yan would turn back and sneak attack the mages in the backline. The situation could get dangerous if Nie Yan got within melee range of the mages. His could easily overwhelm them using his skill and agility, especially against the priest who couldn't put up much of a fight. No worries. Just leave it to me. Candy's eyes flashed with a peculiar expression. This guy's quite skilled. After successfully baiting Eternal Sin into engaging the serpentine lizard, Nie Yan turned around to examine the scene. Seeing as Eternal Sin and the serpentine were already fighting, he felt somewhat alleviated of his stress. I finally got that lizard off my tail. Should I take advantage of the situation to get rid of them or should I just leave? Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Let's watch and see for now. Nie Yan entered stealth and began blending in with the background before completely disappearing from view. The mages at the rear spotted Nie Yan's dissipating silhouette from across the bushes. When they noticed they couldn't detect his presence, they couldn't help bunching up a little. Despite their surroundings seeming completely empty, they felt an enormous pressure weighing down on them. Candy also entered stealth and scanned the surrounding for traces of Nie Yan. However, she didn't dare to stray too far from the mages. A thief in hiding posed too much of a danger to lightly armored professions. The only sound that emanated from the scene was the battle between Eternal Sin and the serpentine lizard. Eternal Sin's defenses were high so he could hold it off temporarily. After a short while, the mages and the priest also began casting their spells. Nie Yan glanced at his health bar, only a slight sliver remained. He hid behind the cover of the bushes and began applying bandages. +20, +20, +20. He restored 200 health after 10 seconds. Only then did he loosen his mind that had been edge ever since he encountered the serpentine lizard. Afterwards, he quietly observed the battle. Eternal Sin firmly held his ground as the priest healed him and mages dealt damage. Their composure and synergy left him wondering why he didn't recognize them. They were such a strong team. However, after thinking about it for a while, it made sense. In his original timeline, there were countless experts who were reserved and didn't reveal their strength. It was quite normal that he didn't recognize them. The serpentine lizard's attacks were especially ferocious. Even if Eternal Sin's defense was very high, he would still find them somewhat difficult to endure. Hiss, hiss. Just as its scarlet tongue flickered in and out, the lizard opened its jaw and spat out a green globular substance. Upon contact with the air, it near instantaneously turned gaseous, rapidly expanded, and enshrouded everything within a 2-meter radius in a poisonous mist. -30, -30, -30. Damage values continuously rose above Eternal Sin's head with each passing second. Each one of the serpentine's attacks dealt more than 80 damage to his health. At the rate the battle was currently going in, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Death Speech, hurry up and cast Dispel. The team's priest, Death Speech, responded and hurriedly cast Dispel as a gentle ray of pure white fell on Eternal Sin's position. The light reacted with the poisonous mist and within an instant, caused it to dilute by a great degree. Eternal Sin glanced at his health bar which only had 160 health remaining, though he didn't have much time to ruminate over it as the serpentine lizard resumed its assault. He raised his great sword in an effort to resist its attack, but the lizard latched onto him and bit out a chunk of flesh. -76. Tendon break. Eternal Sin struck out in retaliation. The serpentine lizard's movements immediately turned sluggish as it temporarily entered a crippled state. Taking advantage of this brief window, he hurriedly drew back in order to open some distance. Just at that time, Lightning Magic, the elementalist, finished his incantation and cast Freeze Frost, whereupon a thin layer of ice began covering the serpentine lizard and slowed its movements even more. This freeze effect was trademark of an elementalist's ice magic. Death Speech promptly followed up by casting Lesser Heal, while Eternal Sin downed a basic recovery potion to supplement the healing. After the initial burst of healing, the red of his health bar continued to steadily rise. Even while recovering, Eternal Sin stayed on full alert as he knew the thief didn't go too far. If he emerged and caught them off guard, it would be difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. Just as his health replenished by 3/4, the cripple and freeze debuffs wore off, and the serpentine lizard came rushing forward. Sub-elite monsters were truly too difficult to deal with. Even Eternal Sin, who wore Death's Sacrifice +2, lost health at such a rapid pace. If it were another team with worse equipment, they would have long wiped by now. Despite their combined efforts, the serpentine lizard still had a little over 70% health remaining. Candy, have you found him yet? No, I have no idea where that slippery bastard ran off to. Everyone, remain alert. Su Yan, white smoke, be ready to use that spell. Understood, Su Yan replied promptly. After having known each other for so long, Eternal Sin only needed to say a few words and she would understand what was needed of her. Although Nie Yan couldn't listen in on what Eternal Sin and his team were conversing about, he knew it concerned him. However, they were heavily overestimating themselves. As a thief with over 10 years of experience, he wouldn't allow himself to be caught so easily. Their team isn't bad. They might actually be able to kill it. He stared intently at the ferocious serpentine lizard. A level 7 sub-elite, who knows what sort of items it'll drop. For the time being, he didn't have any immediate plans of going against Eternal Sin and his team. However, it wouldn't necessarily be too late to decide after the two sides wore each other out a little further. Eternal Sin brandished his great sword. He fiercely slashed down on the serpentine lizard's body and dealt incredibly high damage. What are your manas at? Eternal Sin asked in the team chat. 67%. 78%. 32%. Lei Fa cast his gaze at Eternal Sin's expression, afraid that he would get angry. Why is it so low? Eternal Sin furrowed his brows and asked. When the battle started, my mana wasn't fully recovered. Then later on, I used several high damage spells. Enough, just conserve what's left of it. Eternal Sin didn't say more after listening to the Lei Fa's explanation. Lei Fa switched to the low mana cost ice arrow. After a while, his mana was still low, so he drank a basic mana potion and restored his mana to 67%. Under the constant battering spells, the serpentine lizard's health eventually fell to a little over 20%. It only has around 200 health left. By this point, Eternal Sin's mind was already tense to the point of snapping. Once its health fell below the 20% line, the serpentine lizard's skin began changing into a peculiar red. Hiss, hiss. It let out a strange cry, and subsequently, the ground beneath Eternal Sin's feet turned muddy. He was inwardly alarmed when he discovered he couldn't pull out his feet, which began to sink. Not even a second later, the serpentine lizard leapt at him again. He activated Whirlwind Slash and successfully repelled it several steps back. Seeing Eternal Sin trapped in the mud pit, Candy suddenly thought of something and anxiously commanded, Death Speech, use Illuminate. The priest didn't dare to dally after hearing Candy's order. He extended his palm and sent a sphere of light flying into the air, whereupon it released a blinding radiance that fell to the earth like a curtain of silk. Illuminate was a spell that revealed everything within a 5-meter radius of the priest. As the spell revealed its effects, the outline of a silhouette wielding 2 daggers gradually emerged behind the priest. The silhouette was already mid-strike, the pommel of his dagger going straight for the back of the priest's head. He's there. Candy raised her dagger and dashed in to intercept Nie Yan. The sound of blades clashing against each other reverberated through the air. Nie Yan had been hard-pressed to find an opening. Nonetheless, his patience had persevered. Taking advantage of the havoc caused by the serpentine lizard's skill, he silently approached the priest's back, and just as he was about to deliver fate-sealing blow, his intentions had been unexpectedly seen through, and he was intercepted mid-attack. Now, he was forced into a passive state defending against Candy's attacks. His plan had been to kill the priest named Death Speech first. With the healer down, Elemental Sin, who was fighting the serpentine lizard, would soon follow. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He just never expected that he would be seen through in spite of his flawless stealth. This was the first time he failed an ambush since reincarnating. After Candy intercepted him, the priest successfully escaped. Since his sneak attack had failed, he activated Swift Retreat and pulled back rapidly. Boom! He dodged the bolt of lightning just in the nick of time. Following the bolt of lightning, he had been struck by a ray of light, though it had dealt no damage. Standing in the distance, Su Yan's lips curved into smirk. Let's just see where you can hide to now that you've been marked. As Nie Yan retreated, a bright floating mark had appeared floating above his head. No matter where he went, the mark would follow and reveal his position. I've been marked. He inwardly cried out in alarm and hastily made his retreat. Candy followed in pursuit, but she was noticeably slower than him. After activating Swift Retreat, he had become too fast for her. She had no chance of catching up to him. The gap increasingly widened, and he soon broke away. These players were simply too strong. It would be rather difficult taking advantage of them. Thus, he had no choice but give up. He bolted out of the area and resumed his main objective. Candy, how did you discover him? Death's speech excitedly said, after being barely rescued from the clutches of death. That thief had been really close to his position. If she was even a second later, not only would he have died but Eternal Sin would have as well. I didn't. My awareness isn't that high. I was actually puzzled for quite a long time. Why hadn't that thief acted by now? There were already several good opportunities that had gone by. So, I put myself in his shoes and thought to myself, when would be a good time to attack? When I saw Tall Guy sink into that quagmire, I guess that was probably the best opportunity, which was why I had you cast Illuminate. I didn't expect that I'd actually discover him, Candy replied. If she'd been a step too late, Death's speech would have lost his life. Truthfully, that thief's stealth could be described as perfect. The reason she had found him could be mostly attributed to good luck. She peered past the thickets and into the distance. That thief had long disappeared within Natlan Marsh's fog. Since Glimmer Mark had a duration of 2 minutes, if he were to come again within that time, they would immediately discover him. Thus, they could rest assured he wouldn't mount another ambush. Nie Yan fled the battle but he didn't immediately leave the area. Instead, he took a detour and circled round the perimeter before stopping to scan his surroundings. Eventually, he spotted a slope not too far in the distance. He dashed toward the slope and promptly arrived at its peak, whereupon he looked over in the direction of Eternal Sin and his team. Despite the somewhat low visibility, the light show of magic and clamor signaled that the battle was still ongoing and quite fierce. At first, for the sake of preserving his life, he only planned to borrow their hand in killing the serpentine lizard and nothing else. However, since they tried to kill him, he wouldn't sit by idly and let them enjoy their meal in peace. No, the temptation of obtaining the equipment dropped by a level 7 sub-elite couldn't be abandoned so easily. Thus, Candy and the others were unaware that Nie Yan hadn't actually fully retreated but was instead spying on them from atop a slope. After believing they had finally driven that hateful thief away, Eternal Sin and his team inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he was in quite a panic due to being rooted by the quagmire. If anything had happened to the priest in the rear, he would have been a goner as well. Luckily, Candy discovered the thief before it was too late and helped them avert a disaster that could have wiped the team. Good work. You all did well, Eternal Sin praised in the team chat. We were just lucky. That guy isn't so easy to deal with. We need to be careful if we ever encounter him in the future, Candy replied, ending the celebrations early. Eternal Sin assumed that with her skills, the other side wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage over her, but it was clear that assumption was wrong. That thief was quite astonishing. After forcing Nie Yan away, killing the serpentine lizard became much more relaxed. Bang, 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 the serpentine lizard was bombarded by several spells. Its body was charred and bloody, and many of its scales had been split open. This recent barrage shaved away 160 health. The lizard was already at death's door, it simply lacked that one final nudge. Yet even in its death throes, the lizard did not give up and revealed its final trump card. It flickered its tongue and spat out a peculiar mist. Unlike the previous times, the mist was far denser and was pitch black in color rather than the normal green. It rapidly expanded and encompassed everything with a radius of 20 meters. Su Yan, White Smoke, and the other mages had hastily retreated when the mist began to expand. While Eternal Sin, who was at the epicenter of the skill, missed his attack and saw the shadow of the lizard bolt away. The sudden change took him by surprise, causing him to be dazed for a brief moment before realizing what was going on. Over there. It's trying to escape, Eternal Sin roared. This was the first time they had come across a sub-elite that ran away when at low health. However, it didn't mean they had never heard of them. Several elite class field bosses would also use a skill to try and flee after falling below a certain health. Where? Asked one of the mages. Under the cover of the mist, their vision was completely blocked and it was impossible for them to find their target. Su Yan suddenly saw a shadow flash past some bushes. She raised her staff and prepared to cast a spell. Just as she spoke the first syllable to the incantation. System, target is outside of spell range. She helplessly cancelled the incantation. By the time the mist dissipated, any traces of the serpentine lizard would have long disappeared. It escaped. Su Yan lowered her staff. In which direction? Eternal Sin asked. They had poured enormous amounts of effort into getting the serpentine lizard's health bar to barely a sliver of health. If it escaped just like that, wouldn't that mean all their hard work had gone to waste? Over there. At an earlier point in time. As Nie Yan silently observed the battle from the slope, a black mist emerged and covered his view, causing his heart to jump in excitement. It's about to make a break for it. Just as he expected, from within the mist, he saw a shadow escaping towards the southeast. The reason he didn't entirely leave the area was because he had known the serpentine lizard would try and escape. So, he camped out atop this slope in order to cut off its escape. The low-health serpentine lizard wouldn't be able to run too far, around 800 meters at most. He planned to kill it before Eternal Sin and his team arrived and snatched the dropped items for himself. He pondered for a moment, calculating the most optimal route, then bolted down the slope towards the nearest path and rushed to intercept the serpentine lizard. There was an old line from a poem, making a beautiful dress only to give to others. The line held a deeper meaning. It referred to others who, despite working hard and toiling for hours, gained no benefits and instead given it to others. This would be an accurate portrayal of Eternal Sin and his team. Nie Yan activated a basic haste scroll and ran like the wind as he traversed the marsh. The marsh was full of wandering marsh monitors. Therefore, he inevitably ran past quite a few of them, who would aggro onto him and chase. Though in the end, he was too fast for them and quickly broke away. After a while, they would de-aggro and resume roaming around. After traveling for